1.5. Fifteen seconds. Here we go. Coming to you live high atop Marquette Stadium in McCracken County High School. Finally, high school football is back in the Commonwealth, and it kicks off big time tonight at McCracken County High School as one of the state's best programs, not only in the state of Kentucky, but nationwide. The Mayfield Cardinals in the top 5 in the nation in overall wins come to Marquette Stadium to take on the McCracken County Mustangs. This was a thriller last season as the Mustangs able to squeak out a win in Mayfield. Now Mayfield trying to return the favor here tonight. Kick back, relax. 3 hours of the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show coming up right here on 99.5 The Fan. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Chumbler, and it is a pleasure to be joined once again by Jared Adams. And Jared, you and I chat often, and we chatted quite a bit during the summer, just kind of wondering what was going to take place this summer. We had days where we were quite optimistic about high school football. We had days where we were quite negative about the opportunity of playing high school football, just judging the tea leaves. But sure enough, we're here, and boy, does it feel good.
Yeah, you're right. If you were to put a graph to our what our predicted chances, it would look like a roller coaster because we were all over the place. And, up until, even this week, I got people at school telling me, what do you think? Is it going to happen? I'm like, I think so. There's even some worry, getting close to the game time. So thank goodness we're here, and it's really cool. When I was pulling in the parking lot, I was thinking, football's back. This is awesome. I mean, it was like when I saw the field when it got real that we're going to be playing some football tonight.
In normal times, when McCracken County and Mayfield would play, whether it's in War Memorial or if it's in Marquette Stadium, 7,000 plus would be in attendance. Tonight, a little bit different. As well across the state of Kentucky, there will be just percentages of stadium capacity. And here at McCracken County High School, the percentage for tonight is 35%. And so it will not be the massive atmosphere that you have when these two teams get together. It's still going to be a charged atmosphere, I believe you could say, because I imagine the 35% here tonight for both sides, they're going to be ready to cheer on their respective teams here tonight.
When you have to be proactive just to get a ticket, and you got to, make sure you put your name in the pot and, schedule it and buy it and everything, usually you're passionate. It's not going to be a last-minute decision for you to show up at the game. So thus, these people and our fans always show up well, and they always show up loud, and I expect that. We have a really good parent group this year that are really, really engaged in the games. You're going to hear cowbells. You're going to hear a lot of chants, and so that is awesome for us, and I'm excited to see our fan group show up and even in reduced numbers make an impact.
No doubt, as it will be a lot of fun once 7 o'clock gets here and the game is kicked off. There's a lot of question marks going into the game tonight for both sides. We're going to break that down over the next 3 hours and so much more. But first, let's talk about this is year 8 of McCracken County High School sports, Jared Adams. I still remember year 1. And we kicked off our broadcast coverage on 99.5 The Fan, McCracken County and Paducah Tillman in front of a raucous crowd here at Marquette Stadium. I've been able to attend every football game since. You've only missed 2 or 3 in that time, and it is quite the travel we've had from the first game ever as McCracken County football to now year 8 for McCracken County football. The expectations quite high for this football club.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I remember that first group, and we lost the first 2 games, and we were
heartbreakers.
Heartbreaking fashion on both one. And we were a little down, but from there we kind of took off. It was kind of like we had to get our feet under us, and just the excitement of that first year. Will McCracken County work? Will we come together? And all those questions have long been answered. And now we're starting to see tradition. And, I can't say it's the same tradition that, Paducah or Mayfield or, some of these schools that have been around for a while. But, we're starting to get a culture around here for sports. And, in terms of the football program, I would say that first year was a very, very good team. But it's just really cool to see us and, the program now and how it has developed and grown and gotten, just better in many different ways. In 8 years, who knows what the next 8 years looks like, but it at times it feels like yesterday was our first broadcast, and there's times in which we feel like we've been doing this for a while. But it's been a pleasure to be able to do this, something you look forward to every fall.
No doubt. As this was a off-season unlike any other for any football program in this state, and we're not trying to beat this horse already. But it is going to be a factor, I think, in tonight's game and games all across the state. And that's a fact. In any normal offseason, you begin right after the dead period ends in July and go full force into football until about the 3rd weekend in August. That gives you about just over a full month, 5-6 weeks to get ready for the football season. This year, you've basically had 3 weeks from the time everything was cleared to start practicing to the game here tonight. All that to say, anyone expecting a flawless game, I think, from either side, that's a little bit too much perfection you're hoping for here tonight. I would fully expect, not only in this game, games all across the state, there's going to be games filled with mistakes, mental flaws, just trying to get through, because this is just week number 4, I guess you could say, coming up in practice versus what should be week 7, and that makes a big difference.
You're exactly right. And when they also lost out on spring practice, and in spring practice, there's contact, and then there's contact, early on in your late summer stuff, like right before July or before August happens, we're hitting, and so you're missing out on. These kids haven't been in pads, at all. So the adjustment to that. This will be, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times, maybe the first time they've actually. The KHSA rules about getting kids ready for the season. This is pretty much going to be one of their first. Role does that play in this game? There's a lot of questions that will be answered tonight, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's going to be very many pretty performances throughout the state. I think you got to kind of say, oh man, they look. Of course they do. They've been able to put pads on just a couple times, and they've been able to thud in practice, but there's been no scrimmages, and you work out a lot of mistakes. And even so, think about last year. We had a lot of mistakes in the first couple of games before we found our feet at Graves County and started to roll from there. But so both sides are in the same boat. That's a good thing. It's not like we've been shorted. We're going to be in the same boat. How do the teams navigate this offseason? This is questions.
It is a McCracken club that returns a lot of players from last season. We'll discuss the numbers of those players a little bit more in depth later on, but there is a newcomer, sorta, in this McCracken County Mustang offense, and I say sorta because he was able to get a start late in the season last year due to unfortunate circumstances. And that's Pryor Lamb, someone I know you and I think a lot of as we've watched him play so far. Great work ethic as we've been relayed by the coaches, and has a lot of upside. A sophomore quarterback making his season debut. He's only played once, and that was against a North Hardin ball club that featured 3 SEC caliber players on it, and one of the best North Hardin, North Hardin, yeah. One of the best teams they've ever had. Yep. And he didn't do bad when you consider the caliber he was playing. But now you've got the team is yours, and it will be exciting to see what he can do tonight under center for the Mustangs.
I mean, let's go back to Elijah Weed. His first season, he didn't even start his sophomore year. He took over like game 3, but he played, and there was growing pains. And so as normal with the sophomore, there's going to be some growing pains. But he's got the confidence of the coaching staff. He's got the confidence of the players. From all indications, from what I've heard, he's got a lot of confidence in himself. And so, like Coach Clark said Wednesday, he hasn't seen him get rattled yet. And that's going to be big for tonight, Is it the raucous 6,000-7,000 person crowd? No. But still, sometimes a quiet room is worse than a loud one. The best thing that he's got going for him is he's got a really good offensive line in front of him. So that helps him. He's not running for his life. And second of all, he's got a really good running back behind him. And I just think that Clark will ease him in. I wouldn't. I know last year we scored on our first play. I wouldn't be surprised if we tried to establish the run. But then again, Clark knows the confidence he has, the faith he has in Pryor to get the job done. Better than I do. So it'll be really interesting to see his role in the game, how comfortable he looks, and then how much he grows, because he's going to grow leaps and bounds, and by the time he's a senior, he's going to be a very solid player, right? Sophomore seasons are often filled with a little bit of ups and downs, but I fully suspect that Pryor will take hold of the reins and give us a good ride.
Looking at the Mayfield side of things, Mayfield had a great senior class last season as well, and I'm not going to jump in hyperbole and say one of the best players ever at Mayfield, because that's a long series of tradition, years of tradition in Mayfield, and it's just impossible to really kind of place Mayfield players today where they would rank in ancient history of Mayfield football when it first all began years ago. But you look at what they had last year. That was a really strong group they had last year, led by Jaden Stinson at quarterback. You had Cade Neely as wide receiver. That combo was lethal to deal with, and several others to go along with it. They lose that group and now have several they have to replace. But one thing they do have coming back is their running back, who had 1,500 yards last year, in Kylan Galbraith.
Yeah, he was actually a little bit of a surprise. We knew that that was his first year really kind of carrying the load. And last year they had a passing offense. Jaden was a pretty good quarterback. They had a really, really deep wide receiver group. And so because of that, they aired the ball out and were able to give Kylan some touches, but not like he wasn't the focal point of the offense. Well, now he's going to be carrying the weight, as just like Pryor, they have a sophomore quarterback as well. How does he perform? How does the new offense perform? And I remember Clark, and this was January, February, put out a list, or sent me and you a list of returning starters, and we have more returning starters than any team we face. That's our strength, is we have some experience. But you can't discount talent, So Mayfield always is talented. They always have a good game plan. They're always well coached. And every time you start saying Mayfield's down, that's always come back to bite you. So you don't want to say that. I want to see what this team is made of. They do have some experience on defense coming back, so that'll be really interesting to see how all that comes together tonight.
One thing Coach Clark said in our pregame interview that will air just a little bit later, you have to prove to me that Mayfield's not reloading year in and year out. That is something they do so well, and why they're one of the best programs not only in the state of Kentucky, but have in the top 5 in overall wins as a program in the nation.
Yep.
And so that will be something we watch later here tonight. We're just getting started on this 3-hour Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. Make your pregame or your postgame at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, and everything in between. The perfect stop for you if you're coming out to McCracken County High School tonight, or they are usually open late with COVID guidelines, so I do think they have to close early, so that may be in jeopardy. And I should have double-checked that one, but it is for sure. That's what I thought. It is for sure open before kickoff tonight, so make your stop at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. The Cellular Connection text hotline is back once again. And the way to get in touch with us and we can shout you out is the following phone number. Text us and let us know you're listening. Always include your name in that text and we will shout you out. The phone number to text us is 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. One last time, 270-557-8223. The first shout-out of the year is going to a Mayfield fan, but he's a big 99.5 The Fan 99.5 The Fan as well. Listens all the time. David Stroop, always good to hear from him, is a good friend of the program, a good friend of Mayfield football and high school sports in Region 1. Great to hear from you, my friend, as that's brought to you by the Cellular Connection. They're located on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah, and they are having a giveaway later tonight. For any of our listeners that are listening, we will have a contest coming up that we are going to tell you about, and the winner of it will win JBL Bluetooth speakers. And so if you are interested in a nice pair of Bluetooth speakers, JBL Bluetooth speaker, it is possible if you keep listening throughout the night. We will tell you what the contest is. You'll be texting us during that contest. The winner will win those speakers, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road. So text us, let us know you're listening, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. When we come back, we're going to take an in-depth look at this Mayfield-McCracken County rivalry. It has been a close one in all 7 seasons, and we're going to break it down just a little bit as we get set for year 8 of this fun rivalry when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. Hi, atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for a fun matchup tonight. McCracken County and Mayfield, as these two teams square off for the 8th year. And it has been a fun series so far. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit. You're welcome back to the Baird broadcast booth. Brent Hausman with Baird, is otherwise known as the Hausman Financial Group. Invites you to call them, whether you're opening an IRA, rolling over your 401k, or just opening an investment account. Call Brent Hausman and the Hausman Financial Group at 270-450-9900. Jared Adams, you and I have had a lot of fun covering McCracken County football games. We watched a lot of very high-intensity McCracken County football games, and a large number of those have come when the opponent is Mayfield.
You're exactly right. From the very first game we played with them, it went down to the wire. We couldn't get our kicker on in time to kick a field goal. We didn't have any timeouts. They were running the kicker on the field, and we weren't able to get the kickoff. It was a makeable field goal. I mean, that was our first game. To, the overtime win in the end zone where we stuffed an extra point, to, an overtime win at Mayfield. I mean, it's just been classic after classic. And in our short 8-year history with them, I believe we're 3-4.
Correct.
And, our 3 wins have come, dearly fought. There's no easy win against Mayfield, and Mayfield's gotten the better of us a couple times, by a couple touchdowns. So whenever you face Mayfield, it's not like an easy out. You're not, you always circle it on the calendar. It just so happens we're starting the year with this, which is really, really cool. Starting the year with a game like Paducah or Mayfield is just a fun way to start it. You're not, you intimately know the program, the players, you've watched them, and so that's been my excitement with covering this series, is just the fun of it. There's a lot of mutual respect too. There's not any bad feelings. It's like, I respect you, you respect me, and that's the way it should be.
If you were a casual observer of this rivalry, you would make note of the size differences of the schools, as McCracken County a 6A school and Mayfield is 2A, but that's not really a matter in this rivalry or any rivalry that Mayfield plays in. They play like a 6A program year in and year out. They play all across the state over their last 20 years. They play any size school that they can find to play. They do not back down from competition, and no better example of that than a school twice as large as them they have 14 straight wins against. And so that goes to tell you what kind of caliber football program they are. And so McCracken County 3-4 overall in the first 7 matchups. Let's go through each matchup and a little trip down memory lane in this rivalry. The first year, you mentioned it already, it was a great contest between these two schools at Mayfield. I remember how hot it was up in that press box, and on the field. And it was a game in which went back and forth. McCracken County made a run late and was in striking distance to kick a field goal. And a penalty moved things back, and then some discombobulation, really, I guess, with the Mustang offense, kind of forced a quick kick that went awry as buzzer expired, and Mayfield got a very nice 35-34 win over McCracken County. And it was a game in which was led by quarterback Zaire Hughes. He was 20 of 31 passing, 290 yards overall, 2 touchdown passes, as Zaire had a great year that season in his junior year. Jordan Troutman led all rushers. He had 125 yards rushing on 17 attempts, 2 touchdowns as well. Zaire had 2 rushing touchdowns on 72 yards and 17 attempts. And then Morgan Alexander, 77 yards receiving and a touchdown. Cole Osley, 65 yards receiving. Rasheed Jones, 63 yards receiving. And Jordan Troutman, 41 yards. Blake Kraut, 35 yards to round out for McCracken County. And that was the end of 2 heartbreaking games for McCracken County we've discussed already. The first 2 in program history. But it was also an indicator, Jared, this team and this program is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and it also proved that we can play with them. I think the first 2 games we lost by a combined total of 2 points. And, okay, we could have won those 2 games. It's not like going up against the 2 powerhouses in Western Kentucky, we just got blown out. It was like, oh, we're talented enough to play with them, and just a couple things go our way, and we're 2-0 that to start our football program here at McCracken County. But as it was good motivation for the kids to buckle down, and they did great the rest of that season. But yeah, that Mayfield game and that hot box, we were just sweating up there. It was just really cool to be a part of. It's like, wow, that was a great game.
The 2014 ball game, just as exciting, in fact, even more exciting, I guess you could say. It was an overtime finish for McCracken County, winning 38-37. And the reason that was so exciting, McCracken County got the football first in overtime, was able to get into the end zone. It was 31-31 at the end of regulation. McCracken gets the touchdown to make it 38-31. Then Mayfield gets the football, and they were able to march down and get into the end zone to make it 38-37. And then Coach Joe Morris, one of the great reasons he's a great head coach, he doesn't always necessarily go with what you think he might go with. He pulls rabbits out of the hat that almost always work. In this particular instance, it did not, as they had two great running backs in the backfield in Trajan Bright and Jordan Tyler. And Jordan, if you remember, was the big back that was a bruiser that could really get his yards in short distance if you needed him to. So Mayfield decided to go for two. This place was on its feet, and everyone knew the game was about to end one way or another, and the Mustangs were able to get to stop on the 1 yard line and get the 38-37 win.
Jack Moreland with the tackle.
That's right.
That was huge. I don't know if we just predicted it right, but we stuffed him in the hole. Jack Moreland able to break free. Really cool game. One of my favorites.
It was. As looking at the stats from that game, Zaire Hughes, 13 of 27 passes for 1 touchdown, 231 yards passing. It was Rasheed Jones leading all rushers. He had 50 net yards rushing on 7 attempts and a rushing touchdown. Zaire Hughes had 2 running touchdowns. He had 46 yards rushings as well. Rasheed Jones led all receivers with 79 yards receiving. Elijah Macklin had 71. Cole Womack was 67 yards receiving and a touchdown. And it was Zaire Hughes with 67 yards receiving and a touchdown as well. He did so much that year, did Zaire, as he was in all 3 statistical categories. And then you fast forward to 2015. It was a tied series 1-1. The Mustangs were able to get the win in War Memorial. And also a game we won't forget. It had its controversy back and forth, but the win gave McCracken County their 2nd consecutive win over Mayfield. They are the only program to do that to Mayfield over the last 15 years. Win 2 straight games against Mayfield in back-to-back seasons. No other team has been able to do that against this high-caliber program. It was a 37-31 overtime win once again, and we had some doubts on if we were going to pull that one out. It was a great game back and forth, but the Mustangs dug deep to get a hard-fought win.
If I'm not mistaken, we held the lead, and they would tie it. They took the lead at one point. We came back, and then they tied it up at the end of the game. I'm not real positive on that one, but I do remember they had their kicker missed a couple shots that would have really made it, ice the game or at least gotten real close, and we were able to pull that off in overtime. It
was Cash Jones starting the game for McCracken County. 201 yards passing for the Mustangs on that. 1 touchdown pass on 16 of 25 passing. Zaire Hughes, 88 yards rushing for the Mustangs in that one. It was Cash Jones having 72 yards rushing as well. Kwame Jones, 45 yards rushing. And then leading all receivers, Darian Woods, who had a fantastic season. 193 yards receiving that game. 2 pass receptions for touchdowns. And the Mustangs were able to get the win 37-31. The following year was at McCracken County, and this is a game where Mayfield was able to flex their muscle a little bit, get out to a pretty big lead that shrunk as the game was ending. McCracken County cut it to a 5-point game, but Mayfield was able to hold on 46-41 here at home, as Mayfield able to even up the series 2 wins apiece in a game in which Mayfield controlled for the most part that year.
Oh, yeah, they definitely were in the driver's seat. I don't know if we scored. We might have scored by halftime, but they were up by 3 touchdowns, and then I don't know if we found a groove or they relaxed, but it got real tight at the end. We were kind of, seeing the end of the game with us losing, and then we're like, oh wait, we could win, And if I'm not mistaken, we had an interception to seal the game, but we were driving. We were out like the 50, 40-yard line, and with less than a minute left, they intercepted us, and that kind of iced the game. But it was a game where we were on our way to tie it up or take the lead. There rarely has been I think maybe 1 year where we really never really in it. At that one it didn't look like it, and then it got real tight at the end.
It was Cash Jones with 247 yards passing and 3 touchdowns in that one for the Mustangs. Tayshawn Allen, 85 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Cash Jones also 59 yards carrying the football as well. Lawson Parrish, 49 yards receiving, Tice Daniel, 43 yards receiving with a touchdown. Darian Woods, 41 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns to round out the stats for McCracken County in that one to even up that series 2-2. Then in 2017, Mayfield was able to really open one up against McCracken County at War Memorial, and that felt like a long game. It was back and forth for a little bit, and then around the third quarter, Mayfield was able to open up and not look back. A very special Mayfield team that year. They were able to beat McCracken County 49-27 to take a 3-2 series lead. And that was one of those games that, as Coach Clark was in his first season, the Mustangs played hard. They gave it their all, but Mayfield was just a better team in that game.
So that was the first season with Clark. We had won against Paducah in overtime.
Right.
But didn't look sharp. And then I think we went down to Tennessee and didn't look sharp there.
Clarksville Northeast.
Yep. And the season from that point on, there was flashes in that game. And I remember talking with Clark afterwards, like, okay, if we just put this and this together, at times one side of the ball would play better, and then the other time the other side of the ball. And so if we could just all be playing well at the same time, we could compete against this team. But they were too much for us. They played mistake-free like Mayfield always does. And we just simply made too many mistakes, and that game got away from us. It was like, okay, if we just this one play goes right, and then things weren't really going in our direction that day.
As it was close for the most part until about midway through the third quarter, Mayfield pulled away for the 49-27 win, and that gave them a 3-2 series lead over McCracken County. 2018, the year of speak of, where McCracken County just really couldn't find their footing that game, and Mayfield was able to take over. They were able to rout McCracken 51-21, and it was a game that just was frustrating from the word go, and all the credit for that goes to Mayfield.
I'm trying to remember. Was that here?
That's correct. It was a game that they were able to strike first. Yes. And build a little bit of a lead and really had us back on our heels a bit.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. That was I guess 2 years in a row where they just really had our number, and that one especially was probably the one where I felt like the level between the two teams was at its greatest. We just didn't really feel like we had a chance at that game once it started. I think we felt good beforehand.
We did.
But if I'm not mistaken, they just totally shut down our offense. We just ground to a halt, and we just didn't we didn't have anything to get over that hump to really, we needed a big score, a big play, and we just couldn't get that.
It was Elijah Weed at quarterback, 7-16 passing, 109 yards with a touchdown. A young Hunter Bradley that year, 92 yards rushing, 11 rushing attempts for that, 92 yards. Alex Mazio led all receivers, 90 yards receiving with a touchdown, which leads us to last season, which was also a dandy, a game which you and I really didn't know what to expect. It was a game in which Mayfield was really kind of stuffing the box to force McCracken County beat them through the air. I remember first play of the game, they had 9 in the box. You noted that right before the snap, and sure enough, Elijah Weed dropped back, looked to his right, and was able to air it out to Franklin Hayes for an 80-yard touchdown to start the ball game. And that was kind of how the evening progressed. McCracken able to do what they wanted to for the most part in putting up 45 points for the win.
Yeah, they knew. I think the week before, Hunter had 300,000 yards against Graves, and so they knew that he was a big problem. I think they were very confident in their one-on-one coverage on Frank. Like it may be an we can shut him down with one guy, and it was a beautiful throw by Elijah Wheat. Frank obviously just caught it and was gone. I don't think there was anyone within 20 yards of him when he crossed into the end zone. And that was a great indication of not only that night, but our season. You take one thing away, we can beat you with another, right? I remember Apollo tried the same thing and had success with that for a half a quarter before we really figured it out. You take one part of our offense away, we'll go with the other. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mayfield tries that again tonight. Says, okay, we're going to test you, quarterback. We're going to try to pack the box and try to beat you through the air. So I don't doubt that would be a similar strategy that they try. But, yeah, that was a strategy tried by several throughout the year.
Indeed it was. As it was Elijah Weed, 369 yards passing last season against Mayfield for 4 touchdowns on 18 pass completions. Hunter Bradley, while being keyed on, still put up 150 yards rushing in what was an unbelievable season last year for Hunter in his junior season. 2 touchdowns as well for Hunter. And then leading all receivers, Franklin Hayes, 272 yards receiving against Mayfield last year with 3 touchdowns. And even after saying all that, the Mustangs put up 45 points. It was not over until the absolute end of the ballgame.
Yeah. In fact, I think one of the biggest plays of the game came right before halftime. Xander Mays catches a touchdown running into their end zone, so they had all the tailgaters lined up. The clock goes off while the ball's in the air. The pressure Xander was in. I remember thinking, oh, that's one of those microcosms of pressure, and he caught it and hauled it in for a touchdown. I believe they had scored real late.
They did
first half, and we're like, we've got to respond. And wow, and that kind of set the tone. Like, when we need something, we're gonna get it, And Xander wasn't the leading receiver, but he was so clutch there. Ian McCune had an interception late on a screen. And Hunter Black, so there's obviously Franklin is the story of the night. So is a stellar play by Elijah Wheat, but we had a lot of other kids really contributing and big moments out of them as well.
It was a McCracken win, 45-35, marking their second win at War Memorial as a program, And McCracken is the only program to win at War Memorial over the last 13 seasons. Mayfield is undefeated over 80 games against every other opponent they've played except McCracken County. 2 things, that is absolutely unbelievable. The amount of success Mayfield has year in and year out, that you go undefeated against essentially everybody at home, a similar record on the road. That's just an unbelievable testament.
Yes, it is. That's not an easy place to win.
Oh, my.
And obviously the program has had its success, and the environment there, and it's not just that, it's the way Mayfield plays. They're never out of it. You can never relax. They always play a clean game. Rarely do they beat themselves, and that is just a testament to that program, and of course something we should be proud of because we were able to get that accomplishment.
It is a fun rivalry. McCracken County and Mayfield, filled with respect on both sides. Year 8 of the rivalry will kick off in about 2 hours and 20 minutes here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. When we come back, we're going to have several shout-outs to get to, but we're also going to chat with Region 1 Sports' Brian York, and he will give us his thoughts on tonight's matchup as well as matchups around the region, and we'll talk high school sports when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. right, Brian, count to 10 for me, buddy.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gotcha. We'll be with you in just a moment.
All right.
Back here, Marquette Stadium, getting you set for a fun matchup tonight between the McCracken County Mustangs and the Mayfield Cardinals as we count you down to kickoff about 2 hours and 18 minutes away in front of a reduced capacity crowd. It should be a fun one in year 8 of this fun rivalry so far. Welcome back to the Baird booth. Whether you're opening up 1K, an IRA, or just an investment account, call Brent Hausman with Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. You can also text us tonight. Let us know you're listening. Give us your final score predictions as well. We're going to have a contest later where you can receive a couple of goodies. We'll tell you more about that in just a little bit, but let us know you're listening. You can text us on the text hotline at 270-557-8223. That's 270-557-8223. We have one for you, Jared, from Mary and Bill Miller. I wanted to thank you for assisting in the development of their son, Blakely Miller.
Yeah, Blakely's first year was his 7th grade year playing football, and him and his dad had a deal, and so he came out and very quickly, he didn't know much about playing football, and very quickly it was quite obvious that this is a kid who's very hungry to learn, very intent on improving. Every time that you did something, he had questions, he was curious, and just took off. And I don't think even he was even on my radar at the beginning of the season in terms of whether or not he was going to be starting. But I don't think he ever missed a game. And obviously, you see where he is now quite the drive. And it was just really cool to see a kid who's just eager to be coached and wanted to learn. That eagerness is rare, and it's a lot of fun when you get something like that.
Indeed it is. And shout out to them, courtesy of the Sailor Connection on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah, as they have a pair of JBL Bluetooth speakers to give away later tonight. We will tell you how you can win those throughout the broadcast here on 99.5 The Fan. It is an absolute pleasure of mine to welcome our first guest here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show tonight. And it is someone you heard a little bit over 45 minutes ago here on 99.5 The Fan, and that is Brian York. Brian, my friend, I know you're coming out here later tonight. Good evening to you, and how excited are you to have high school football back?
It's back. I still can't believe it. I feel like I've gone 5 months without seeing you, and then all of a sudden the last week I from you, so I know it's back.
That's right. As you and I see each other through the hallways of broadcasting. And for those of you that have not listened to Region 1 Sports, you're doing yourself a disservice. They are on Monday through Friday once again, as they have now gone back to 5 days a week on F4 podcast. When I'm ask you to do that, this conversation ends though. Me, you want this one tonight. Some X factors on different county and Mayfield here.
You know they're going. The names are different. We're used to seeing start on 5 on defense, but young Mayfield team, and then with McCracken, you've got all back, all experience back. Keep 2 starters. McCracken, and I may be a lot in the region, but this matchup tonight, we're going to learn a lot. The expectation is McCracken's going to and that pressure. It
is a game. McCracken in the media in that, and you show about is always to pick a, and that is Coach Joe. They're always ball game. They're going to make in every game.
Yeah, and they coach in the they 100 young talent for Mayfield with Roger have returning to pack that box in, come after him, put the pressure on him, and say, listen, we might not be able to take away the run, we're going to take away the air. And that may be what you see tonight out of them.
Agreed. It will be a fun matchup to watch, and it will be a matchup in which you break down completely on Monday. Jared and I were talking, and I know from you to just but a state. You and I talked earlier. These teams have really 3 weeks for each other. Other team in this because it could turn to this game.
The first week or two of the season, you've got rough penalties or offside penalties, and just that you don't not across the region, across the state, where these it drives crazy. You know, it's kind of how to avoid those than any as you would be. In a normal year, now you've got 3 weeks to practice. I think it's going to be football tonight.
We will talk our prediction at let's move down the road of town to Bruce County and Tillman tonight. And Paducah. Always week when McCracken and Mayfield on Waves and Tillman play in same county every tonight. 2 teams match. You have Paducah Tillman. You have a lot of returning on grade. Talk about what for in this one and give me your just on this matchup.
You know, Tillman last 2 years, almost all of their off production. A team that's going to really think more than a couple of great though you return it's all back. Keep back. You got your starting running back, back. I'm going to be really good. Once again, it's the first night of the year. They're going to be sloppy, but I think they're going to be really good running an offense. And Tillman, you know, kind of gotten to that spot now where they earn your years. You look at it and go, well, they might be down this year, and then they punch out not supposed to. You know, so I think you look at it and you go, team, I'm never going to keep getting to the point, but team this year is really, really.
No doubt about it. That will be going on at McWright Field. And Rivalry in football, always fun when these two get together. 2 fan bases that don't. That's Callaway. No, it's to go to. Last you see in the match between the Lakers and the Marshals?
To me, these other games we talked maybe even game. These 2 teams come in similar spots. You've got a new year head Marshall, and we had him. Chelsea had talked to him earlier this week, and one of the things he had pointed out was he didn't even get spring practice. Nobody got spring practice, but he's coming in with 3 weeks of practice, period, with this team.
Yep.
He's coming in as fresh as anybody. And so I think Marshall's going to have a lot of growing pains. But Callaway, man, they've been hard to put a finger on the last few years, kind of get that pulse of what they are. So I think tonight's going to be a really even battle. That may not be the best football in the region tonight, but it's going to be close. It's going to be a good game.
Before we get to your final score predictions, I want you to talk about who you think the top 3 teams in the region are football-wise. It's always something you guys enjoy doing on the show, and since you've completed your shows for this week, I felt like I could ask it for tonight. Going into the action, it will likely change, I'm sure, on Monday. But coming into the first matchups of the season here tonight, your top 3 teams in the region are what?
All right, I'll start with 3. I got Graves County at number 3. To me, when you start a season, you go with what's known, and you just have so many known elements back for Graves County. Their interior, their line on defense and their linebackers all graduated, but their whole secondary's back. So there'll be some growing pains there, but I just like the returning personnel. Coach Kemp's done a great job. What he did as an interim coach last year to get that team to 7-5 with a whole bunch of new starters, I like where they are. Number 2, I've got Mayfield. I don't have them number 1. A lot of people look at Mayfield as a favorite again this year, but they just got so many new names back. One of the things we talked about this week, they are the definition of doesn't rebuild, reloads, but they're reloading a lot of spots this year. But they're at number 2 because you can't count them out. And then number 1, I've got McCracken. Just way too much talent, both sides of the football back. You guys have 17 seniors, 15 starters. That's always a special thing to have. Hunter Bradley, to me, is the best player in the region on offense. I like where the Mustangs are.
There you go. There's really no arguments for me on that. I'm going to ask Matt here in just a little bit that same question. So before we let you go, let's take a look at the 3 games we mentioned. I'm going to let you now throw out some final score predictions on the score for that one.
I think this is going to be low scoring. I think these are 2 teams evenly. It's going to be something like 17-10.
It's that one.
I've gone back and forth on this game all week long. I look at this game. If you remember last year, Graves went to Murray and upset Murray by 3, and it kind of shocked the region. I think this game feels like that, except it's a home game for Tillman. I kind of put Tillman in that they may play the Graves County role this year, and Graves may play the Murray role, where Graves is kind of the favorite when you look at them on paper, but Tillman may come in and go, but we still got something. I've gone back and forth all week. I still like Graves in this one. I like their offense. There's more knowns than unknowns. This is going to be a low score. Crazy, but we're one of the few in the media that thinks McCracken's going to win this game for some reason. I haven't figured that out. Again, I go back to the same reason why I picked Graves. So many more known elements, so many more guys back, not just with experience, but a lot of talent back.
Right.
I like, the defense for McCracken. Mayfield, good quarterback, a lot of your receivers back. I've got McCracken by 10.
Excellent. That is great analysis. Of course, Jared and I approve that as well. But in all seriousness, always a pleasure to talk to you. Before I let you go, you have 2 great co-workers with you, in Chris the Guy and Chelsea. Chelsea with you now 2 days a week. And once again, tell folks how they can to you every afternoon or by podcast.
It's amazing. We're on the radio, of course, on 99.5 The Fan, but I even get a lot of people in McCracken who say, man, I crossed the county line going home from work or coming in and can't get it. You can. It's anywhere you get your podcast. Just go click subscribe. Even if you maybe can't listen every day, once you click subscribe or where you get your podcast, you can always stay caught up on what's going on. Today, we're talking every day. We're talking high school every day. just search Region 1 Sports. And this year with Chelsea, follow us on social media.
Yep.
We're going to be in multiple places every Friday night, multiple places throughout the week, so you can always keep up there.
She does a great job. When are you giving her a nickname that Chris the Guy has? When does she graduate to her nickname?
Well, I can't promote her to that yet because I earn it. I think she's trying. So
y'all do. That's right. Y'all do a great job, and appreciate your time as always. And we'll see you out here at Marquette Stadium in just a little bit.
Looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
Yes, it will. Thank you, brother.
Right,
That is
thanks,
Brian York with the Region 1 Sports Report. Listen to him every afternoon here on 99.5 The Fan at 4 p.m. or on podcast, wherever you listen to your podcasts. Whenever Jared Adams and I return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, we will get the voices of the Mayfield Cardinals, two great friends of mine and always fun to talk with. Vince Dawson and John Champion will preview the matchup with Mayfield and McCracken County. That's when we return here on 99.5 The Fan. Hi atop Marquette Stadium as we are back on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, counting you down to kickoff between the Mustangs and the Cardinals of Mayfield. We are exactly 2 hours away from getting this one kicked off at a reduced capacity Marquette Stadium. This is the Brent Hausman Baird broadcast booth. Whether you're opening up a 401k, IRA, or just an investment account, call Brent Hausman at Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. It is an absolute pleasure of mine to chat with these next two gentlemen, whether on the radio or off. They are avid followers of Mayfield football, have followed it for many years, covered it on radio as well. It is a pleasure to welcome on both Vince Dawson and John Champion. Vince, John, good evening. You and I just chatting. It didn't feel like we were going to be here, maybe even just a month ago, but here we are, two great teams getting set to square off here tonight.
Yeah, John and I had been chatting about that on and off the past couple of months. We're going to have it, we're not going to have it. Literally day to day, something would change. You get your hopes up, and then all of a sudden, oh no, it's not going to happen. But finally it has. The and I got to give the KHSAA Board of Control and the commissioner a lot of credit because they stood up when people didn't want them to. And it's not often you could say that, but they did, and they thought about the kids. Yeah. I mean, that's, and I've got a 15-year-old daughter at home. I mean, it's about routine. And if you don't keep them in a routine, her and I are going to slug it out one day. I mean, I'm going to kill her. But seriously, they do. They needed to get back to school. They needed to get back in a routine, and especially with athletics. And I know a lot of fans, both McCracken and Mayfield, are disappointed because they might not have gotten tickets to the games, but keep trying. These poor guys are doing everything they can. You got Geno Miller on this side, Coach Joe Morris on the other side. They've got to go by these mandates, and if they don't go by the mandates, then we won't have any fans, and we may not be here either. So we've got to do what they say, and because it's like the old adage, you'll get caught. I mean, if you do something you shouldn't, you can just get caught up in a second. So it's just great to be back. Great to talk to you, see you. Gosh, it sounds like we're dating, don't it?
That's right. As much as you and I love catching up when we see each other, it looks that way, I'm sure, to others that are around us. But it is great to be here, and you have, over the last couple of years, I think, John, this is your third year in the Mayfield booth?
Second
year, okay.
I kind of picked up 3 years ago about a half season of basketball when Mayfield was getting really good. It's
great
time I'm going to sit in on this broadcast.
It was always great to listen to you guys. I would be able to listen some nights when we were on a Saturday and you were on a Friday.
Right.
But this is a game in which we really don't know what to expect for a variety of reasons. It is a game in which the teams have only had 3 weeks to prepare for each other. They really haven't been hitting in practice due to COVID guidelines. And it's a team in which McCracken County, a lot returning, Mayfield not as much returning. And so you wonder if that will play an effect as well. Just going to be a lot of questions up in the air here tonight.
Yeah, first of all, Eric, I know we're not Paducah Tillman, who you typically open the season with. I hope we're a suitable replacement to open the season with. I mean, really, if you're not going to get Paducah Tillman and McCracken to play first game of the year, Mayfield and McCracken, not a bad way to go.
It's not bad to go from your crosstown rival to a rival that's top 5 in the nation in wins.
There you go, yeah. And Mayfield, as you just mentioned, does have more question marks tonight, I think, than McCracken. We're kind of in the same boat as far as starting a new quarterback. Our primary wide receiver is going to be new out there. Of course, Franklin last year for McCracken, doing so many good things for this ball club. And, of course, Cade Dealey for Mayfield, setting records for Mayfield as far as touchdown catches, receiving. So we are going to see some new faces out there. The big question for Mayfield tonight, really both the line play, the offensive, defense. And as you talked about, really haven't had a chance to get in those pads for very long. No scrimmages this year, so Mayfield's, got some question marks out there, and some of these young guys are going to have to grow up in a hurry and really going to have to play physical ball. I know Vince talked to one of our coaches this week, and he said you just want to know what the minimum intensity is for our guys on the line. Do they want to get out there and mix it up, or are they going to get pushed around? So that'll be something to watch throughout the game tonight.
It is a game in which for Mayfield and McCracken County both, you have a high-caliber opponent on the opposite sideline. You really can't afford to make too many mistakes tonight, but it's almost unfair not to expect mistakes tonight, being only your 4th week of playing high-level football, whether in practice and now in games.
Yeah, 3 days of contact basically is all both teams have had. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Then you have your pregame yesterday. So I told Joe, I said I think it's going to be sloppy. I said I hope I'm wrong, but it's going to boil down to turnovers and penalties. Our young guys, if they jump on the line all night long, we're in for a long night. They've got talent. They just haven't had the play. I mean, I saw a picture, their team picture the other day. They took it out at War Memorial Stadium. All of the underclassmen were in white jerseys, and the seniors were in red jerseys, and they were at the bottom. And something we haven't had in a long time is only 6 seniors. Mm-hmm. So it makes a huge difference with the experience. And most of these kids have experience in it, but a lot of it was mop-up duty at the end of the games, and they just don't have the first team experience, and they're going to get awakened to a beast, I've got a feeling, tonight.
Mayfield has, year in and year out, looked to play anyone and everyone. They do not go by the mantra of being a 2A school, and they certainly don't play like it. They will play a school of any size, obviously McCracken County being 6A, and you have racked up achievements after achievements. Your rival in Paducah Tillman winning 14 straight times over them. You've played much bigger schools getting wins year in and year out. But this McCracken County Mayfield rivalry in the first 7 seasons, and I'll start with you on this, John, has been special. It has been back and forth. Mayfield leads the series 4-3. You have an affinity for both schools, obviously an alma mater of Mayfield, and you bleed Cardinal Red, but you have an appreciation and a fandom for McCracken County as well, with family members associated with the school.
Exactly.
It's been a fun rivalry that I think both sides can really appreciate their teams and what they've been able to do in the rivalry.
Yeah, Mayfield doesn't run away from anybody when it comes to who they play. I mean, we were scheduled to play a team from Memphis,
Right.
because early in the season that's all we could find last year, and for this year too. Of course, that game got wiped out. But Mayfield's known to have to drive long distances just to find an opponent. And I'm not saying the other teams around here are scared, but it really just benefits Mayfield to play the harder competition. And we've always taken the mantra of, you play the best, you try to beat the best, and that makes you better in the end. And that's exactly what Mayfield does. And they've had some pretty good success even playing when these against these bigger schools. The number of wins. But, look at the series as far as meeting Mayfield, as far as having the best competition around. It is McCracken County for Mayfield. Now, maybe that'll change. Paducah is getting better and better each year. But right now, it's Mayfield and McCracken that are, I think, really head and shoulders above every other team in this end of the state.
Go ahead.
It's a shame they've got to play the first game when we're really not ready. And if you could play later on in the year, it would be a really good game. But that's the way it's drawn up, and that's what we have to live with.
It's one thing I've enjoyed about this, going from the second game, the first 2 years of this rivalry, to the fourth game, because you essentially have a month to build up, and I think that's been a benefit of the rivalry as the quality of games we have witnessed over these 7 seasons. Now, before we let you go, let's talk about some of the names that McCracken County fans will hear tonight from Mayfield. Talk about who will be leading the Cardinals this year, and I know that's still an open-ended question, but who do you look for to be coming out and playing big roles for the Mayfield Cardinals?
Well, hopefully Kylan Galbraith, the running back. He amassed almost 1,600 yards last year. But that depends on our line tonight. If he can get out and get in the open. Zane Cartwright is a young sophomore quarterback. He's gotten bigger and stronger, but he's still pretty tiny and inexperienced. He got some mop-up duty last year, but that's all he got. And then on the defensive side, it's where we've got more experience over there. Jax Rogers, our linebacker, he made All-State last year as a sophomore. Also linebacker Cookie, Nathan Watkins, going to be a linebacker. Derek Stewart on the end. Trey, what's his name? Thomas? Trey
Arnold?
Trey Arnold. Yeah, I was close. I had a vowel in there. Yeah, I mean, it's been
if they're making all the plays, then it's not going well up front. I mean, if you're getting all the way to the linebacker, you're getting 4 or 5 yards probably a pop, and Mayfield can't let that happen. And then, if we do key in on the run, you just wonder how the new quarterback, Lamb, I believe, from McCracken, don't know what his arm strength is, or is he able to go down the field against us? So we've got guys in the secondary that are like brand new. You talk about Friday Night Lights. These guys were getting Monday Night Lights last year, playing all those JV games. So, if Lamb is able to throw over the top, then you have to worry about Mayfield in the secondary because they are so new back there.
Vince Dawson and John Champion, the two voices you are hearing, and you will hear them on WYMC for the Mayfield Cardinals football coverage. Doing a great job night in and night out. One person that is, I really think, if not the best coach in the state, one of the best coaches in the state, Joe Morris, as he has had a lot to live up to being a Morris at Mayfield. I think he's exceeded that expectation and has had a wonderful career at Mayfield. This is a subject he will not discuss with anyone, as you were telling me, but you always have to wonder, how much longer will he be roaming the sidelines at Mayfield? And I'm sure it's in the back of the minds of all Mayfield fans.
It is, and Joe just doesn't want to talk about it right now, but this is my opinion. Joe and I have known each other since we were kids. Well, I mean, tiny kids. And I think this year may do him in, and I may be overstepping my bounds. But
as an AD and coach.
Yeah, as both, and he has had the headaches, and, I've talked to him a few times, and it gets to where it's comical. I mean, I can't laugh at him because he'll climb through the phone and punch me, but it just gets to the point where, gosh, Joe, it's amazing your head hadn't exploded. And it's going to anytime.
And if there's a year that will try your patience, it's this year.
Yes.
Considering everything that's gone on so far. And, of course, him being the athletic director, we've still got basketball season to try to get through. So, yeah, a lot weighs on you when you're a coach, head coach, and an athletic director.
You know, you were talking about some of the teams that we have played, and it's funny, Coach Jack Morris and I were talking a couple of weeks ago, and one of the best teams I've ever seen, probably the best team I've ever seen at War Memorial, was back in '77 when we scheduled East St. Louis, Illinois. I mean, they had a couple of players that went pro, and we beat them 22-21. I'll tell you when we get off the air how. But they had people running up and down the field. And then when we did beat them, our locker room was trash. They threw stuff out the bus on the way through Mayfield.
Gracious visitors, huh?
Oh, yeah. I would say visitors. But I'll tell you again off the air.
It is a fun time talking with you both. Before we let you go, we've kind of discussed it already, but let's pinpoint your keys to the game here tonight in McCracken County and Mayfield.
You want fetch, John?
I think Mayfield's got to come out with a Mayfield attitude. I mean, I know these guys are out there. They're young guys, and they haven't had a lot of varsity playing time, as Vince mentioned, just kind of in a mop-up duty. But they've got to have the Mayfield mentality that we are Mayfield. You know, we have the red helmets, the tradition. We haven't changed any of that in years and years and years. And come out and play like you know where you're from. It's your Mayfield. And, I mean, that at some point physicality is going to take over perhaps. But come out here with pride, play your best, and know that this is just the first game of the season, which a few weeks ago didn't look like it happened. So just be happy to be out here. And we know whatever happens tonight, both teams will see improvements as we get deeper into the season. So just play your best and try to keep those mistakes at a minimum.
And I think a lot of it's going to be turnovers and penalties for us, the young team. If we can hold those down, we'll stay in the game. If we turn it over and get nervous, we're going to be in trouble.
Should be a fun one tonight, gentlemen. Not only tonight, but this season. I know you have big games coming up beyond this one as well. Graves County, Paducah, Tillman, several others. It's just great to be back here at the football field.
It is, and we were talking about that on the way over here. It's just so much fun. And you get up here, you get those nerves about you. That's the first game of the year. Your equipment won't work. You get everything done. So far, so good. We're all set up, and that may blow up in a minute. But, you know, I'll take it. I'll just yell all the way to Mayfield. I don't care.
And they'll hear you.
3 weeks into the season, or starting 3 weeks late into the season, I thought, well, at least maybe we'll have some cooler weather, but not really the case. It's still pretty warm, yeah.
It looks like there might be some, as you are the weather meteorologist amongst us, maybe a week and a half away, if not earlier. But
yeah, the timing has to be just right. You know, it'll probably show up on Tuesday and Wednesday, which will make great work for practice. But you know, Friday night it probably heat up once again. So fingers crossed that it will start to cool down and finally feel like football weather.
Indeed, it is just around the corner. Football is here, and you two are getting ready to go on radio. It really doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't, and it's a lot of fun. And we've got a lot of support back home, a lot of listeners tonight, as well as you will have too, because capacity is cut down. What did they make capacity over?
35% to start.
35%. Well, that's good. That's better than I had anticipated. So you can't gripe about that. But you know, McCracken fans, Mayfield fans, you have to be patient.
That's right.
I mean, you can't get mad at Coach Miller. It's not him. It's not the administration. It's state mandates. And same thing at Mayfield. So have a good game tonight, Eric, and I hope you lose.
That's right. Right back to you, my friend. It's always a pleasure, Vince and John. Have fun tonight, and we'll be seeing you in the coming weeks, all right?
All right,
We
sounds
sure
good.
will.
All right, that is Vince Dawson and John Champion, the voices of the Mayfield Cardinals on WYMC, and they will be having the coverage here tonight and all season long, basketball season as well. We'll catch up with them then, I'm sure. This is the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. Make your pregame or postgame at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, and more at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Counting down to tip-off, or kickoff, I should say. We're about an hour and 45 minutes away between Mayfield and McCracken County. Ed Marlowe of the Paducah Sun when we return on 99.5 The Fan.
20 seconds.
Hi, atop Marquette Stadium, McCracken County High School, here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. We are counting you down to kickoff. I'd say about an hour and 40 minutes away from kicking off this matchup between the Mayfield Cardinals and the McCracken County Mustangs here in the Baird broadcast booth. Whether you're rolling over your 401k or opening an IRA or just an investment account, call Hausman Financial Group, Brent Hausman, Larry Hausman. They're there for you along with their entire team, 270-450-9900. As Jared Adams joining me as always. Jared, it was just a lot of fun listening to Vince and John and their Mayfield football history. Great men. Great knowledge about Mayfield and football in general. Just a lot of fun to talk to.
That's the kind of football talk you like, is guys who've been around the game at the high school level, especially when they've specifically followed one team, and just to hear their perspective, their stories. You know, I went to school at a high school that had a deep, strong football tradition, and you just know that, you know, the Hardys in the morning, they're surrounded by guys talking about the game from the night before. That's just Mayfield football. You know, they breathe it, and it's fun to see that kind of enthusiasm, passion, talking about games that have happened decades ago and like it was just yesterday. And that's just exciting for me to be able to hear that.
Indeed, as it was a fun conversation. Two great men on WYMC in Mayfield. You can text us and let us know you're listening on the Cellular Connection text hotline. The phone number to do that, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. As you can text us, let us know you're listening, give us your name, and also you can text us right now and give us your final score prediction on tonight's game. Include your name in that prediction, and the winner of that contest will receive a prize in which we will tell you about later tonight. So text us, let us know you're listening. Also, while you do that, let us know your final score prediction. David Stroop, who we shouted out earlier, has given his. Give us yours as well, and you may have a chance to win a prize from us here at 99.5 The Fan. It is now time to chat with someone we speak to often, think highly of, have many text message conversations with them, as well as phone conversations, and that is Ed Marlowe of the Paducah Sun. Ed, good evening to you, my friend.
Man, when Jared started talking about Hardee's, I just started thinking about like a really nice egg and cheese biscuit and coffee, talking about the football game the night before, probably the one that I covered. So between that and staring at the beautiful American flag that is flowing beautifully in the wind off of the fire engine here, just in the south end zone here at Marquette Stadium, I was almost lost in translation. Football is here, and it's amazing to see.
It is, and it's a place in which I did not necessarily think we were going to be 1 month ago.
I didn't either.
As the Board of Control was getting set to meet, a lot of speculation on what was going to happen, and it then turned out to where it was a 16-2 vote to play. A little bit of scare after that, but we're here, we're playing. But we're playing, understandably, with a lot of stipulations in place for player safety, for fan safety, everyone associated with the game here tonight. My question is, though, COVID is affecting everyone in various ways, and it affects coverage, I'm sure, for the Paducah Sun and how you cover sports this year. What's this like for you, being the lone sports writer this year on the day-to-day basis at the Paducah Sun?
Well, the top two challenges I would have to say immediately, one is just a lack of bodies. Obviously, from a corporate standpoint, COVID, over the last 6 to 8 months has been a challenge for multiple businesses across the country, but especially at the microeconomic level. So page counts and just people to do the job are probably the first two things that go in the newspaper business, and that's not just in Paducah. That's been across the country. So that's been challenge number one. And a lot of my really good friends have been furloughed during this situation. That being said, Eric, as we continue to vamp up and hopefully do this the right way and get to, coaches have just told me, let's just get to week 2. and see where we are at that point. My plan, me personally at the Paducah Sun, is to just put as much coverage as I can out there before I pass out each night. So if it goes in the newspaper, great. If it's online, great. If it's on Twitter, great. Just go follow all three, and hopefully you'll see something you like. And if you don't, let me know. I'm reading my emails probably in my sleep. So it's a lot of fun. I'm glad sports is back. And as we continue to gear up, from my perspective, absolutely there's challenges, but I'll meet them just like everybody else has had to over these last 6 months.
That voice you hear, Ed Marlowe of the Paducah Sun, alongside Jared Adams. I'm Eric Schumbler. Thanks for joining us here tonight on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. You mentioned your friends that were furloughed. That leads me into the person I was going to talk about next, and that's Al Willman, someone you and I both think of dearly. Was able to chat with him last night after his Detroit Tigers put up 6 runs in the 9th innings on the Cardinals last night.
You hate to see it, Eric.
Oh, it was a killer. I know you were just dying right there with me. But
my Reds have been miserable this year.
That's right.
So
that's right. They face off tonight. By the way.
And it'll be in the Paducah Sun tomorrow.
There you go. That's right. But Al Willman's someone that did a great job alongside you at the Paducah Sun, and I know you already miss, but I'm certain you're going to miss tonight and in the coming weeks.
Yeah, we'll attack the challenge head on. Obviously, we have a longtime clerk in John Futrell, who's been beyond invaluable to the Paducah Sun over the last 2 decades, going back to the Steve Millizer and Joey Foster days. And, of course, Dusty Luthi and so on and so forth have all worked with John. He'll do great work. He's at Tillman and Graves tonight. He's an older gentleman. He is Twitterless, but his writing stands for itself. So we'll have some coverage on that in tomorrow's paper. But, I will miss Al. I talk to Al frequently. It's definitely going to be a challenge. I hope as we continue to see things open back up that we'll explore the opportunity of some gainful employment in that position. I know when Murray State Athletics revamps and gets going itself, I'll have to personally attack that challenge myself until we get further notifications on whether we're going to, expand our coverage area. But, obviously Murray State Athletics is important here in Western Kentucky, and to the Paducah Sun readers, McCracken County, Paducah Tillman, CCA, St. Mary coverage also just as important. So it's a delicate balance, and, I'm looking forward to figure out how I play it all out.
It will be fun to watch. We'll be reading every step of the way as well. Let's get your thoughts on tonight's matchups that are in this county, and that's without prediction. We'll ask your prediction later. I know it. So think on that one as well. But your thoughts on McCracken County and Mayfield, the keys you see to this contest.
I love this game. I love this game. It's a great game every year, no matter what week it's played. I really think Mark Clark probably said it succinctly in the best when we talked earlier this week. There's 2 questions that I see in this game. 2 sophomore quarterbacks, and 2 big-time experienced running backs. And I'm not trying to slight any sort of defensive pressure there, but I mean it'll lead to defensive questions. What is Kylan Galbraith going to do tonight? What is Hunter Bradley going to do coming back from his devastating injury last year? He looks stronger than ever. Kylan Galbraith looks stronger than ever. They're both going to be relied upon in each of these offenses. And then from a quarterback standpoint, what are each of these quarterbacks capable of doing? There are going to be plenty of times tonight, Eric, where you, Jared, myself, Vince, we're going to look at the field and be like, man, that wasn't a great play by the quarterbacks. Yeah. And then 2 snaps later, oh man, there's a light bulb that just came on with Prior Lamb. He figured it out. He sees the check down. And then the same with Zane Cartwright. I expect 2 sophomore quarterbacks to really start to blossom tonight as they take over very, vaunted and revered programs. So, I hate to not give the defense any love here because both teams return, respective starters. But your storylines tonight is your offense. Who gets going on offense effectively and why? And which sophomore quarterback is further along. So I expect this game to be extremely tight. So,
looking across town at McRacken Field, Graves County and Paducah Tillman getting set to square off tonight. We'll get your prediction on that one later, but your thoughts on the keys to that one tonight.
Again, I think it comes down to kind of 2 really offensive questions. How in rhythm is John Ben Brown after a 22-touchdown, 11-interception season last year? He's one of the more seasoned quarterbacks in District 1, first region. If you think about it, threw for more than 2,000 yards. His first year, he had to replace this guy. I don't know if you know him. His name's Ryan Mathis.
Yeah.
That was a tough assignment, Mm-hmm. And there were a lot of questions last year on whether, why did Nick Kemp not go with a guy, Cody Goley, at quarterback, and that's because Cody needed to be, at running back and at linebacker. And you can't play 3 positions in high school football unless you're going to take on some punting duties. That's 3 demanding positions. So John Ben Brown at quarterback, and then Clint McKee, who really should have gotten a little bit more, notoriety last season, after finishing with more than, 1,600 yards of all-purpose yard, just dominant, at his size. Oh, and by the way, he's a junior.
Yeah.
So, those 2 guys. And then for Tillman, how do you replace Damian Ford and Jaden Freeman? You guys saw them firsthand last year, how fun they were to watch at Marquette Stadium. They were great all year. They put together nearly 80% of Tillman's offense, just those 2 guys alone last year. So what does Tillman's offense look like this year with Cam Marshall controlling all the sticks? So again, another offensive question there. Both of those teams returned some key defensive players, so I don't think there's too much question as to how good their defenses can be. It's just going to be, can their offenses really get going? So again, another tight contest over at McCracken.
And what's one other matchup maybe you have your eye on, and you can give your prediction in that particular matchup if you want?
Crittenden Caldwell. I wish I was in Princeton, and that's no disrespect to McCracken and Mayfield. I know how special this game is, but first of all, I was born in Princeton, raised in Cadiz, so I've kind of got a heart for the smaller towns, in Western Kentucky, and I think Crittenden Caldwell is going to be a terrific game. Crittenden hasn't beaten Caldwell since 2009. Both teams are going to be really, really good this year, and they're going to do special things. But Crittenden is probably the most well-rounded small school in this area, not named Mayfield. And they return 20 of 22 starters, I believe 20 or 21 starters. They have Xander Tabor, who's getting some Murray State, looks right now. He rushed for a school record 1,616 yards last year. Just really special, and he's got a lot of great pieces around him as well. And then Caldwell, obviously, this is going to be Will Barnes' first year taking over the mantle for for his father, David. Rest in peace. We're obviously still thinking about you a year after everything, and that's going to be probably an emotional game for Will, just because even though he was on the sidelines last season, he so that's going to be a really special game. I think they've got 700 fans allowed in attendance. And, man, it's going to be a great 700 because they're going to see a good football game tonight.
Indeed.
I picked Crittenden.
I did too. Right there with you on that one. Crittenden.
That was a flip 'em.
Yep. And it should be all the way down to the wire. I'm excited to see how that one turns out tonight. Let's go ahead and look at the 2 matchups in this county and your predictions on them. Now, I'll make this caveat before you make these predictions.
Sure.
Tell us where you finished last year in the Paducah Sun Picks contest.
Oh, dead last. Absolutely dead last. Yeah. So there are 2 reasons for that, and I'm on live air, so I might as well just try and defend myself. At least I'm here to defend myself.
That's right.
I have a proud Styrofoam cup as my last place trophy from last season. I really faltered in the last month of the charts.
That's true.
I really did. I was steady for a while, and then the last 4 weeks, I was like, I got to start taking some chances. I'm going to start looking at some upsets. And I just didn't. I didn't land them.
It was not last place on merit. It was last place on I've got to try a different strategy just to make up ground.
I gotta make up ground. And then see, Eric, you guys came from the dead. You guys
did.
You guys started out. You gained a ton of ground when McCracken, upset Mayfield last year. And I say upset relatively loosely. Just think about how good McCracken ended up being last year. How good Mayfield ended up being. It was a terrific game, but nonetheless, I lost a lot of ground toward the end of the season trying to go for the win, and I think this year I just need to be more pedestrian. But it's 2020, and I think I probably took some upsets here in this first week.
Nothing wrong with that. Go ahead and tell us your thoughts on both contests. Your prediction.
Well, I don't want to fib. I'm on 99.5.
Hey, go right ahead. You won't hurt our feelings.
I did take Mayfield, and I'll tell you why. I know, Coach.
Cut his mic.
Yeah, cut it. I know Champion and Vince, are a little leery, and I get that, and they're closer to the program than I am. But I think for me, man, a lot of these guys just saw what it took. They lost a state championship by an untimed down last year on a fluke play in the final moments, and had the lead, and did a lot of these guys play in that game? They didn't see a ton of time, but there's several guys that are still playing for Mayfield this year, that are starting this year, that were in that experience. They were in that cauldron, that crucible of this means everything. This means a ring on my finger, and if I'm done. And that started with Kylan Galbraith, who, by the way, was magnificent in the state championship. Jaden Stinson was almost perfect. Capped his season with, his 49th and 50th passing touchdowns. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But Kylan Galbraith was the unsung hero in that game. Really kept him in it against Somerset when Somerset kept punching back. And that's why I'm kind of giving Mayfield the edge. And that's not anything against McCracken. I think McCracken's going to be terrific. I think Leandre Bolin is the defensive guy no one talks about in this region. Probably the next Sebastian Lawrence as the one of the rare guys that should make the all-purchase team 3 years in a row. And I think Pryor Land's going to be really good. I think Xander Mays is going to be really good. I think McCracken's going to be really good. But I just look at Mayfield's experience, how far they made it last year, and I think there's probably a little bit of fire in their gut watching McCracken County take. And McCracken doesn't have that. They have that, and that excitement. Well, Mayfield was on the sidelines watching you guys take a knee, losing that game by 10. So I think some of these young guys might remember it. They'll bring it to.
Best game for your prediction, the Fighting Joe Jacksons against the Fighting Brett Larimers over at McWright tonight. Graves County and Tillman, who
a good way to put it. I still think it's going to be a game close tonight. You're not going to get a bad game ticket, but Tillman, and here's why. I think their defense is just a little bit more experienced from a speed perspective. Cam Marshall, for as good as he is at quarterback, they had him at safety last year, and he had his hand broken. And I think Cam's got a lot of skill guys at the wideout position going to help him, take them to the next. I think it's going to be a close game. Last year it was 34-13.
Right.
I think Gray is a lot closer this year. Again, a lot of Aiden Brown and Clint McKee and a few defensive guys, but I'm going to give the Tillman their rosters is deep. And Jamori Sabbs is a running back nobody's talking about because he ball a lot as a sophomore. Spot this year, the ball's going to be hit. And a rock of a kid. So again, I think it's going to be close. I'm giving Tillman the edge.
Joe wants to know why you hate Graves.
Oh God, Joe. Man, if Joe knew how much I actually love Graves,
But he's slowly turning you against them with all those tweets, right?
Yeah, he really is. He almost makes me love them more.
That's great.
Like, I almost want a T-shirt that says, "Why do you hate Graves?"
He's got them.
Actually, I need a T-shirt that says, "Why do I hate Graves?"
Right,
like,
exactly.
I really don't hate Graves at all. I love Graves. It's just one of those things where Joe got me.
That's right.
He got me. Maybe I hate Graves. I have to go home and rethink my life.
Yeah, that's what Joe does to us.
I know he
sometimes.
does. Go home and rethink. You know what, Joe? Just for that, I want you to know, Joe, if you're listening, I think Eric's bald head is better than your bald head.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Good graces. I'll let you in on that one. Let it go out.
How do you like that, Joe?
That's right. In all seriousness, it's a pleasure to chat with you, Ed Marlowe. You will have complete of tonight's matchup in the Paducah Sun, and I look forward to reading it.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It'll be on.
That's right.
We are hopefully working toward getting a second edition back. Back soon. You know who to contact.
That's exactly right. That's a good way to put it out there, but it will be online to read Ed's work. Son and catching up on football here tonight. Ed, appreciate it, buddy. Enjoy the matchup, and we'll talk to you soon, all right?
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
All right. That is Ed Marlowe of the Paducah Sun. As Jared and I will have our thoughts. Other teams, give you our top three of the teams in the region when we return on this Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. 5 seconds. Hi, atop Marquette Stadium, as it is the season opener here across the Commonwealth. High school football is back in the state of Kentucky, and it is a pleasure to be with you here on 99 and the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. Make your pregame or your postgame at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, and so much more. They've got it for you at Buffalo Wings in Paducah. This is the broadcast booth. If you're looking to transfer your 401k, open an IRA, or just an account, call Hausman Financial Group. Brent Hausman, Larry Hausman, and their crew, they can take care of you for your financial. Call them on Lone Oak Road, 270-450-9900. Once again, alongside Jared Adams. And Jared, we had a few guests there over the last 30 minutes, all entertained. And all with various drops of football knowledge that they were giving to tonight, and all with unique perspectives on this matchup here tonight.
Agreed. It was, the two guys come with an intimate feeling of their program. Ed Marlowe, kind of a bird's eye view of what he thinks is going to happen. It's neat because, I have an opinion, but at the end of the game, we'll find out which one was more valid. And that's a good thing to have, is that those multiple opinions on breaking down what they think would happen, and that's what it is. That's just the fun part of high school football, is an opinion, and it's fun to share them.
Indeed, and it is going to be a lot to learn tonight, but I'm also going to be cautious to make too many assumptions after one night of football with just 3 weeks of practices.
Yeah, that's I think how I think experience does have a lot to do. Experience of, I've been in a high school varsity game before last year, that's going to help in breaking off the rust period. But both sides are going to struggle. It's going to be drop catches and missed throws and missed blocks and penalties and all sorts of things, turnovers. And at the end of the day, it's which team is going to recover from those the best. And I think, to me, that's one of the more prominent storylines, is what team look coming from no football except for the last 3 weeks. Now, they've had workouts, but they haven't had, football as we would call it.
It is always fun on the first week of, whether it's high school football, college football, NFL football, to talk about top blank, like top teams, top 5, top 10 teams in various leagues, and in high school football, just in various regions. So let's go ahead and dive into that. We've heard the thoughts tonight, including Brian York, his top 3. He said Graves County number 3, Mayfield number 2, County number 1. I'm going to get that same question, but I'm going to allow you to maybe go the first 2 traditional regions. And when I say region 1, region 2, I know that that's not the case in football, but what you would see in basketball or in soccer, what the traditional first and second regions are. And we'll let you start with number 3 on that overall. Who do you think is the third best team in the first and second region this year in football?
I'm probably wrong in this, but I really like Hopkinsville as the third best team. We play them at the end of the season. They went 8-4 last year. They beat a fantastic Hopkinsville North Hopkins team last year. They played Mayfield to 4 points in the season opener last year. Really, it really looked like they had them. And Hopkinsville has, a lot of returning talent, and it's going to be a good game for us to play them. That's a high-quality pickup. We weren't scheduled to play them, and so mostly because they're on our schedule. Now, I know Crittenden is also a solid team. Caldwell's very good. Madisonville, North Hopkins. So, I'm not from the second region, so I'm sure if people who are listening are from there, they're probably going to get a lot of hate mail saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I just, especially when I look at our schedule, I really like where we're at with Hopkinsville.
That's right. They will be an opponent, as you mentioned, here in several weeks. Number 2 on your hierarchy of top 3 teams in the first and second region.
That's who we're playing tonight. Mayfield is probably a little less experienced than they have been in the past. Generally, when that happens, you're going to see stars rise. I might be wrong on that. Mayfield might just have an awful year, and it's Paducah or Graves. But I'll give Mayfield the nod. Sometimes it comes down to the fact that Mayfield has, been that guy every time there's been doubters. They've stepped up and proven the doubters wrong, and so it's hard to bet against them. But I would call them my second best team.
And number one on your hierarchy of top three teams?
It's this team right here. It's McCracken. When you look at what they were able to do last year, the talent they had returning, I think we said it was like 9 starters returning on defense, like 8 or 9 on offense. We lose a couple big guys? Yeah. Franklin is hard to replace. Elijah Weed's hard to replace. But, man, our defense for the first time in 3 or 4 years is going to be something we rely on. They were young last year. It took them all year to really get their feet under them. The last 4 games of the season, you realize, whoa, that's a defense. And those guys are back, and we're loaded on defense. And there's a couple exciting people to watch on defense, and of course you got Hunter Bradley back on offense. You got some experience and some wide receivers. Not every wide receiver's back, but you got Xander Mays, and so there's a lot of guys on the offensive side of the ball that should make it exciting. So I feel like we're the best team in the region. My only regret about this season is that we can't play Paducah.
It is just one of those things, as the season had to be shortened and you had to kind of rework the schedule a bit. Just not enough dates on the calendar to get those 2 schools together, and it's just one of those years you have to try to figure out a way to put together the schedule. You had 7 games to play, I think, after the season was cut short. You had 7 games overall. You could add 2, and I think that's the way it worked out. McCracken County was able to shuffle Graves County, to the back end of the season. That's who McCracken County was supposed to play last week, and were able to add Hopkinsville. And then, again, you mentioned that's going to be a fun matchup here at Marquette Stadium in a month.
Correct. Hopkinsville really has improved over the last 3 or 4 years, and so that is a good tag on to the end of our season. Just to be able to it's not a blowout game. This is going to be a good, tough, quality opponent. We don't need any late in the season games in which, with the running clock before halftime. We need a strong, just because of experience. Everything's been cut short, and so now let's figure that out.
That is your top 3 coming into tonight. Of course, that is all subject to change as time goes on. But one thing we'll know for sure, you're going to see a lot of high-quality football, even with the 3 weeks delay, because I feel like the teams in this area, you're seeing a lot more teams that are on the same scale. Maybe not as many powerhouses this year that you normally might see in a given football season.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's just, I think the flow of high school sports is the ups and downs of that, and I think one of the reasons why high school sports can be fascinating is that those powerhouse programs and the ebb and flow of talent in and out of that. You don't have the advantages of recruiting. You don't have the advantages of college. Able to provide those things, and so sometimes you have teams that are off your radar just really step up. Like a Fulton County last year, they really were surprising.
As McCracken County gets set for Mayfield, we'd like to remind you, if you are listening at home, you can watch us YouTube or listen to us on your phone, listen to us by computer, and, of course, 99.5 The Fan on radio. We will have the matchup all night tonight. We will have every football game this season as per usual, and including next week, McCracken County welcomes Marshall County to kick off district play, and it will be a reunion of sorts for McCracken County as a former member of our staff, now the head coach of the Marshalls.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun matchup next week. Not necessarily because of the game, but because if you've ever met Coach Etheridge, he's a likable guy. He's super intelligent, and I couldn't be more proud for Marshall to get a guy like that. He's a great football brain. Thinks, he's consumed by it. He thinks a little bit differently than Clark in terms of his strategy. They kind of, all respectfully, but went back and forth on what they thought should happen, and that was fun to get a listen on because, if Etheridge had his way, he'd run every single down, and he's that old school mentality. He doesn't like anything fancy, so it's going to bring a smile to my face to watch them next week. okay, Etheridge, you're making the calls now. What does your football team look like? What does your offense look like? So next week, being able to play Marshall County, that's going to be a fun for me. Anyone who knows Coach Etheridge knows we're proud of him. We're excited for him, but love to see just what he does with that program from afar.
Let's take a look at a few shout-outs before we go to commercial break and welcome in our next guest. The first one, someone we just spoke of a few minutes ago, Al Willman up in Michigan listening tonight. He always had an appreciation and a fandom, I guess you could say, for McCracken County High School. Appreciated the folks here at McCracken County High School who, in return, absolutely loved Al. His wife Kelly and son Wyatt absolutely hated to lose him back to Michigan, but they are very happy up in Detroit and could not be happier for them on that. Also, want to give a shout-out to, I believe, family member of Blakely Miller, wishing him and the Mustangs a great night for their first game, listening in from Riverview, Florida. Excited for some McCracken County football. As those shout-outs brought to you by the Cellular Connection, your locally owned Verizon Wireless retailer on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplane in Paducah. Text us, let us know you're listening, 270-557-8223, 270-557-8223. We are going to have a contest tonight where it is a final score prediction contest. Text us your final score prediction, include your name in that text, and the winner will receive a prize tonight, which we will tell you what it is closer to kickoff. When we come back, we're going to chat with the superintendent of McCracken County Schools, Mr. Steve Carter. He's going to tell us what all you can expect here tonight on the football field and off the football field. Former football coach himself, he's going to give us his analysis and then tell us everything going on inside the school system and just the bright spots going on for McCracken County Schools. All of that coming up when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan. You set for McCracken County and Mayfield as we count you down to kickoff. We are about 65 minutes away from high school football kicking off across the Commonwealth. Feels wonderful saying that sentence. 401k open in all one. Everyone is happy and enjoying it, and it's kind of a tough balance in this world right now. But
we get to see our students. It's been a long 6 months that we got to actually and to try to maintain social distancing as much as possible. And then the day before we started school, there was the extended mask requirement from the Healthy at Schools, and again, a lot of things that for everybody. This is the first time that, in my experience, I've ever been involved with starting a school year in the middle of a pandemic. The first time I've been involved with a community that was willing to go against the recommendation of a governor. And but at the end of the day, we've got to do what we do, and that's serve our kids and our community, and trying to maintain that as safe as possible. And it's a very unique time. I mean, there's so many different opinions and feelings, and I've received communication both ways. It's great to have your students back. Thank you for everything you're doing. Why you're doing it. So again, it's all over the place. But when you get into public education, you have to remember what your why is, and our why is our students, and that's what we're focused on. And it's been a very, all things considered, a very good start to the school year. And more importantly, we're getting to interact with our students.
And you and I talking off air just now, with the one thing you stress just in everyday society, but especially in this COVID world, is patience and grace, because we're all trying to get through this, and it's difficult. It's easy to get upset, but also remember that the person you're chatting with is also going through this as well.
Yeah, I mean, anxiety, uncertainty, that's something that most people just are not comfortable with, and we have to understand that. Sometimes it's, we have to take a step back, remove ourselves from the situation to understand the perspective and what everybody's dealing with, and the impact that this that COVID and the pandemic has had. It's not just school, it's our community, all the way down to our individual families and our students. And I've spent a lot of time, and I'll keep reiterating, the social and emotional well-being of our students is critical, and our staffs and our families. It's it's so widespread. So any opportunity that you get to get back to a lot of people want to say normal. I refer to it as March 12th, the day prior to going to NTI last spring. I'm not sure we'll ever get back to that. However, we're going to do what we can to serve our communities and give our students the opportunities to do what they love and get to the things they deserve.
Crazy time, but school is going on, and that's one thing we love to talk about going on. Scholarship competition recently, and we have someone to give some notoriety for.
Yeah, usually have somebody. Here we have senior Mason Wooten. He's been named as a National Merit Scholarship finalist, which means he'll continue to that are awarded a very prestigious honor just to be a National Merit semifinalist to pursue a finalist.
So congratulations to Mr. Mason Wooten for that great honor, for sure. I know Lone Oak Middle School received a grant of late.
improvement and outdoor learning spaces at our 2 middle schools. And that's something that a lot of districts don't have. And we have multiple greenhouses. We have a very, very strong agricultural program, and anytime we get the opportunity to expand upon that, we do. And a lot of that goes to the work of Genevieve, our grant writer. She's phenomenal at getting things out, and we look forward to improving those facilities at Lone Oak and at Reland Middle Schools.
And that is great for those 2 schools. I know one of the programs at the high school has received an honor of distinction. Talk about that for a moment.
It's a program that year in and year out it always receives national recognition, and that's our culinary art program. Has been named to Sullivan University's High School Programs of Distinction. This is the 3rd year in a row that McCracken County High School has received this prestigious award, and what I'll say about that is I love to eat, and every now and then I get the opportunity to be a guest judge in some of their culinary art competitions, and it's amazing the job they do and the work and the creativity that they bring to that program. But it's remarkable, and again, 3rd year in a row, and this is this is not a state level recognition. This is the top. Used to be the top 50, the elite 50 in the nation.
That's wonderful, man. Congratulations to them on that. And the game that you and I both enjoy playing in the free time that we get from time to time is a game of golf. And there's an opportunity to play the game of golf coming up while supporting a McCracken County program.
Yeah, next Saturday, September 19th, at Drakes Creek, we'll have a registration time from 7 to 8. Our boys basketball booster club is hosting a golf tournament, to help raise funds for this upcoming, basketball season. And again, encourage everybody to go out there. There'll be a shotgun start at 8 a.m. And it's a good time, and they'll be out there, and we'll see some of this year's players, many of those returning from last year's team that went to the Sweet 16, and as far as I'm concerned, are state champs.
That's right.
And, but again, look forward to, another basketball season once we get through our fall sports. And
that will be next Saturday morning at 7 a.m., with a shotgun start at 8 a.m. So go out and support the McCracken County boys basketball group. And there's a way to stay connected as Jamie Jones and the entire McCracken County school staff, a great way to keep up to date with everything going on inside the district.
Yeah, you can visit our school website at www.mccracken.kyschools.us, and you can follow us on social media at Facebook at McCracken County Schools or on Twitter at MCPS Schools, and we've expanded to Instagram as well at McCracken County Schools.
That's right. It's a wonderful avenue, all of those, keep up with inside the school district. Before we let you go, let's get your football coach and football radio broadcaster hat on for just a moment. Tonight's matchup, always one that you circle on the calendar when it comes out, usually the 4th week of the season. Tonight, the 1st week of the season. It's McCracken County and Mayfield. I know you're familiar with both programs. Talk about what you're expecting to see tonight in this matchup.
Well, we're going to see 2 great running backs.
Yeah.
With that, I feel very confident that it's going to be a game that's going to be determined by the front lines. Again, I think we have a little more experience there than Mayfield. The one thing Mayfield probably has that we don't is 100-plus years of tradition. With that being said, though, last year was the first year I ever got to walk off a field against a Mayfield team in 25 years of being involved as an adult in high school football, that I walked off with my head up, and it was exciting. So I expect the same thing tonight. I think you're going to see two very good teams, and this is probably one of the premier, not only in West Kentucky, but premier games in the state. I mean, you've got, us, of course, that is established as the West Kentucky 6A powerhouse, and you've got Mayfield, who has, again, got the tradition of Mayfield and the aura of that. So I think it's going to be a great game, but I think we'll come out ahead.
It should be a lot of fun. I know you'll be enjoying it as well, but I know that fans will be coming here tonight, reduced capacity. It's across the state. Just trying to observe when you're here, social distancing guidelines, wear the mask, enjoy the football game.
Yes, that's something that, again, we have healthy at school guidance, and there's KHSA's also put out some healthy at sports guidance as well that we have to adhere to. Part of that is social distancing. And the wearing of masks within sports. I was hoping the weather would be a little cooler with the mask, so the mask won't be such a big deal when we make it to the backside of October, November. But tonight it's going to be a little tough. But again, we want to be able to allow our students the opportunity to do something they love.
Right.
And in order for us to be able to do that as a community, we've got to recognize and adhere to these things at all times as much as possible. Much like you guys, you've got plexiglass dividers up here that is something that, again, we appreciate the job that you all do. But, again, long-term safety and the ability to come out and get to participate, to view. If you're here, it's going to be streamed live, for those that are not fortunate enough to be able to get in. But, you guys, I can't say enough the job that you all do. You can close your eyes and see the game through the coverage you guys provide.
It is a lot of fun, and we appreciate you as well, Mr. Steve Carter. Thank you for your time as always, and we'll be chatting with you, I'm sure, as the season goes on.
Hey, I appreciate it. I'll make a couple other appearances. I'm going to say 35-21 McCracken, and stay McCracken proud.
That's exactly right. Appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you, guys.
All right. That is the superintendent of McCracken County Schools, Mr. Steve Carter. When Jared Adams and I return, we'll talk about the matchup a little bit more before getting the thoughts of the head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark. Coming up, 99.5 The Fan. Hi atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for opening night of football in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. McCracken County and Mayfield getting set to kick off in about 50 minutes here on 99.5 The Fan. This is the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. Make your pregame or postgame at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, and more. They've got it for you at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. This is the Baird broadcast booth. Brent Hausman and Baird on Lone Oak Road can take care of your financial needs at Baird and Hausman Financial Group. Jared Adams alongside me. I'm Eric Chumbler as we get set for McCracken County and Mayfield. Let us know you're listening. You can text us on the Cellular Connection text hotline, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. So we can finally say what the gift is tonight for those that correctly predict or are closest in the final score predictions for tonight. You are to text me at the number given. We'll say it again in just a moment. Your final score prediction between McCracken and Mayfield. You give your name, and if you're closest at the end of the night, you will win JBL Bluetooth speaker, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road. So text me your final score game predictions, and the closest at the end of the night will win a JBL Bluetooth speaker, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road. That number to text your final score prediction, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. Include your name in that text, otherwise we'll not know who you are. So include your name and your final score prediction, and you may win at the end of the night JBL Bluetooth speaker, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Both teams out for their full team warm-ups, Jared Adams, and you and I always kind of watch McCracken County before each and every ball game and discuss what we see in terms of how loose they look, if they look tight, if they look like they're a bit nervous. Initial indicators from watching them, they are flying across the field right now. It looks like a group that is just happy to be out there, and I dare say confident.
So when I've coached both of these groups when they were in middle school, and the senior group could not be a more passionate group of people. They're very, very passionate. They're very into it. They've got a good group of leaders in it. I doubt any game this season will they come out flat. They're just hungry. They've been hungry since they were in 7th grade. They were the first middle school group to combine all 3 middle schools, and so they're kind of the standard bearer for that. And man, oh man, they've always played with passion. So I don't doubt that they're going to come out pretty hot tonight.
It will be fun to watch. We do have a couple of score predictions already in. Shout out to Jason Rana. Also shout out to Brandon Clifton, who we will be having his segment of the Insurance for Success later tonight. Matt Rudy chimes in as well. Good to hear from you, Matt. And get your final score predictions in. Text me, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. Your final score prediction along with your name, and you have a chance to win JBL Bluetooth speaker, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. When we come back on this Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, we'll get the thoughts of the head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark. That's when we return. 99.5 The Fan. The Wild Wings pregame show. 99.5 The Fan and 99.5 Paducah.com. Getting the thoughts of the head coach of the Mustangs. The Fan and 99.5 Paducah.com. Getting the thoughts. Sometimes technology works, Jared Adams. Sometimes it doesn't. We were going 2 hours and 15 minutes into this pregame show with no problems in the least, and then we run into a problem, and the pregame interview won't work. So go figure. We were close to a perfect pregame show, but to no avail. So let's go ahead and discuss what Coach Mark Clark actually said in his interview. I can give you the overall synopsis. You've heard much of this yourself on the Coaches Show on Wednesday night. The first thing he discussed in this matchup tonight, Coach Mark Clark, was his admiration for Mayfield. He has never witnessed a Mayfield team that did not reload, and he will have to see in his lifetime before he believes a Mayfield team will not be reloading. The point of that is he expects Mayfield to be quite talented and quite prepared here tonight.
I mean, you're exactly right. If you start to doubt Mayfield, they love to prove you wrong. It's one of those situations that, they find talent, they develop talent. It's not necessarily, it's always there. It's just they haven't had the opportunity. It's very possible that last year's group was so talented that they didn't get the opportunity to get on the field, and now they are, and they'll just be right there with them. So that's going to be what we find out tonight. And to be honest with you, I bet their team looks totally different by the end of the season in terms of getting some games under their belt.
One thing Coach Clark nervous about coming into this, we've mentioned it several times already, the turnovers for tonight. It is going to be the first time his players and players across the state experience real contact tonight, because due to COVID guidelines and being extra careful to make sure you're able to play tonight, there has not been much hard hitting in practice. So how does his team handle the hard hitting of Mayfield tonight, their first really heavy contact since last season?
That's a valid point and a valid concern is what happens. But we know from last year that this team is a team that loves contact. I mean, just think about Hunter Bradley. I mean, this kid sought it out. And he is as hungry as they come. And then you have, our linebackers, Hunter Vlack and Isaiah Keys, who were just headhunters last year. I really feel like it's one of those, a lot of nerves. Then the first hit happens, and then everyone takes a big breath. Okay, this is the same football game I played last year. I got to play hard. I got to wrap up. That's the one thing that Mayfield is they don't stop. You can't say, oh, that guy's tackled. You got to swarm the ball. And, I'd love to see us really just be that hungry on defense that, you're going to lay some licks, you're going to get some licks, and that's just the game of football.
Coach Clark then moved on to his starting offensive personnel for tonight. And, of course, McCracken County, a lot returning, but the one position that was not returning with the graduation of Elijah Weed is the quarterback position, and it is Pryor Lamb, someone we were able to watch go up against a very talented North Hardin team in the playoffs last year in an impossible situation with a lot of Mustangs injured on the offensive end. And I felt like he represented well in that one as a freshman, now a sophomore. Good luck. Your first contest as a sophomore is against Mayfield.
Yeah, you're right. But I think you're going to see Pryor Lamb play more like a junior than a sophomore. Because his entire 8th grade season, football season, he spent here at the high school watching practice. He was like a quote-unquote student manager type, and he was right there listening. I mean, he's been around high school football for 3 years, even though he's not a sophomore. Didn't play his 8th grade year, but was here at the high school gaining valuable experience. I'd like to see that experience bear fruit tonight, and I think it will.
It was then on to the running back for McCracken County, a man that really needs no introduction, and that is Hunter Bradley. When you talk about what he was able to do last year, he is the program's all-time leading rusher, passing Zaire Hughes with 2,419 yards. He was able to rack up 1,669 yards last year. He probably would have been able to take over Jordan Troutman's single-season record with 1,763 if not for the injury last season that was so unfortunate But he also leads the program in career rushing attempts, passing Zaire Hughes on that last year. He has the season rushing touchdowns in one season with 22, just ahead of Jordan Troutman. And, of course, you had his individual games in which he had his 500-plus, 600-plus yard performance against Graves County, 700-plus against Apollo. Just goes on with the litany of just honors for Hunter Bradley. He's got big shoes to fill again this year to back that up, but Coach Clark and the Mustangs believe he's up for it.
Yeah, I want you to think about this. He was less than 100 yards away from McCracken's single-season record, and he missed 3 games.
Yeah.
Actually 4, because he was out Bowling Green, and then he was out the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Okay, so, just to get 100 yards, he's well beyond that. So it was definitely heartbreaking to watch that unfold last season. And I know he's hungry to return. Obviously, he has less games to do it in. But Hunter Bradley is about as hungry as they come. And not only that, he's got a friend in the backfield who runs really well, too, and that's Carter Rowland. And if I had to label them, back in USC days with Lavondale White, and Reggie Bush, they called him Thunder and Lightning. Well, this is Thunder and more Thunder because they're a big bruising style running back. Carter Rowland loves to put his shoulder pads down and get some tough yards. So expect 2 bowling balls in the backfield, really churning up some yards for McCracken County tonight. That'll be a very fun group of kids to watch.
That was another name we were going to next was Carter Rowland as the senior 5'9", 213-pound. High regards for Carter. You've talked about that already. Moved ahead to the starting offensive line tonight in Blakely Miller, Isaiah Connor, Jamison Evers, Noah Adrian, Gavin Trueblood. That's a group he's expecting a lot from this year. You have a senior, junior, senior, sophomore, senior. And he's expecting the offensive line to hold their own this year and create some path for Hunter and Carter. Create some time for Pryor as well.
You're looking at, 4 guys on the starting line who started last year. You got 4 returning starters, and when that happens in high school football, you're talking about just an incredible, advantage. And Blakely's a 3-year starter, and that's really impressive to see their development. They're going to be just fine, if not better than they were before. That's what I'm looking forward to.
He mentioned Xander Mays, Jeremiah Hughes Jr., Nick Masick, several others that will be catching some passes tonight. This is a receiver core. It may not have some of the names that you've heard in the past that receive the attention region-wide, but they should because these are some very talented receivers.
Yeah, they have. Franklin Hayes stole a lot of the spotlight last year, and rightly so. But Xander Mays quietly had a fantastic season. And then you have a couple guys who've been waiting in the shadows, ready to step out. I think Nick Masick is going to have a fantastic season, and you guys haven't even seen Zach Sims yet. This is a sophomore who is 6'3", 6'4", built like Nick. Both of those across the middle are going to be fantastic. And then you have Zach Masick and Colton Smith and some kids that haven't gotten a lot of reps but are really ready to step up. And I'm excited to see that.
Coach Clark, talked about the defensive side of the football and really feels like McCracken has the pieces to really make their name statewide this year on the defensive side of the football. It may take a few games to get to that point, but the pieces are there to be a high-level defense.
What you're seeing is probably the most returning starters we've had. We've had a group of kids who really went through the ringer last year. Kind of a roller coaster year. Started off getting hammered against the run. We couldn't stop any run attack, and then by the end of the season, we were really, really effective. And you could see, all those sophomores. I think 4 or 5 sophomores started on defense last year. Leandre Bolin, Isaiah Keys. You had Nate Helmich step in a ton. Colton Crowell. All those guys, are now juniors with a year under their belt. I'm really excited about this defense.
And last but not least, he talked about the safety that these players have been playing with and playing through and just taking COVID seriously. The individual bottles that each one is going to have. No one has the same bottle, obviously, for COVID concerns. And just all the steps McCracken County has taken, giving credit to Papa Joe Troutman for ensuring everyone is playing safely. And just so much the Mustangs and teams across the state have had to adapt to the last few weeks. It feels like the Mustangs have excelled in that category.
One of the things that this pandemic has really shown is that football teams especially have to show a lot of team discipline, right? That they can't be jeopardizing someone's season with silly decisions. You know, we've seen that happen with other teams, sports teams or whatever, going out on the town and compromising the situation. And knowing this team's passion, I don't doubt that they're the most disciplined as they come in terms of making sure that they're going to do every precaution right. Coach Clark obviously is such a stickler for detail. He's so organized. I guarantee you he very, very quickly solved all problems that would have arose, and very quickly, very, efficiently figured them out. And so I wasn't even worried about this team, just the way they handle those kind of challenges.
It was a fun interview with Coach Clark. He was excited to get the action started here tonight for McCracken County and Mayfield. That was the overview from Coach Clark earlier today as his team now warming up on the field before us as we count you down to kickoff. We're about 34 minutes away. When we come back, we will have the Brandon Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. That's when we return here on 99.5 The Fan. Back here at beautiful Marquette Stadium, getting you set for this opening night matchup, McCracken County and Mayfield, as we count you down to kickoff here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. 30 minutes away. As this crowd is building, it will be a reduced crowd of 35%, but it's still pretty nice atmosphere before us here tonight.
Yes, it is. And Mayfield showed up, and they've got a good number. We're filling in as well. I mean, 35% capacity might not be a lot, but I think it's enough to make some noise and create a pretty cool high school football environment.
That's right. And we have several score predictions coming in. If you have not done that, make sure you do it. As the contest tonight, if you are able to correctly predict the score or become the closest to correctly predict the score, you will win from the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road JBL Bluetooth speaker. And so if you want a Bluetooth speaker, text me and give me your final score prediction, including McCracken and Mayfield scores and your name. And so if you think it's going to be 55-0 McCracken County, make sure you put who the winner is and your name. We've had a few that just the numbers but not the winner, so make sure you put the team name and the score for each and your name, and I will look at the end of the night. The winner will receive a JBL Bluetooth speaker giveaway from the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. This is the Baird broadcast booth. Whether you're rolling over your 401k, opening an IRA, or just opening an investment account, call Brent Hausman with Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. It's starting to feel like football, my friend, in terms of the energy here, the nerves here. It just has a great feel to it. And a month ago, I did not think we had a chance of getting to this point, sadly, but here we are.
Yeah, you're right. There was a moment I thought it was done. I didn't think we'd start school, but we have overcome all challenges. Maybe it's just for 1 week. Who knows what next week holds, but I'll say it is cool that we're able to have football. Looking around and everyone has a mask on, it still feels normal, and that's definitely some of these high school traditions like Friday night football. I mean, you couldn't get anything better than this.
The phone number to text your prediction is 270-557-8223, 270-557. As for tonight, that phone number again, 270-557-8223. And we will shout you out here on 99.5 The Fan, and hopefully you can win the JBL Bluetooth speaker at the end of the night. Let's take a look at the Brandon Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. The McCracken County Mustangs give it their all, and so does McCracken County Allstate agent Brandon Clifton. To get you and your family insured for success, give Brandon a call at 270-442-8234. Go check out his new office location at 2190 New Holt Road in Paducah. Jared Adams looking at the insurance for success tonight, something that every team will be facing, and who can do this first will likely be the winner, and that's shaking off the rust.
Yeah, you're right. Who can come out of the gates and get back to some clean football? I think we're going to struggle with that all night, but who does a better job cleaning up those areas of the games that early seasons are plagued with, especially one that, like they've had no preseason games. And so this is their first time against someone that doesn't have the same jersey on as them. So it's important that, you come out sharp, you fix the problems as they arise, you don't get stuck on the fact that we're, prone to penalties or we have some turnovers. We got to stick through it, shake off that rust. We're both in the same boat, so you can't use that as an excuse. So shaking off the rust would be my first keys to success.
Also tonight, we have a running back we were able to watch last year who put up over 1,500 yards last season. That's going to be a force to deal with tonight for Mayfield.
So their only significant offensive production that's returning this year is Colin Galbraith. And so you're looking at a guy who's is their offense this year. You got a new quarterback. You have brand new wide receivers. As talented as they are, the offense is going to run through Galbraith. So it's so important that we shut him down, and then make them beat us with someone besides themselves. All right, you can't have him run wild and then hope you can shut everything else down. You got to stop him first. Make them go to their quarterback. Make the quarterback beat you. The unproven sophomore. That's got to be one of your keys.
As we continue, we'll get some shout-outs here in just a moment. The next one for the Insurance for Success, setting up the run to then set up the pass.
So with a quarterback this is his first start, and he's a kid who is a sophomore, so he also lacks some experience. And so oftentimes you see coaches easing their quarterbacks in, giving them a couple early throws, but then mostly keep the ball on the ground. You've got a great run game. You've got a great offensive line. The only thing that could happen is I expect Mayfield to pack the box, and when that happens, how can we react to that? What is our strategy against 9 or 10 people in the box, and when they're just daring you to throw it? And we got to have a plan for that. So no doubt Clark is prepared for that. But to me, if it was my coaching hat put on, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to pack the box and make them beat us through the air.
And last but not least, it's going to be a fun time watching this next young man develop. He has to develop against two very tough teams. I'm talking about last year against a loaded North Hardin ball club, tonight against one of the state's and nation's biggest powers in Mayfield, and that's Pryor Lamb.
Yep. Pryor Lamb is an X factor of this game. Both quarterbacks are really the X factor of this game. How do they handle the pressure, handle the environment, handle the mistakes that are bound to happen? There is no doubt that these mistakes will happen. There's going to be moments where you're going to shake your head, and there's going to be moments where you cheer. But can you keep a level head? One thing Clark said is he's hard to shake. He's a calm and controlled kid, and that's a fantastic quality for a young quarterback. Fight through your mistakes, come back, fix them, and continue to, next time they run that play, I'm going to make the right read. Next time they run that play, I'm going to make the right throw. Those are the types of mentalities you have to have. You can't dwell on your victories or your problems and your successes, or else you get distracted on the goal.
That's your Brendan Clifton Allstate Insurance for Success. The McCracken County Mustangs give it their all, and so does McCracken County Allstate agent Brandon Clifton. To get you and your family insured for success, call Brandon at 270-442-8234. That's 270-442-8234. Both teams back in their locker rooms getting their final instruction from their head coaches as we are getting set for kickoff here tonight. As we count you down to kickoff, about 23 minutes away. We have several shout-outs to give, including Roy Bohannon as he gives in his final score. Kim Schley just messaged in with hers. I actually like hers quite well. I'm not going to give any of them away, but it was close to what I was thinking. And I'm not going to give the score away because I don't want others to try to box in that score and make it hard. So I'm not going to give any of the scores away. Ike Morgan, he chimes in with his. Freddie Schley also as well. Terry McDermott gives his. Butch and Jane Edwards give their final score prediction. I actually heard, I think Butch give his prediction earlier behind us. Had my headset on, but I think I was able to hear that. Also want to give a shout-out to Preston Brewer listening in tonight and cheering on the Mustangs from his home. Al and Kelly Woolman give theirs tonight as well. And I was making sure we weren't observing a moment of silence. It got quiet real quick. Didn't want to be blabbering when I shouldn't be. Brandon Clifton just mentioned him. He has given his. Matt Rudy as well. And Bill Brand has given his prediction as well. Let us know your final score prediction. Why is that important if you're just joining us? Because the closest winner to the final score tonight will win a JBL Bluetooth speaker from the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road. So make sure you text in with your name and final score prediction, and we will, at the end of the night, look to see who won. And that person will win JBL Bluetooth speaker courtesy of the Sailor Connection on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Fans are gathering here at Marquette Stadium, 35% capacity overall. As we get set for kickoff, when we come back, we'll take a look at the body of work and the starting lineups for both Mayfield and McCracken County. That's when we return 99.5 The Fan. For those of us joining us on YouTube, we are on commercial at the moment. Jared Adams alongside me. I'm Eric Chumble. Thanks for joining us on YouTube. And a shout out to the McCracken County students, Jared. My goodness, they do great work year in and year out as Mark and Christy do a wonderful job setting these kids up for success, and want to give them a quick shout out while we're on commercial break.
Absolutely. You're looking at every single year the experience here at Marquette Stadium has gotten better.
30 seconds.
And it's been great to see these kids develop. I mean, usually it was like later in the season where they're able to get the cameras going. Now, first game of the season, we're live on YouTube.
Yep.
And we've got a good, viewership there, and it's really cool to see. This is all student-led.
15 seconds.
Stuff. That's really cool.
No doubt. It is going to be, as long as technology allows us, available all season long, so we hope you will join us throughout the football season as we get set to come back from commercial. Hi atop Marquette Stadium, getting you set for tonight's opening round matchup, McCracken County and Mayfield. It has been a fun first 7 years when these two teams get together. Mayfield leads the all-time series 4-3, but McCracken County can boast two accomplishments that no one else can against Mayfield. McCracken is the only team to beat Mayfield in back-to-back seasons in the last 15 years, and McCracken County is the only team to beat Mayfield at War Memorial also in the last 15 years. The Mustangs were able to do that twice. So it is a series, Jared Adams, that has been full of dramatics, couple of overtime games. And it's just fun watching these two fan bases just go against each other full of respect.
Yeah, you're right, and that's the type of rivalry I like to see, is one where it's grounded in mutual respect, not mutual hate. And these guys have always played the game the way it should be played, and that's one of those things that you love playing Mayfield for, because they will play for 4 quarters till the end of every whistle as hard as they can. There isn't any cheap stuff. You're not going to see dirty play out of them. At the end of the game, win or lose, you feel like it was a fair game because they're coached right. They play hard. They play with heart and passion. All those things that you're like, yes, that's what it takes to be a good football player. They show that each and every night.
We are moments away from the national anthem, so I'm certain I will have to cut you off in the midst of this. But let's go ahead and jump in the body of work for Mayfield, with the understanding I may cut you off in just a few moments.
So looking at Mayfield, the best stats that we can look at is their season totals from last year. So let's look at how they ended up on the year. Now, if you remember Jaden Stinson, one of the better quarterbacks to ever come through Mayfield, he finished 174 completions with 272 attempts, 10 interceptions, 48 touchdowns with 3,500 yards passing. That's a lot of offense to lose.
Want to give a quick shout out before you continue. Your friend and mine, Ron Thompson, listening in tonight. Alberto as well. You and I thank the world of
Absolutely.
Ron.
Good to hear from you, Ron.
That's right. And shout out to Ron Thompson, brought to you by the Sailor Connection on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah.
Another shout out is Natalie and Michael Hayden. They're listening in. They got a son out there, Colton Hayden, number 53. Good. Glad that you guys are listening. Back to the Mayfield stats. Their leading rusher, I think you know, is Colin Galbraith. 190 rushes, 1,575 yards rushing, 18 touchdowns. He's their leading returning stat guy on offense. Really, everyone else has pretty much graduated. Everyone below him were well significantly short of that, but also have all graduated. Receiving, you had Cade Neely with 1,200 yards receiving, 52 catches, 20 touchdowns. He had a great season. The top 4 receivers have all graduated with about 3,000 yards of offense gone on the receiving end. Colin is actually the 5th leading receiver.
We are going to stand momentarily for the national anthem. It is not with the band who is not here tonight for COVID reasons. Obviously, the no bands at games this year, but the national anthem.
That day, a lot of heroes. I'd like to honor them with a moment of silence. And now, to honor America. We honor America with the playing of our national anthem.
As we are here at Marquette Stadium, getting you set for Mayfield and McCracken County, about 13 minutes away from kickoff. I want to give a quick shout out before we get back to tonight's stats for Marshall County. My brother and sister-in-law listening in tonight, Mark Chumbler and Jenny Chumbler up in Evansville. Good to hear from them. They've submitted their final score predictions as well. Several more to get to. We'll do that in just a moment, and several more shout-outs to do. I'll let you continue, though, with the body of work for the for the Mayfield Cardinals.
Just to wrap it up, what I was saying before the national anthem was their top 4 wide receivers have graduated. Colin is actually the 5th top receiver, and I'm not saying that he's a big receiver, but it was 91 yards is his. That's the highest total of returning receiving yards. A brand new quarterback, you expect him to be on the ground. That's pretty much it for the Mayfield Cardinals returning stats. A lot of offense lost, a lot of offensive line lost. That will be a big part of tonight as well.
It will be a matchup of a more inexperienced team in Mayfield with a more experienced team of McCracken County, but both will be battling in just 3 weeks' worth of practice, so it will be an interesting matchup to say the least. A nice crowd gathering on hand. This game is a sellout. In fact, for the tickets sold so far, it is a sellout for the season. They could add a higher allotment, though, as the season goes on, so I'm not saying it's sold out for the rest of the season. But McCracken County fans came in quick to gobble up the tickets that were available, and it was sold out by Wednesday.
And that's exactly what you want. You want fans that are eager to be here, that make it a priority to go out of their way to buy up tickets. That's not easy to do, and so it's just really cool that they are able to do that.
As we have several more final score predictions coming in, text us your final score. You have about 10 minutes to do that. I'll give you the phone number to do that in a second. The winner to text the correct final score, or closest to, if no one is directly on it, will win JBL Bluetooth speaker, courtesy of the Cellular Connection on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant Federal Credit Union. The number to text your final score prediction, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223, as that winner will get a JBL Bluetooth speaker from the Cellular Connection in Lone Oak. Overall, Jared Adams, it is a good crowd here tonight. It's not, though, your typical shoulder-to-shoulder crowd, which we will miss all season long, as well as everyone else in the state, but you've got to be proud. And Mayfield, of course, brings a lot as well.
Yeah, they took all their allotment that they could, and every one of those guys showed up over there. Though it might not be a sellout crowd that we're used to with Mayfield, we know that it's going to be a loud one, and we know football is going to be played tonight, and you have to be super thankful for that.
We're going to take one final timeout, a quick timeout at that. When we come back, we will have the starting lineups and then the kickoff to the 2020 high school football season. That's when we return 99.5 The Fan. We're going to keep it right here for the folks watching on YouTube. I can tell you, when I took the headset off on March the 8th, Jared, after McCracken County just won the regional championship, never in my life did I dream it would be 6 months and 3 days later before I put it back on. It's been a crazy 6 months, but my goodness, is it not so great to see all these fans here tonight watching these great kids play the game they love.
You know, high school sports embodies a lot of what's really cool about what we're able to do. We're able to see these kids really just develop and become, great young men, and you get to kind of see that on the field at times. You see these kids grow up, and to be around, being able to follow closely a team like McCracken County has been quite the pleasure. You know, just to say, okay, this kid is developing. This kid, wait till next year. This kid is really going to be a force. So, you know, that's one of the things about our job that's so rewarding is following these kids and being able to invest in these kids from a distance, being able to talk about them and be proud of their accomplishments. It's just a neat experience being able to do it from the booth that you don't get just being a casual fan. Like, you're promoting these kids, and that's just fun. It's a lot of fun.
20 seconds. It is going to be a close one. Your final score prediction before we go back on air.
I'm going 35-21 McCracken.
I'll say 31-10 McCracken, and that may be way off. Here we go.
We all could be way off.
That's very true. That's right. Here we go. Atop Marquette Stadium as we get set for the opener of the football season across the state of Kentucky. The cheerleaders are off to our right. The big McCracken flag is ready, which means only one thing. The team is not too far away from coming out. So we are inching closer to kickoff for tonight's battle between McCracken County and Mayfield. We have a slew of final score predictions coming in. I'll try to get to those as time goes on throughout the night. But it's time to jump as we are back at the Baird broadcast booth. If you want to open an IRA, transfer your 401k, or just maybe open an investment account, call Brent Hausman with the Hausman Financial Group and Baird Wealth Management at 270-450-9900. Let's take a look at the starting lineups, and we'll start first on the defensive side of the football. With that, Jared Adams.
All right, guys, a lot of these names are familiar. We're returning 8 starters. I would say 9 at times based on the package that we put out there, if it was a running package or a passing package. So let's start with the defensive line. A lot of these guys are going to sound familiar, a couple of these guys at least. On the left side, on the defensive end, he's not really left, but weak side defensive end is number 50, a junior, Leandre Bolden, 6 foot, 240 pounds. At defensive tackle is a sophomore, number 55, Esley Cornelius, 5'10", 243. At the other defensive tackle is a senior, number 79, Tayton Bettinger, 5'11", 244 pounds. Rounding out the front line is a senior, number 58, Dalton Skinner, 6'2", 201 pounds. That's the defensive line that will be charged with stopping their running back tonight. Into the linebacker corps we go. The 2 inside linebackers are the same as last year. We got number 10, a senior, Hunter Flack, 6'1", 217 pounds. And the other one is a junior, number 42, Isaiah Keys, 5'9", 221 pounds. The 2 outside linebacker positions they call they call safeties. So the right safety or the weak side safety is a senior, number 8, Ian McCune, 6'3", 186 pounds. And a senior, the other one is a senior, number 48, Jackson Gruber, 6 foot, 175. The secondary, 2 of them are back from last year. That's number 23, a senior, Kieran Perez, 6'4", 190. The other corner is 27, a junior, Colton Crowell, 5'10", 172 pounds. And wrapping up the whole defense is a junior, Nathan Helmich, number 37, 6 foot, 187. All told, we have 3 new starters. And so that's 9 returning starters. And Nathan Helmich saw a lot of games last year. Tayton Bettinger actually started on offense last year. So a lot of experience on the defensive side of the ball.
That is the defensive side of the football for McCracken County. And, Jared, we have talked about it at length. We think this could be one of the better teams defensively McCracken County has seen yet. And there's a whole lot of experience coming back to believe that, a lot of evidence to point to that.
Yes, I'm sorry, you're right.
I caught you in mid-thought.
Yes, I was looking at someone's prediction score.
I gotcha.
Yes, this is a team that you can kind of depend on. I mean, that's at least a hope. They got a brand new defensive coordinator. I'm hearing a lot of good things about him. That's Coach Lawson, and I expect that he will, provide some enthusiasm with this group. This group is hungry as they come. You're going to see an excitable group. I'm trying to find our weakness. We got a great passing defense. Our rushing defense is good. We got a couple of guys on the interior that are untested in that position, but our defense should be very good.
That sound you hear, the McCracken County Mustangs as they take the field, American flag in hand. That always gives me goosebumps, even with 35% capacity, my friend.
Yeah, we're making some noise. I'm hearing cowbells. I'm hearing lots of cheering, and I want to hear that all night long. And this is the group to do it. I've been around these parents since they were in middle school, and they're a lot of fun. They don't like to quietly watch football, and that's going to be to our benefit.
As Mayfield getting set to come in across the way as well. Masks off, game on, the message on front of the poster board they're going through. I know they've been wearing masks all throughout the day, all throughout at school. Now they can put on the helmets and get set to play the game they love as Mayfield comes through as well. It's time now to look at the offensive starting lineups for McCracken County. We'll take a look at the offensive line to start. Starting at left tackle, number 72, Blakely Miller, a senior, 6'6", 280 pounds. At left guard is number 78, Isaiah Connor, a junior, 6'2", 290 pounds. The center, number 75, Jamison Evers, a senior, 6 foot, 259 pounds. At right guard, number 65, Noah Adrian, sophomore, 6'2", 292 pounds. The right tackle, number 52, Gavin Trueblood. He is 6 foot, 274 pounds. The receivers, it's number 81, Xander Mays, a senior, 6 foot, 200 pounds. Jeremiah Hughes Jr., wearing number 1, a junior, 5'11", 178 pounds. Nick Masick, a tight end, a junior, 6'3", 202 pounds. Zach Sims, Carter Rowland will be in and out at halfback. Zach Sims to start, sophomore, 6'3", 185 pounds. At running back, and he needs no introduction, Hunter Bradley, a senior, 6 foot, 208 pounds. And it is the season debut for Prior Lamb, sophomore, 6 foot, 194 pounds. At quarterback, it should be a fun one, Jared, as we are set for football almost.
Almost. We got a captain's meeting. Oh, that's already happened. We have a kickoff coming. 31 seconds until football is back in McCracken County. Love to hear it.
Indeed. You can hear the fans behind us. They are ready for football. We're ready for football. McCracken County wearing their home black uniforms. All blacks, top, bottom, with the white McCracken white numeral, white helmet with the power M on it. Mayfield wearing their road white uniforms, the black numerals with black Mayfield outlined in red across the front, and those very popular. They have stood the test of time. Red helmets. You see the golden domes in college football. You know that means Notre Dame. The red helmets in high school football, it is synonymous with Mayfield football. The Mustangs will get the football first as the head official chatting with the kicker for Mayfield. And back deep for McCracken County as I try to see numbers. It looks like, is that Zan? No, that's, I think, Jeremiah Hughes Jr.
Yes, correct. That's Jeremiah Hughes. He's the only one all the way back. Then it looks like Ian McCune and Xander Mays on the second line.
We are set for the 2020 high school football season to kick off. The fans here at Mustang Nation, they're ready to go. Same for Mayfield across the way. The head official looks at the other officials to make sure they're good to go. They signal that they are. Listen to this crowd. We're set to go. Almost. There we are. The kicker moves in. The kick is in the air, and it will be recovered by Hughes at the 10 and returned out to the 15, to the 20. Cuts it up at the 25, or he's brought down right there. First down and 10 for McCracken County.
All right, we're starting off on offense. First look at our offense. Not a lot of new pieces. but a couple big ones. And so those two big ones are, wide receiver and quarterback. Got a new center as well, even though he's a returning starter. So replacing 3 starters on offense. We'll see how this goes.
Pryor Lamb is going to start for McCracken County in the shotgun. He has Hunter Bradley behind him. The handoff is to Hunter. 9 men in the box. Hunter jukes up the middle, gets across the 25, out to about the 27, the 28, maybe even the 29. A hard-fought gain of about 3, maybe 4. It'll be second and about 6.
Love the play. It's just basically let's break it in. Let's look at the numbers. Let's see what they're trying to do. I'll be curious when we decide to try to air it out here.
Second down and 6 for McCracken County. Jeremiah Hughes in motion. He receives the snap. He goes off left end, cuts it up across the 30, out to about the 31. Gain of about 3. Let's make it third and about 2.
That was a jet play, and one thing about Jeremiah when he runs that jet is like a fast sweep, and he turns it up very well. He's good at reading the hole, able to turn that up, get a couple yards, bring up a 3rd and short.
There is a Cardinal down on the field on the far side around the 27-yard line. And we'll see if we can identify the Cardinal. Is alongside Jared Adams. I'm Eric Chumler. Jimmy Garrett with us on stats. We will update you on this Mayfield Cardinal player that is down at the moment.
It looks like a leg injury, but we do not know who it is at this time.
And so we will try to figure that out. Let's take a quick timeout. The scene here, 11-18 in the first quarter. No score. McCracken County has it on their own 32 at 3rd down and 2. For those of you watching on YouTube, trying to identify the Cardinal that is down at the moment. Can't quite see it from here. But you certainly, you hate to see.
Second play of the season, yeah.
You just hope it is not serious.
Well, they're trying to get him up right now.
As
that's their middle linebacker,
man,
Jax
that
Rogers.
is Jax Rogers. Yep.
All-state middle linebacker right there.
Oh, my.
That's
Mayfield cannot
loss.
afford him to go down.
No,
Here we go.
He's not putting any weight on that.
Here we go. Back here at Marquette Stadium, we do know the Cardinal that is down, and that is the worst nightmare for Mayfield potentially. It is Jax Rogers, who is highly touted, deservedly so, on the defensive side of the football. So our thoughts and prayers with him is that it is not a serious injury and he's able to get back out there. It's 3rd down and 2 for McCracken County on their own 32-yard line. It is a direct snap to Hunter Bradley. Goes across the 35 to the 36. That's good enough for the first down.
So the first series has all been on the ground, a couple up the middle, and then a jet sweep to Jeremiah. And you have a lot of ground game here, just trying to get everyone comfortable, and also gives Coach Clark and their offense a chance to feel out the defense. The defense is Mayfield's strength this year. They have some returning, especially their middle linebacker core. That's their strength.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 35. Pryor Lamb drops back, airs it down the right side of the field. It's incomplete. Great coverage there by Mayfield. It was broken up on the play, it looked like, by Jarius Blythe.
Yeah, a little underthrown right there. Jeremiah on a little go route on the outside. He's going to be called upon to be their vertical threat this year. Franklin was their vertical threat. Xander Mays was the vertical threat. And so Jeremiah is going to try to pick up some of that, some of those roles there.
Second down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 35-yard line. Just under 11 minutes here in the opening quarter. Jeremiah Hughes Jr. in motion. Lamb gets the snap, hands it off to Bradley. He's got a hole left side, cuts it across the 40, out of bounds right around the first down marker at the 45-yard line. Gain of 10, and that's good enough for a first down.
Love to see him getting involved early. There's no hesitation coming back from that pretty rough injury he faced. You could tell he is just pumped to be back. He lowered his shoulders the first carry. He got the tough yards on that 3rd down, and good run-off tackle here on first down.
First and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 45-yard line. 3 wideouts to the right, none to the left. As Lamb calls out his cadence, gets the snap. Throw right side. It is complete to Mays. Has a gap across the 45. Cut down quickly, though, at the 49-yard line. Gain of about 4 on the quick hitter. 2nd and 6.
That's the type of throw that you want to call to get your quarterback comfortable. Little screen route, safe to Xander Mays, able to pick up 5, bring up 2nd and 5.
Lamb looks to the sideline, has his play call. Lamb looking over the defense. Coach Clark giving some instruction from the sideline as well. Lamb's ready, sends a man in motion. Gets the snap. He's looking. He wants to air it down the left sideline. He's going deep. It's incomplete. Just barely overthrew Xander Mays. It'll be 3rd down and 6.
Xander Mays did have a step on his corner. Those deep throws are tough for young quarterbacks that feel. And, they're going to be calling that again, no doubt.
Just kind of reading the defense and saw Xander was in single coverage.
Correct. And Xander has the ability to go up and make that catch. A little overthrown. That's an experience. Before long, Pryor will be making that throw very easily.
Play clock down to 20 as Coach Clark and the offensive staff relaying in the play call. 3rd down and 6 near midfield, no score. McCracken County and Mayfield. Hughes Jr. in motion. Lamb gets the snap, dropping back, looks, throws into the flat to Hunter Bradley. He gets across the line of scrimmage near the 1st down marker. He's going to be near it, and I think he may have gotten it. We'll see. It'll truly depend on the spot. It's either 4th and inches at the absolute worst.
Yeah, that's he got it by half a yard.
It is indeed. 1st down, McCracken County.
That's a great little swing pass out of the backfield. The great thing about Pryor is that is a tough throw for a young quarterback because you want to put a bunch of heat on it to get it there as fast as you can. You have to put touch. It's a tough catch for the running back because he's twisting. Pryor threw that perfectly.
1st and 10 for the Mustangs, now in Mayfield territory at the 45. Snap. Handoff is to Bradley. He goes across the 45 up to about the 41, maybe to the 40. It'll be a gain of about 4, maybe 5. 2nd and 6.
Great push up front. That's the thing about this offensive line is you can run behind them. A 5-yard push every down makes for easy football.
Hunter Bradley, hands on his hips. He's tired, understand. He's got a lot of work ahead of him tonight.
They can bring in the backup, Carter Rowland, who is a great replacement.
2nd and 6. Sending a man in motion, that's Zach Masick. Lamb out to the right, throws to the right, incomplete as he was trying to get it out to Xander. Xander wasn't quite ready for the pass. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Kind of in between territory. This is where the dump to Hunter Bradley has worked twice. See what the Mustangs try to do here.
Yeah, if they pick up several yards on this play, and this is, I think, 4-down territory. It's out of field goal range. Punting could be effective, but, you're only going to gain about 10, 15 yards, I think.
3rd down and 6, empty backfield. Lamb looks, left side, throw. It is complete. That's to Bradley. He has the 1st down across the 35 to the 30.
Man, I think Hunter Bradley is a underrated receiving running back. And right there you see him get open, little throw by Pryor. You're seeing a lot of his shorter throws be accurate. That's great for a young quarterback, just to kind of get it out of his hands quickly. Don't think about it. Find the little hitch, the little out.
1st down and 10. And Mayfield may have jumped offside. We'll see if it was McCracken drawing them off or Mayfield jumping into the neutral zone. It is offsides on Mayfield. So that makes it 1st down and 5 for McCracken County.
Hey, I'm surprised the first penalty of the game came, 6 plays into the game. With it being a young season with no preseason, that's not a surprise to me, and I'm surprised we lasted this long.
1st and 5 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 24, no score, 8.5 minutes in the 1st quarter. And did Mayfield jump again? I think they did.
Yeah,
Indeed.
Trying to send their tight end in motion, and he stands up and then crosses, and so Mayfield's jumped twice now.
And so credit the Mustangs. They are now marching methodically down the field inside the red zone. You can hear the Mustang fans enjoying that.
It was a good drive for us, too. We're chewing up a lot of clock. We're around 4 minutes right now, just under 4 minutes of a drive. This is good.
1st and 10 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 19-yard line. 8:15 1st quarter. Lamb with Bradley behind him. Handoff is to Bradley. He gets hit immediately at the line, spins forward for a couple of yards.
There was a hole early, but he was slow to hit that hole, and it closed around him. The defensive end came in and made the tackle.
Carter Rowland going to give Hunter Bradley a play off. Mention it. Carter Rowland also a very effective player in the backfield for McCracken County.
Carter Rowland runs really hard. He's a good blocking running back. You don't see a lot of flash out of him, but he loves to run over people, and that's my type of running back.
2nd down and 9 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 18. No score, just underway. It off. That's the Jeremiah Hughes Jr. going off right tackle. Cuts it up inside the 20 towards the 15, and he's brought down around the 15-yard line. That'll be a gain of about 3, making it 3rd and around 6 or 7.
Good stretch play, well defended by Mayfield, able to pick up a couple, brings up a long 3rd down, but this is definitely 2-down territory as we stand.
3rd down. Already 5-minute drive for the Mustangs, just methodically going down the field on this Mayfield defense as Coach Clark and his staff getting set to relay in the next play. Play clock down to 15.
Coach Clark relies on trying to set up.
Play clock down to 5, and McCracken County fan, this is ultra encouraging in the fact that you are winning the battle up front between the lines so far.
Correct. Pryor Lamb looking pretty solid so far. Our offensive line and our running backs.
We will keep you posted on scores throughout the region tonight. I also have several shout-outs to get to. We'll do that in just a little bit. The situation here, 3rd down and 7 for McCracken County on the Mayfield 16-yard line. 6:32 here in this opening quarter. What you drawing up here in the huddle, Jared, if you put your coaching hat on for a moment?
So if I put my coaching hat on, 3rd and 7, I'd be considering running two running plays, right? Get 4 yards, get 3 yards, right? If I can do that, then that's a winning. It's definitely you definitely have 2 downs to get 7 yards. If you go for it and get an incompletion, then it's 3rd and 7 and you're throwing it again. So do you want to go throw it twice, or do you want to try to get both of them on the ground? I personally would call 2 run plays.
So 3rd down and 7 as the timeout still underway. If you're just joining us, Jax Rogers, a talented linebacker for Mayfield, had to leave after the 2nd play of the game due to a leg injury of some sort, and was not able to put power on it. But we hope and pray he is okay and able to get back out there ASAP.
I can't find him on the sideline.
That's also not good.
But then again,
your eyesight not always the best. 3rd down and 7 for McCracken County. Pryor Lamb looking over the Mayfield defense. He has Hunter Bradley behind him. Lamb. Pump fake goes towards the left side of the end zone. It's incomplete as he was looking for Jeremiah Hughes Jr. Great coverage on the play for Mayfield. Now it's a big play here. 4th down and 7 from the 16.
Yeah, that was Daniel Coles on the defense. He's a junior, 5'10", 150. There's a lot of juniors in the secondary. They're very young, but that also bodes well for them next year.
4th down and 7.
So now that you've had an incomplete pass on 3rd down, your really only option is you want to have to pass forward on 4th down.
6:27 first quarter. It's an empty backfield, 2 wideouts each side. As Lamb gets the snap, but McCracken County jumps. And so the first penalty of the season for McCracken County. That'll make it 4th down and now 12. And so what seemed like a decent chance is now becoming a harder chance, but certainly not insurmountable by any means.
Yes, correct. It's a pass play. I don't know exactly what they're going to draw up, but what you're going to see, look at 2 tight ends in, so something across the middle. I will say that Nick Masick was money from about 10 yards last year on a little tight end dump. Probably pretty sure they have that defended, but we'll see.
Hunter Bradley in motion. Lamb gets the snap, dropping back, looking, throws over the middle of the field. It is incomplete. He had his man just a little behind him.
And he did shove to get open, so that's going to be a passing interference against us, no doubt.
Which will be declined by Mayfield.
Unless they saw it totally different.
They did not.
Okay.
Want to give a shout-out, as they say, go Blakely Miller and the Mustangs, from Nana and Auntie Dawn, saying go Mustangs. Nate Dyson, Matt Penny, Stephen Spadafino. As I'll go through the list again in just a moment. It is first down and 10 for Mayfield on their own 21-yard line. And the Mustangs, Jared, a lot of things to be happy about. They were able to move the football, just couldn't quite score it inside the red zone.
Yeah, correct. That's going to be something that they got to fix. You got to be pretty proficient inside the red zone. Pryor Lamb and his wide receivers got to work out some connection issues. But now it's time for some defense.
So Zane Cartwright, the quarterback for Mayfield, in the shotgun. He looks, throws right side. It's nearly picked off.
Oh.
It's incomplete. A wonderful job by Ian McCune.
Ian McCune is a headhunter. He is great at sniffing out those things.
I thought he had it, and if he did, it's 6.
It would definitely be that. Ian McCune, by the way, had a great interception last year. On a screenplay just like that one. It helped seal the game for us.
Against Mayfield, wasn't
Against
it?
Mayfield is what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was a great pivotal moment for us to get the ball back, able to run some clock.
Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us here tonight. No score, 6-17 in this first quarter. McCracken fans making some noise. Cartwright dropping back, throws complete around the 25-yard line, short of the first down. Going to be a gain of about 4.
Oh, Ian McCune just planted him. The kid jumped him for the ball. Ian picked him up and dropped him right there.
Ian McCune's ready to play.
0 yards after contact.
Third down and 5, let's call it, for Mayfield on their own 26-yard line. 5:55 in this opening quarter, no score. Mayfield getting the play in. Cartwright relays it to his teammates. 2 wide receivers each way. The Mustang Nation coming to their feet. Cartwright dropping back, blitz coming, and he is sacked.
DeAndre Bolin, first one of the season, first series of the season.
And that brought Mustang Nation to a fever pitch, 4th and long.
Now, there was a blitz up the middle. I couldn't see who it was, but basically he rolled out of the pocket right into DeAndre Bolin's arms. Cyrus Cowan with the blitz up the middle.
I want to give a shout-out to Bryce Haas listening in tonight. Also, Coach Bogacek listening in as well.
By the way, Mayfield went 3 pass plays.
That is true.
Colin didn't touch it.
So 4th down and 10 for Mayfield, deep in their own territory. They are going to punt. Woo. It is a high punt, not much distance. Bounces on their own 35 and goes to the 37. So McCracken will start in Mayfield territory on the Mayfield 37-yard line. So far, momentum has been with McCracken. It's just taking advantage of it if you're the Mustangs.
You're right. You got to punch this in, get a second opportunity inside the red zone, or not the red zone, but inside their territory. You got to put some things together.
4:45 in this first quarter.
So far, they've really keyed on Hunter Bradley, and Hunter's been great, but they've kept him from those big 10-yard gains that he's used to.
First down and 10 for McCracken County. McCracken yet to come out on the field. Coach Clark having a conversation with the side judge. And that is being resolved. There's a Mayfield defense out there, but McCracken is not yet. Play clock has not started yet, so now it has. As they signal it, and Coach Clark sends the Mustangs out. First down and 10. For McCracken County on the Mayfield 37. It'll be Lamb in the shotgun with Hunter Bradley behind him.
7 on the clock.
2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. Jeremiah Hughes Jr. in motion. And that is a delay of game. And so that'll make it from 1st and 10 to 1st and 15.
That's one of those plays that is frustrating. Now you're starting behind the sticks, 1st and 15. wasn't able to get that play and set up in time. They had about 7 seconds once they were set to run the play, and then they had a man in motion, and that took up too much time.
So 1st and 15 for the Mustangs. 4:45 in the first, no score. Hand off to Hunter Bradley. Goes off left guard across the 40 and to about the 39. Going to be a gain of about 3 maybe. Maybe just 2. 2nd and 13.
Good hole, but off tackle, but then a great tackle by Mayfield. It was a one-on-one out there, able to dive at the feet of Hunter and pretty much tripped him up, and he fell. Now it's 2nd and 13.
2nd and 13 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 40. As Lamb rolling to his right, under pressure, dumps it off to Bradley, who tries to escape one man, escapes another, escapes a third, and just gets back to the original line of scrimmage. It was one of those where Lamb was in the backfield receiving a lot of heat. Hunter was right there, chucked it to him, and then Bradley was in a lot of heat.
Definitely a series where you kind of took a step back. We, the penalty obviously hurts us, and then you only gain 2 yards, and then that one was, pretty much nil. So we got 3rd and long, outside the sticks. No fun. That's a long pass coming up.
3rd down, 13 on the Mayfield 40. Lamb gets the snap, dropping back, looks over the middle of the field, now going to run, and he's sacked. And so that will make it a punting situation for McCracken County. That drive, a net loss of 6. And so it was a successful first drive for McCracken County, but credit to Mayfield. They were able to turn it around there. I want to give a shout out to Scott Davis listening in. Also, Marshall Toy listening in as well. Long time contributor here to 99.5 The Fan. Several on Twitter to get to. We'll do as well. Those shout outs brought to you by the Sailor Connection. Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. Snap and the punt from Xander Mays is a beaut. It bounces inside the 5, but takes a Mayfield bounce into the end zone. 1st and 10 for Mayfield on the 20.
Xander definitely has the leg. He's a very good punter. Couldn't put any backspin on that, and he wanted that to land at the 10, and then little backspin, pinning them deep. Not able to get that done, but still a good punt.
And so Mayfield will take over on their own 20. No score yet, 2:42 in the first. In McWright Field, Graves County leads Tillman 3-0. We'll keep you posted on that one. McCracken fans making some noise. 1st down and 10 for Mayfield on their own 20. Cartwright. And that's going to be a false start on Mayfield.
So another penalty against Mayfield. I believe that's 4-1 Mayfield to McCracken ratio. Oh, just a second one. Oh, we have 2.
So 1st and 15 for Mayfield on their own 15. So neither team able to shake off the rust, which we predicted with just 3 weeks of practice. It's very hard not to be rusty. 1st and 15 from the 15. Handoff to the back. Not much room to operate, and it is going to be no gain on the play.
Maybe a loss of 2. He said he got back to the line of scrimmage. I don't believe it.
Kylan Galbraith, dropped shortly after receiving it. 2nd down and 15.
They definitely lost some size on the offensive line. That's going to take some time to figure out that chemistry there. That offensive line chemistry is very critical.
Cartwright in the shotgun. Blitz coming. Throws left side. Picked off into the end zone. Touchdown, McCracken County.
Leandre Bolin. Pick 6. Look at having himself a night. Just a junior. By the way, he was a freshman, true freshman, starting in his very first game in high school, and he has just continued to get better every year. Love it.
The Mustangs applied all sorts of pressure, and it paid off. And so Leandre Bolin is the first touchdown of the season for McCracken County.
I don't think anyone would have predicted that one. No offense to Leandre, but we thought it would be like Hunter Bradley or Xander Mays.
And so the swinging gate for McCracken County. It's the direct snap to Jeremiah
Nice.
Hughes Jr.
Get
He
in there.
dives forward,
Get in
and
there.
it is a no good 2-point
Oh.
conversion. He fumbled it in the end zone, but that makes it 6-0 McCracken County, and the defense holding true for the Mustangs.
The one thing I will say about Mayfield's defense is they're very sure tacklers. They haven't. I haven't seen them miss any tackle. I mean, they're well coached on defense, and that's going to be something they're going to hang their hats on. They're going to have to keep it close till their offense comes around.
So McCracken County, the defense, everything we thought it could be so far. Jared, if you are Coach Clark, Coach Lawson, the new defensive coordinator for McCracken County, you're tickled.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're playing lights out on defense. We're getting after it. We're playing hungry. Love to see that. Big shout out here to Chad Hawes, who says fire up the band.
That's
I agree
right.
with him. Too bad the band's at home.
I can't do that this year. Fire up the PA system.
Play some random song.
That's right. And so 6-0 McCracken County, 2:03 in the first quarter. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Shumler. Jimmy Garrett will be joining us at the half as the Mustangs strike first here tonight. McCracken County will kick back off. And back deep for Mayfield, trying to see numbers from our vantage point. Not always easy. I think Jarius Blythe and Isaac Stevenson.
Correct, and I don't know who's on the far side. Is that 2? Daniel Coles. So those are the 3 guys deep. We have a new kicker this year. His name is Landon Legore. He is a sophomore. So I haven't seen him kick, thus I don't know how far he kicks. Probably going to continue what we did last season with a lot of short mortar kicks, where it goes really high up in the air and allows us to cover it.
So it will be Legore to kick off. He's lined up more as a squib kick, excuse me. It is an end-over-end kick that goes to the 28 and returned by Mayfield. Out to the 30, the 35, and brought down right there. First down and 10 for the Cardinals on their own 35. McCracken leads 6-0, minute 58 in this first quarter.
Joe Casey on the tackle. Great job by him. He's going to be a kid that you're going to hear more and more of. He's just a sophomore. He's going to be the new Darius Kane. That's my prediction.
It's big shoes to fill, but he can do it.
It is. And Darius really only played the last 2 years in high school, and Joe has some time to catch him, I believe.
First down and 10 for the Cardinals on their own 34-yard line. The Mustangs lead 6-0. As it is Cartwright in the backfield, split backs beside him. Juju Starks and Ben Gloyd. As it's going to be a quarterback keeper. Cartwright nowhere to go. Dropped in the backfield for a loss.
4 Mustangs to the rescue. That looks like a loss of 2.
Early indications, the McCracken defense swallowing up Mayfield up front.
Yeah, I don't have haven't gotten a first down. I don't know if they've even gotten in positive. Yes, they have. They completed 1 pass for 4 yards.
2nd and 13 after the loss of 3 for Mayfield on their own 31-yard line. Kylan Galbraith, excuse me. I always get that wrong.
They really aren't going to him much. I think he's had 1 carry. And
Zane Cartwright directing traffic. He gets the snap, looks, throws right side. It's complete. That goes to Watkins across the 35, 40. Near the first down marker. I think he'll get it. There's the first down for Mayfield. Across the 45, maybe on the 45, their own. First down Cardinals.
Looks like they got away with a pretty bad hold on our corner. Able to pick up some yards. Kind of a swing pass out of the backfield. Picking up their first down.
First down and 10 for Mayfield on their own 45-yard line. It is Cartwright in the backfield. Gets the snap. Hands off to Galbraith across the 45, out to about the 50, to the 49 of McCracken. A gain of about 6. 2nd and 4.
Good momentum by Mayfield here. Had a couple positive plays. That one had a good hole. Colin was able to, stick his foot in the ground and get upfield and gain 6 on the play. That's a good one.
So Mayfield in McCracken County territory. The Mustangs lead 6-0. 20 seconds left here in the first quarter. Zane Cartwright in the shotgun position. Galbraith beside him. It is a handoff to Galbraith. Gets across the 50 to about the 46. Going to be about a yard short of a first down, making it 3rd down and 1 as we end the first quarter. An entertaining first quarter as McCracken County leads Mayfield 6-0. The second quarter when we return, 99.5 The Fan. For those watching on YouTube, Jared, overall that was a pretty good quarter for McCracken County overall. McCracken's offense was pretty good, but the defense, spectacular.
Defense is definitely the highlight so far of the first quarter. The offense looks like it's figuring itself out. It's got to get some feet under you, finding what works, not just what works period, but what works against Mayfield. One thing about Mayfield is they play hard, and that sometimes overcomes experience and can make up for the lack of experience and size. Even without their all-state middle linebacker, they are pretty stout on defense. We just got to figure some things out in the run game. The passing game, I believe, will come.
We have 20 seconds, and then we'll be back. Welcome back to the Baird broadcast booth with the Hausman Financial Group, located on Lone Oak Road. Opening an IRA, wanting to transfer your 401k, or just open an investment account. Call Hausman Financial Group, 270-450-9900. So we're back here, second quarter. It's 3rd down and 1 for Mayfield on the McCracken 46-yard line, and this is a big 3rd down, Jared Adams.
Yes, it is. The sticks are not right, but this is a big down.
It's 3rd down and 11. That would make Mayfield upset, understandably, because it should be 3rd and 1.
This is we could stop him. That's not the issue. But it would be great to get him a stop here, in short yardage situations. These are the tests early on that you want to pass. You want to be the team that is able to stuff a run here. Our passing game, I think, is tight enough that we don't have to worry about anything through the air. We just got to get some hats on Colin.
As a big play here for Mayfield. This game far from over. Mayfield's so talented, one of the best programs, not only in the state, top 5 in overall wins in the nation. And this is going to be a fun one. 3rd down and 1 for Mayfield. Cartwright in the backfield. McCracken fans making a lot of noise. Mayfield having to change their play.
Tried to draw us offside. We didn't move. That's good discipline by us.
Play clock down to 7. Snap. Handoff Galbraith. And he is stopped behind the line.
Dalton Skinner wraps him up, drags him backwards. Not an inch.
It'll be 4th down and 1. And if you're Mayfield, I assume you may try.
I don't remember who their kicker was. Let's see if they sent anyone on the field. It might be somebody already on the field. But I think this might. I don't know.
I think you go for it if you're Mayfield.
Just for the...
You have Galbraith. He's so talented.
Going to try to draw us offside again.
Several shout-outs to get to. We'll do that in just a little bit. 4th down and 1 for Mayfield. Mustangs up 6-0. 11-20 here in the second quarter. In the shotgun, it's Cartwright. Galbraith beside him. Snap. Toss to Galbraith up, and
Nothing.
He is
short.
I think he's short.
I think he's short too. I think he gained 6 inches.
The Mustang front line may have held him.
And that was a sweep, which, they're relying on his speed outside to get that and couldn't pick it up.
1st down, McCracken County.
Great test to pass for McCracken County's defense. Standing strong, 2 downs inside a yard. Love to see it early on. Now offense, let's get some things rolling. Didn't really get into a groove last time on offense. It was like when the first thing didn't work, you kind of, things fell apart. Now you get a fresh start. Let's get a rhythm here.
So a chance for the Mustangs to take a 2-score lead, leading 6-0. 11 minutes here in the first half. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumler. Jimmy Garrett will join us at the half. 1st down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 46. Lamb rolling to his right, looking to air it out. Throws it down the right sideline for Zander. It's incomplete, but here comes the flag. Oh, no, they're not. It looks like they were going to throw the flag.
I saw a throwing motion. Nope.
He looked like he was going to draw the flag out, but then decided it may not have warranted it, so it'll make it 2nd down and 10. So Lamb looking towards the sideline to his coaching staff. Mustangs up 6-0. 11 minutes in this second quarter. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Snap. Hand off to Hunter Bradley. Straight forward up the middle. He's carrying a pile with him across the 50.
That's the type of run he needs right there. 6 yards and a pile of dust. Okay, 5.
And that'll make it 3rd down and about 5. Mustangs, if you're just joining us, we're able to drive downfield from their 20 to the Mayfield 20. And the drive stalled on 4th and long inside the 20. But Leandre Boland Jr. got a pick 6. And that's the difference in this ball game. 6-0 McCracken County, 10:25 first half. Snap. Lamb hands it off to Hunter Bradley. Looks for a hole. Has a hole. First down across the 35. There is a flag coming in. Was not watching that territory.
Was not. It looked like it was behind the play. That hold would hurt because Hunter Bradley picked up a first down and plowed 2 Mayfield kids. By the way, not much of an update on Rogers, but it looks to be a knee issue, and the bad thing is today's his birthday.
Oh.
We don't know how serious it is. Could be just a tweak. I don't see him over there standing or sitting.
Our prayers to Jax Rogers and that he can get on the field immediately. 3rd down and 11 for McCracken County now on their own 44-yard line.
That's tough when you get that hold. You had a first down. Now it's 3rd and 12.
Hunter Bradley showing the ability to now get some yards by the handful.
Correct.
They may not be expecting
pads. You're right, running behind his pads.
3rd down and 12. Oh, Lamb dropped it, and the play is blown up. That's going to be a large loss on the play, and that'll make it a punting situation for McCracken County.
Yeah, I don't think it was a run, but he handed it off such a way that it fell out of his hands, or Hunter bumped it out of his hands or something. Hunter fell on it, so now we get to see Xander May's punt. Just got some communication issues to work through. I don't think that this is a surprise to me. I think this is normal, butterflies and, first game stuff that's going on.
And you've only been able to practice for 3 weeks. Both these teams showing some of that rust, understandably. As Mays gets the snap, it's an end-over-end line drive punt inside the 40. Takes a McCracken bounce inside the 30. And wobbles its way inside the 25 to the 23. Nice punt once again to the surprise of nobody.
Xander Mays is picking up right where his brother was with the punting. He punted really well last year. I wouldn't be surprised if this year he breaks his brother's punt record, which is somewhere in the 60s.
Yeah.
I have it somewhere, but Xander is definitely that's a great asset to have when you have a good punter. You can get yourself out of a lot of jams that way.
Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us here tonight at McCracken County High School. The Mustangs up 6-0, 9 minutes in the first half. Mayfield football with it on their own 23. It is Cartwright in the shotgun. He has 2 wideouts each side. Screen pass left side. McCracken's there, and it is no gain.
Nowhere. Quick shout out to Brentley and Rory Gregory. They're listening to football at their brother's baseball game. That's a good combo. I'd be all for that. More football, less baseball.
I love baseball. The St. Louis Cardinals, though, yesterday just about made me hate it in their second game of a doubleheader. But that's baseball sometimes. Second, and let's call it
9.5.
That's about right. For Mayfield on their own 24. Cartwright dropping back, looks right side, has a man incomplete who was lit up.
Nate Helmich cleaned him up.
Woo! And that was Daniel Coles who attempted to catch it, and Nate Helmich right there to drop him.
They must really feel good about their quarterback because they're having him sling it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the pass to run ratio is somewhere in the 70-30.
So a big third down here for Mayfield in their own territory. They want to try to create some room. It's been in McCracken's territory all night.
I think it's third down, even though the sticks.
Third down and 9. Mustang Nation making some noise. Snap, dropping back, blitz coming, screen pass, incomplete. And McCracken just putting all sorts of pressure defensively on the Cardinals.
They're trying to get some offense going with some screen passes, and the last 2 haven't gone anywhere. The first one was tackled, and that one was a drop pass. That's a good plan for Mayfield, is to get their screen game going, but I am just amazed by how little they're handing Colin the ball. I mean, I would be working in every way I could to get him the ball. I don't care if it's out of the backfield, in the slot. He's their best athlete, and they really haven't gone to him much.
And so it's a punting situation. Here comes a lot of pressure, and it's a sidewinding punt that is not going far. In fact, it's only going about 7 yards. It will be down for Mayfield on the McCracken 30-yard line. A punt of 6 yards for the Cardinals. And so McCracken is set up, Jared, with a golden opportunity.
Hey, our defense is putting us in a lot of great positions. We now got to capitalize on them.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 30, leading 6-0 with 8 minutes here in this first half. This Mustang defense has been phenomenal tonight as the official blows a play dead, just resetting the play clock. First down and 10. Pryor Lamb gets the snap, hands it off. That's to Rowland, I believe, as he's dropped behind the line for a short loss. 2nd and 11.
Giving Hunter Bradley a break. Quarter rolling off, tackle goes nowhere. They say it's a loss of 2. I think it's a loss of maybe half a yard.
2nd and 12. So Mustangs look towards the sideline. 7:40 first half. Mustangs up 6-0. Mustangs get the snap. Lamb relays it to his teammates. Rowland in the backfield. Gets the snap, looking to pass, looking towards the left sideline for Mays in the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
Great pass. Mays was wide open, had 3 or 4 yards, and it was the perfectly outstretched basket he made. That is awesome. Good job, Pryor Lamb. Got your first varsity touchdown. Mays with his first touchdown of the season. Love it. That's the kind
32
of stuff
yards on the completion to make it 12-0.
Those are the things that really help you to settle in.
As it is a swinging gate for McCracken County. We'll see what the Mustangs decide to do with 7:20 here in the second quarter. As the Mustangs are going to try to kick it. As it will be Lagore extra point. It's up. And it's good. 7:20 here in the first half. The Mustangs lead it. It's 13-0. For those listening on YouTube, taking a quick commercial break for the radio folks. Jared, that's how you strike right after a golden opportunity.
Yeah, great, well drawn up play. You had a setback, so it was 2nd and long. That's a good opportunity to try. And man, I don't know what I didn't see Xander's route. I would love to go back and see how he got that open. But my guess is Xander's a very smart kid. He's got a double move or something because he was wide open, and Pryor took advantage of that. So Pryor's got his first touchdown in his pocket. That's got to feel good. Now we can settle in, and to me it's like these little steps you got to take. Okay, that's normal now to me. Now I got to try this, and before long he'll be slinging it. I'll say this: what they say about Pryor, he's got a stronger arm than Elijah Wheat does, or did at least at that time. And, that could be to our advantage because you get a passing game going with our running attack, we could be very deadly.
Here we go. Back on radio in a second. Back here, Marquette Stadium, the Mustangs strike on a 32-yard touchdown, I should say. It was Xander Mays bringing down the pass from Pryor Lamb back here at the Baird broadcast booth. It's going to be McCracken County to kick off. Doing that will be Landon Lagore
My inside
for the
sources
Mustangs.
said he was the JV kicker last year.
And so the kick, it's a side kick. It will bounce at the 30 and be recovered and brought back to the 35 to the 36 for Mayfield.
Joe Casey again. That's 2 special teams tackles for him and 2 kickoffs.
We have received an early indication on the injury for Jax Rogers. We're not going to mention the exact injury until it's confirmed, but it breaks your heart with what the possibility is.
Yeah, but I mean, second play of the game, a kid who's got a lot of talent, a lot of bright things going for him. Heart of their defense. He's the captain. He's the general on the defense too.
We had the Mayfield coaching staff updating us on that, but we're going to wait to release it until it's confirmed. Left side goes to Top. He has it across the 40, across the 45. And that's going to be just short of the 45 to the 44. Gain of about 6, second and 4.
You said he threw it up top, and I was going to say his name, and then I realized his last name is Top. James Top.
That's right.
He is a senior. One of the only 6 seniors they have on the staff on the roster. Him and a few others are a big part of this team.
20-0 Hoptown over Henderson.
Oh, wow. I told you Hoptown's good.
Indeed. Second and 4 for Mayfield. Dropping back, they're airing it down the left sideline, but there's going to be pass interference.
Yeah, they say we bumped him.
On McCracken County.
That'll be a 15-yarder. First down.
And so that's a gift for Mayfield. See if they're able to take advantage of it. They need to find some sort of momentum. That might be the spark they need, trailing 13-0.
Our corner kind of did what I would call a bump and run. He's going to bump him to make sure it's an outside release and then run with him. And apparently his bump was a little too much, or the guy has bad balance and just.
I have a slew of shout-outs to get to, and I'll try to do those shortly.
Everybody.
First down and 10 for Mayfield now in the McCracken 41. First time in McCracken territory tonight for the Cardinals. As a handoff to the back, that's Galbraith. Has a hole across the 30 to the 28-yard line, and Mayfield starting to gather some momentum.
Quick shout-out to my daughters, Ansley and Emery. They're listening to the football game along with my beautiful wife.
As it will be first down and 10 for the Mustangs.
When he can hit that hole fast, he gets a lot of momentum, and he's past the defensive line before they can think. I don't know if that was a misassignment, early on last year. That's a lot of the big runs were because we were in the wrong hole, the wrong gap, but we'll see. Can we stop this?
First down and 10 for Mayfield on the McCracken 28. Mustangs lead 13-0. In the backfield, it's Cartwright. He gets the snap. He hands it off to Galbraith across the 30 to about the 25. Going to be a gain of about 3, maybe 4, second and 6.
That was the little counter. Fake a running back one way, coming back with Galbraith the other way.
Want to give a shout out to Lone Oak alum friend of mine, Eric Garner, listening in Nashville, saying go Mustangs. Also, I saw Clay Pickens listening in as well. That's a Lone Oak alum. I'm looking on Twitter. Got several more to get to. We'll do that in just a little bit. Second and 6 for Mayfield on the McCracken 24. Mustang fans making some noise. Snap, handoff to the back, and that looks to be right side to Starks. Cuts up towards the 20 and brought down inside the 20 around the 19. Near a first down. I think he's going to be about 1.5 yards short.
That is a sophomore, Juju Starks, number 24. Little stretch play right there. Hits well. Not enough for first down, but you're in 2-down territory.
You're seeing some adjustments from Coach Joe Morris and company. They are wonderfully putting together this offensive series.
They are. They're playing really well. Defense, I love to see the battle of them adjusting to what they got going on. It looks like they're going to try to stay on the ground. I don't see why they wouldn't.
Third down and 1 for Mayfield on the McCracken 20. Mustangs lead 13-0, 4:45 in this first half. Split backs beside Cartwright. Snap, handoff to Galbraith. Cuts up, first down and then some. 15 and down to the 13. First down and 10 for Mayfield.
Beautiful cut. He cut back against the play, and there was a nice gap backside. He was able to take it for a nice first down. If he didn't slip, I think he would have scored a touchdown.
4:33 left here in the first half. The Mustangs a 13-0 lead. Interesting to see here who can take momentum into the locker room. Mayfield will get the football first to start the second half. Split backs again beside Cartwright. Starks on one end, Galbraith the other. Handoff is to Galbraith. He slips and falls, and that's going to be a loss of 1.
So Tayton Bettinger drove his guy back. It was almost a butt fumble. His offensive line tripped up Kylan, able to get a loss there. Tayton Bettinger was the starting left guard last year, now the starting defensive tackle. The starting defensive tackle last year is now the starting left guard. They just switched.
So shout out to Mark Sanchez and the New York Jets for that reference.
There was no fumble, but it was a
That's right, it was similar.
For sure.
2nd and 12 for the Cardinals on the McCracken 14. Snap, dropping back. Cartwright throws right side, screen pass, well covered, and it is dropped for a short loss.
Looks like it was Hunter Vlack on the tackle, but Ian McCune blew it up, spun him around, and Hunter Vlack finished it off.
Going to be a loss of 1, making it 3rd down and 13 now for the Cardinals on the McCracken 15. And you at least want 3 if you're Mayfield.
Correct. I sure do like watching Ian McCune play defense.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a nose for the ball. He's really good at reacting. Probably a little basketball skills. Him defensively trying to intercept the pass. He's going to be fun to watch.
3rd and 13 for the for the Cardinals. McCracken showed blitz, now backing off. Changing his play at the line is Cartwright. 2:50 left in this first half. McCracken fans making some noise in front of us.
Passing down more than likely.
And now a timeout for Mayfield. It looked like the Mustangs showing blitz kind of got Mayfield a little discombobulated. And now Mayfield taking a quick timeout.
Just a reminder, both starting quarterbacks are sophomores, and both starting quarterbacks have seen some good things and some bad things so far this game. No one is surprised by that. This is normal developmental stuff that's going on. Both coaches are trying to ease their quarterbacks into the game situation. Pryor had a nice long throw there for a touchdown, but before that, a lot of intermediate throws, whereas Cartwright is over on the other side, a lot of short throws, a lot of screen passes, trying to get him comfortable. So both coaches trying to manage their young quarterbacks.
Mayfield, you're just looking to try to get something to make it a manageable 4th down if you're not going for everything here, because you certainly don't want 4th down and 13.
Correct. And so you got, 13 yards? If you could pick up 5 to 10, you're in a really good position. I don't know if they're going to try. See, to me, if your running game is working, then you're going to go 2 runs, but they might try to air it out here.
So 3rd down and 13 for Mayfield as they come back to the line on the McCracken 15. The Mustangs up 13-0. And until this drive, Mayfield was essentially shut out on offense, but putting together a nice drive here. It's in limbo right now, though. 3rd down and 13 on the McCracken County 15-yard line.
I think they'll go for it regardless. I don't think a field goal is an option here.
2:42 left here in the half. Cartwright looking over the McCracken defense. Gets the snap. Steps into the pocket. Throws. It is caught inside the 10 to the 9. As that's going to be a gain of about 6, making it 4th down and about 7.
Great little over-the-middle pass. Gutsy pass, too. Ian McCune not there for the tackle. I don't think he's allowed a single yard after contact in any of his tackles so far.
I think Mayfield going to try to get the sure points and kick a field goal here. As coming out to do the honors, it looks like 86, but I don't have an 86.
Nope. The mystery man.
And so it will be about a 25-yard field goal attempt for the Cardinals.
From the right hash.
McCracken fans making some noise. Low snap. Hold is good. Kick is up.
No good.
And it's no good.
And distance, just a little wide right.
The drive for Mayfield was a dandy, but it stalls inside the 20. And now if you're McCracken County, You have 1:50 left until half, a chance to really steal some momentum.
Yeah, you definitely want to move the ball. You want to get down and get at least a couple shots at the end zone. This is a great opportunity for that. There's really nothing to lose. You don't want to, pick six, but if you're probably going to look to air it out, start the series on the ground, I guess, and then look to put some things into play through the air.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 20, leading Mayfield 13-0, 1:50 here in the half. McCracken trying to really gather some momentum going into halftime. Pryor Lamb in the shotgun. Hand off to Hunter Bradley. Gets across the 20, bounces off a defender across the 25 to the 27.
Run.
And that's what makes Hunter Bradley so special is how he bounces off attempted tackles.
And by the way, great block by Blakely Miller. He just folded the defensive end, huge gap off tackle. Blakely Miller looking to play some D1 football next year. Is a big boy, 6'6", I believe is where they have him.
And McCracken has all 3 timeouts, so do not be alarmed by any run plays. McCracken a host of timeouts remaining. Hand off again to Bradley. He tries to cut up the middle, but he is stopped immediately for no gain. That'll make it 3rd down and 3
That's
with
actually
1:35.
Carter rolling up the middle for a loss of no gain.
The Mustangs a chance here for a ton of momentum going into the half. 1:20. You're about to see the Mustangs get aggressive here to see if they can take
Clock is running.
a 3-score lead into the half. A lot of time ticking off the clock, though. The Mustangs will have to hurry quickly.
3rd down. Definitely get a punt if you don't make this.
Handoff is to Hunter Bradley. Straight up the middle. He gets the first down. And so the clock will stop momentarily. You'll see the Mustangs rush to the line and try to put a big shot here before the end of the half. 53 seconds. Mustangs hurry to the line.
Empty backfield.
Pryor Lamb looking to the sideline. Time's ticking. Down to 40 seconds. Pryor throws up the left sideline. Has a man. It's Zander. It's incomplete.
Zander right over his head. He just didn't have an eye for it. There's a little contact downfield, but I don't think enough to warrant a flag.
Looked pretty clean.
Yeah.
2nd and 10 for the Mustangs. You'll see them now with just 37 seconds attempt more downfield. Still, though, timeouts to work with.
They've used one so far.
As Lamb gets the play call. Jeremiah Hughes Jr. in motion. Handoff is to Hunter. And he's hit at the line, and McCracken will be forced to call a timeout now. 30 seconds left. Oh, I guess the Mustangs are going to concede and go to the half. So I misread that one. And so the Mustangs are going to let this clock wind down and end it for the first half. A very successful first half for the defense. As we go to the halftime locker room, McCracken County leads Mayfield 13-0. When we come back, we will have the first half stats for you. And then the second half adjustments brought to you by Estes Chiropractic. At the half, McCracken County leads Mayfield 13-0. Back here at Marquette Stadium as McCracken County leads 13-0. Back here in the Bear to Broadcast booth. Let's take a look at the first half stats, and with that, we turn the mic over and welcome back Mr. Jimmy Garrett.
Welcome, Eric. I'm glad to be here this evening. So, Mustang fans, let's take off and look at the scoring drives first tonight. Interestingly enough, the first scoring drive was not a drive at all, but actually a defensive play. So at the 2:03 mark in the first quarter, McCracken County, Leandre Bolin intercepted a pass on the 15-yard line, took that in for the first score of the game. McCracken County did go for a 2-point conversion there where Jeremiah Hughes took it around the left end. He came up about a yard short of the goal line, so that 2-point conversion on that first score failed, and McCracken County led 6-0 at the 2:03 mark in the first quarter. The next score didn't come until the 7:20 mark in the second quarter. Again, McCracken County. McCracken County had a short field on a bad punt. They took over on Mayfield's 30-yard line, and in just 2 plays, they scored another touchdown. That touchdown actually was a 32-yard pass. They'd lost a few yards on the play before, so it was actually a 32-yard pass from Prior Lamb to Xander Mays for the first official offensive scoring touchdown for the year from McCracken County. Landon Legore followed up with a good PAT, and McCracken County took a 13-0 lead at the 7:20 mark in the second quarter. The only other attempt to score in that first half, Mayfield did attempt a field goal, a 25-yard field goal with 1:50 left in the second quarter. That field goal was missed, and so the half ended with a 13-0 lead with McCracken County. So let's take a little look at the team stats first, and then we'll look at the individual stats. Looking at the team stats tonight, one of the things, each one of the opponents tonight had 5 possessions in that first half. McCracken County had a total offense of 93 yards, 17 rushes with 39 yards from the rushing standpoint. Prior Lamb attempted 12 passes. He completed 5 of those for a total of 54 yards. Big chunk of that coming on that 32-yard pass to Xander Mays. And McCracken County ended up with a total of 7 first downs in that first half. Looking at Mayfield in that first half, again, as I mentioned, they had 5 possessions as well. They only had a total of 59 yards in that first half. 12 rushes for 29 yards. And the quarterback there attempted 11 attempted passes, 6 completions for a total of 30 yards. And Mayfield had a total of 4 first downs in that total first half. So looking at it from an individual player standpoint, we'll just look at rushing first. Hunter Bradley, of course, led the way from McCracken County. He had 11 rushes for a total of 36 yards. He did have a little bit more yards than that, Eric, but he lost 11 yards on that kind of fouled play there between him and Lamb. So he'd have been a little closer to 50 if they didn't have that 11-yard loss on that one play. Jeremiah Hughes had the only other positive yards. He had 3 carries for 7. So those were the only 2 guys in the positive yards from a rushing standpoint from McCracken County. From a passing standpoint, like I just mentioned, Prior Lamb had 12 total attempts. He had 5 completions for a total of 54 yards, and that one 32-yard completion to Xander Mays resulted in the only offensive touchdown of the night from McCracken County. And like from a receiving standpoint, Xander Mays had 2 receptions for a total of 36 and the 1 TD I just mentioned. And Hunter Bradley had 3 receptions for a total of 18 yards. That gave McCracken County the 54 yards they had from a passing standpoint. Looking over at Mayfield, and we'll start out looking at from a rushing standpoint. I got a little technical difficulty there. So we'll just look at it from a passing standpoint. So from a passing standpoint, their leading receiver was number 15, Brady Smith. He picked up all those yards on 1 reception. He picked up 13 yards. James Topp, he had a reception for 6. Ben Gloyd had 2 receptions for 6. And Daniel Coles had 2 for 5 as well. Like I mentioned, the quarterback there for Mayfield had a total of 30 yards passing. He was 11 total attempts and 6 completions from that standpoint. And for their 29 rushing yards, those were all made up from Galbraith there coming out of the backfield.
That is a great job, as always, my friend, on the first half stats. And we'll be chatting with you in the postgame, all right? That is Jimmy Garrett joining us, as always. Great to have Jimmy back once again, Jared Adams.
It is. it's great to have a familiar face helping us with the stats. He's getting better every year. I love the in-game stuff he does. He'll lean out and tell me, a couple interesting things as the game goes on, and that's great to have. It helps to keep the fans incorporated.
Before we get to the Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments, I've been mentioning shout-outs to get to. I'm going to try to do all of these. Want to give a shout-out to Joshua Cadwell. He says a shout-out to number 67, Brady Cadwell. And Josh is listening on Camp Lejeune, where he is stationed. And so thank you for your service, my friend. And Ron Ruggles listening in. Always good to hear from Ron. Mentioned Eric Gardner listening in. The West Kentucky Outlaws listening. Scott Green as well. Scott Thomas listening in. Michelle and John Howard listening in as well. As the Bottom family, they're right below us, I think. They are listening to us as well. Want to give a shout out to Andy Ford is listening. Coach Ford, as he's affectionately known by the folks at Graves County. The Nana and Bobo of Alex Schley listening in. It's good to hear from you all. Mentioned Matt Rudy earlier. Thank you for everything, Matt. As I go through all of these, I may have a few more to get to, but we'll go ahead and jump into the second half adjustments. If I miss shouting you out, shoot me another message and we will shout you out. Those brought to you by the Cellular Connection, and they are located on Lone Oak Road next to Seaplant in Paducah. Quick score update. Graves County leads Paducah Tillman 10-0. We're going to miss that pick. Callaway County leads Marshall County 19-0. We're going to miss that pick. Hoptown leads Henderson 20-0. We're going to miss that pick. So we're on fire.
We are starting to, it's only looking up.
That's right. And so the score here, 13-0, McCracken County leading Mayfield.
Do you have a Caldwell-Crittenden score?
That's a good point. I may go ahead and look at that one while you do the second half adjustments, which is brought to you by the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. I'm going to try to go either Wednesday or Friday of next week to Kevin Estes, and he'll get me in and out, feeling better than ever in no time at all. The Back Brothers, as they're affectionately known, is located on Central Avenue in Paducah. Jared, the first is finding that rhythm on offense.
So we've had a little success on offense, not a lot of success, but it's like it's coming in spurts and starts, and that's totally normal for the first game of the season with the new quarterback. So there's some communication issues. You just got to clean up those mistakes and find a rhythm and find a flow and find some things that you're good at and start to click. And when that happens, then you can run tempo. There's a lot of things you can do out of that, but you got to find a rhythm on offense. You got to find some successful plays back to back to back.
Also, here in the second half, the run game. Talk about that.
Our offensive line needs to do a better job about creating some bigger holes for the running backs. We've had 3 or 4 tackles for losses, and I know this is a good defense, but we got to be able to handle good defenses because this is a good offensive line. We just need a better, bigger push up front. That'll help with that rhythm. We get a good push.
That is your Estes Chiropractic second half adjustments. When you need that back adjustment, go see the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. They'll get you in and out and feeling better than ever in no time at all. The Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic. Score update, Crittenden County and Caldwell County. Caldwell County leads 8-0, so we got that pick wrong if it holds. And so
which one do we get right? Please tell me that.
Well, maybe this one.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
So that could be good, but there's still a second half left for that. We're going to take one final timeout. When we come back, the second half, McCracken County leads Mayfield 13-0. Radio is still on a commercial break, but coming back here for the folks listening on YouTube while we have another minute or so until we come back on the radio side. Jared, McCracken up 13-0 and has really dominated defensively. This first drive here for Mayfield in the second half, the Cardinals need to find what they had going late in the first half. Try to find that here to try to just seize some momentum from the Mustangs. Let me turn you up first. There we go.
Yeah, this is, this offense was starting to click. We had a great stand down there in order to get a turnover, missed a field goal. That's awesome for us. We just need to keep them from really getting some momentum. They had it, and we need to keep it from.
Also for McCracken County, it's a chance to extend your lead. I know Coach Clark would love to have more than just a 2-score lead against this highly talented Mayfield Cardinal program.
This is not a team you relax against.
No.
We every time we play them and we're like, okay, we got momentum. You don't relax. You preach that at halftime. You preach that in the huddle. You preach it during timeouts. Do not relax. And if you can, put together 2 more good quarters, you're going to come away with a victory.
15 seconds. That is correct. We're about to come back here on the radio side. High atop Marquette Stadium here at the half. The Mustangs lead Mayfield 13-0. It's been McCracken County showing out on the defensive side of the football, but credit the Cardinals. They were able to put together a drive late in the first half. It did stall, though, deep in McCracken territory. Credit the Mustang defense for that. Jared, you and I talking off air. This first drive here from Mayfield, they'll get the football first. It is of the utmost for the Cardinals to try to find something here because you do not want to get behind 3 scores to this Mustang team and that defense.
Yeah, you're correct. Whatever second half adjustment needs to be put into play right now, Mayfield needs a sustained drive. I always say that even if you just have a sustained drive and you eventually have to punt or you miss a field goal or something, that's a success because you're seeing a sustained drive. You're seeing, putting some things together that work. They wouldn't be, I would still say it's a success if they got 3 or 4 or 5 first downs, even if they didn't score. We got to make sure that whatever they were able to break free from in that last drive, can we shore it up?
As we're back here in the Baird broadcast booth, whether you're rolling over your 401k, opening an IRA, or just maybe an investment account, call Hausman Financial Group with Brent Hausman and Larry Hausman and the entire team, 270-450-9900. Let's go ahead and look at some shout-outs. Want to give a shout-out to Coach Berlin-Brower supporting the Mustangs as he's heading to Indy for an AAU tournament with Brent Brower and Ian Hart. Good to hear from you, Coach. Also want to give a shout-out to Danny Allen listening in tonight. Much love to you, brother. Just said his name, just now seeing his text. Brent Hausman listening in tonight with a great point, saying getting 1 out of 8 picks is okay as long as you get the Mustang game right.
You're right.
That may be what happens.
You're right.
And so shout out to him as well. Alan Treese listening in. Great to hear from you, partner, as he's chiming in on Twitter. And so the Mustangs lead it. And I think the news is McCracken holding Mayfield to under 60 yards of offense that first half.
Yeah, we knew that Mayfield's offense is going to have some growing pains. We knew ours was a strength. It's just great to see that come to fruition. We just got to be consistent on defense. Don't let the big play happen. Don't let them air one out and go over the top on you. We're good enough that we don't need that to happen. We got a bunch of good guys in the secondary that are really lights out. So if a team does try to pass against us, I really like our chances. I really feel like we can affect them. Nate Helmich has really shown a nose for the ball. Ian McCune as well. A lot of good pieces on this defense.
The Mustangs lead 13-0 as both teams getting set to head back out. Let us know you're listening. Text us on the Cellular Connection text hotline, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. I want to give a shout out to Anna Jo Roberts and Ty Roberts listening in soon. And Coach Dustin Roberts listening in as well. Good to hear from the Roberts family. Also, you can tweet me at Eric Chumbler on Twitter, where I will have updates throughout the night and all season long on McCracken County football. Do the same through basketball season, baseball and softball season as well. And on Facebook also. It's a bit humid, but a very nice crowd on hand here tonight. The COVID-reduced 35% has been loud.
It really has. And looking across the stadium, it doesn't look like 35% over there.
It is.
I mean, they're pretty full. It's not packed. You can see seats, but it looks more like 50%. I don't know. But it's a great crowd on both sides. When we need a third down stop, our fans get loud. And, it's a good environment.
Joyce and Buddy Lewis listening in tonight, cheering from Heath. Good to hear from Buddy and Joyce Lewis. Always love hearing from the Lewises. It'll be McCracken County to kick off, as it is the sophomore Landon Legore, 5'11", 132-pound kicker for the Mustangs. He's done a nice job placing his kicks exactly where he wants it for the special teams unit.
Yep.
So we're set for the second half. The Mustangs up 2 touchdowns, 13-0. Legore moves in on the football. It's an end-over-end kick. Places it perfectly on the 30 as they bring it back out to the 35. There's a fumble, but it's recovered by Mayfield, I think.
A little forward fumble, too.
And so it will be Mayfield football on the fumble.
That little mortar kick is really a tough one to field because you have this dilemma whether a fair catch or catch it. Oftentimes, if you are indecisive, it can lead to some fumbles, some fumbling issues. So Mayfield able to pull that one back in, but could have been a disaster for them to start the second half.
I want to give a shout-out to Daryl and Teresa Weed listening in tonight. We mentioned their son Elijah several times tonight. Good to hear from the Weeds.
Elijah's their youngest, which means they are done with high school. It's got to be a strange feeling.
I'm sure. First down and 10 for Mayfield, near midfield at the 44. Mayfield under 60 yards total offense here tonight. See if they can put together this drive in the second. There's a fumble in the backfield, and that's going to be a quick loss of about 7, maybe 6.
Tough way to start a second half drive. Looked like a good snap, just maybe a little right outside of his body, and he dropped it and fell on it.
This McCracken defense just flying all over the field. I think it may be in the mindset of Mayfield just a little bit. They do act a bit rushed, especially on first and long, second and long. It seems like they're just uncomfortable.
I think they had something dialed up that last play because the quarterback just ran off the field, their backup quarterback, that last play.
Zane Cartwright in the shotgun, gets the snap, rushes a throw left side. It's picked off inside the 30, 20, 10. Touchdown, McCracken County.
That was tipped by Mayfield right into Jackson Gruber's hands. Jackson Gruber, that's the second defensive touchdown of the night.
Jackson Gruber, 38 yards on the touchdown return. The Mustang defense has been phenomenal. And we just mentioned it. It was a rush throw from Mayfield, just feeling the heat.
Yep. And the wide receiver was not ready to catch that, so he reached back and slapped it up into the arms of Jackson Gruber. So Jackson Gruber and Leandre Bolin, I'm pretty sure that's their first touchdown that they've ever had. Well, Leandre used to be a running back, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the first touchdown for Jackson. Pretty cool.
Swinging gate. It goes to Hunter Bradley, cuts it up, and into the end zone for the 2-point conversion.
So they're 50 for 50 on the swinging gate. That means that's as good as just kicking extra points.
And so if you are Mayfield, this is the worst-case scenario for you on that drive.
Yeah, Mayfield has got to figure out a way to be productive on offense, to develop a passing game, but to not put yourself in those positions. Now, young quarterback puts a little too much air under his screen passes, but he'll be there. He's just a sophomore.
And so, just starting the third quarter, McCracken County leading Mayfield 21-0. And now if you're Mayfield, you really got to start pushing it a bit more than they have. And with a sophomore quarterback, that's not the easiest of tasks, and only 3 weeks worth of practice.
Yeah, you're right. And you're talking about youth. You're talking about no pregame. There's a lot of things going against a young team. When you have a young team in this situation, that's a tough hill to climb.
Want to give a shout out to Hunter and Taylor Rousseau saying go Mustangs.
Quick shout out to a good friend of mine, Erin Tucker. She is an awesome human being, and the Tuckers are listening in. I got her son in class right now. She's got a younger son playing football. She said that those cowbells you can hear, she made them.
I love it.
Yep.
John Dyson and Emily Tapp watching from Kevel. And Cole Hoffman listening in as well as I go to the text side of things. We're going to give a shout out to Lowe's here in just a moment. We'll tell you why. Thank you to Freddie Schley for pointing this out. Hunter Mahler listening in from Mayfield. Thank you, Hunter. As Mayfield or McCracken getting set to kick off. Esley Cornelius, his dad, chimes in saying shout out to Esley. Mayfield getting set to return this kickoff from McCracken County. The Mustangs up 21-0. End over end kick. Going to be caught at the 31 and returned by Mayfield by James Topp, who's hit hard and dropped for no gain.
Kieran Perez, awesome job by him. He's a fun guy to watch.
25, I'm sorry. You did. I pushed the
First down and 10 for the Cardinals, and the Mustangs defense is starting to get to where they are packing a punch on every hit. And Mayfield just a bit out of sync, and I think you can give all of that credit to the Mustang defense. They have just been phenomenal. First down and 10 for Mayfield, trailing McCracken 21-0. 10:57 here in the third quarter. Zane Cartwright, the sophomore quarterback, in the shotgun. It's a battle of new sophomore quarterbacks here tonight, and Mayfield wants a timeout, and their coaching staff is furious.
I think there was an advantage that Mayfield had that they didn't notice.
And so you're going to see a lot of that tonight in terms of, I don't want to say missed opportunities, but just not seeing everything with the 3 weeks worth of practice compared to 8 new players in key positions. It's going to be.
Think about how practiced you have to be able to process your play, look over the defense, see where the advantage, the disadvantage is, make sure the time clock isn't going down. There's multiple things that he's got to adjust to, and he probably does that well in practice, but in the pressure of the fans, the game night situation, that's tough for any kid, especially when you're young. He'll get there, but he's got to go through some growing pains first. The experience is the best teacher.
How about Mustang Nation tonight? They have been loud.
They have. Like I said, good group of parents.
First down and 10 for Mayfield on their own 32. More shout-outs to get to in a moment. Rolling to his right is Cartwright. Throws to his left. It's nearly picked off. It's incomplete.
Jackson almost had another one.
He had it timed perfectly but couldn't quite haul it in. We mentioned him moments ago. Someone we miss, Elijah Wheat, saying, "Go Mustangs," watching from Williamsburg.
Hey, did you know I also go to the University of Cumberland?
I did too. I'm alum.
I'm alum, and I'm working on my second master's, so shout out to University of Cumberland, who's taking my money. Lots of it.
They have a lot from you and I both.
Yeah.
Second and 10. More shout-outs to get to. We'll do that in just a moment. 10:53, third quarter, 21-0 McCracken County. Mustang fans making some noise. Cartwright, low snap, hands it off. It's a fumble.
Picked
up by the Mustangs. 20, 10, touchdown Mustangs.
3 defensive scores tonight. Awesome. Scoop and score.
They have been all over the field, and this time it's Hunter Black.
That's a drill they practice every warm-up, every practice. Scoop and score, scoop and score, scoop and score. Looky there. That's a third defensive touchdown tonight by a third defensive guy.
This McCracken County defense, we raved about it in the pregame, and they have lived every bit of it tonight.
Yeah, they're hungry, and they're getting after it. Quick shout-out to Parker Pace. I work with his mother, and he's a new 6th grader at Lone Oak Middle School, so shout out to Parker Pace.
As it will be a swinging 8. Nope, they're going to go for the extra point.
They get a...
It will be a flag for a moment.
Too many?
That's right. Too many people on the field for the Cardinals, wasn't it?
Oh.
And so it will be an extra point opportunity for Lagore. As the extra point is up, and it is good. 10:44 in the third quarter. McCracken leads 28-0. And so this McCracken County defense, you and I have raved about it. Now 3 defensive touchdowns tonight for the Mustangs.
Did you? How many people predicted a shutout?
I'm going to have to look. I don't recall one. I said 41 to
I don't remember what you said.
18, 13, 41-13 is what I said, something like that.
I said 35-21. I don't think Mayfield scoring 3 times.
As the fight song goes off in the background, Ben Schofield is listening, proud of his protege, Mr. Lagore, as Ben's watching from his couch. Good to hear from you, Ben. Sheila Davis listening in tonight. It's good to hear from you, Sheila. It means sports is back as Sheila listens to McCracken County faithfully. Appreciate that. As go back to the text messages. Chris, Jamie, Addison, Harper, and Chandler Jones all listening in tonight. Good to hear from the Jones family. Landon Shear, another football alum, listening in as well.
Nice kick.
As the kick will be returned at the 31, out to the 35, and brought down around the 40. First down and 10.
Lagore's doing a great job with those little mortar kicks. And then our coverage is pretty stout on him, not getting much after the catch. Here comes the defense.
28-0, McCracken County.
Still rocking mostly starters. This is way too early to sub.
Oh, yeah.
Quick shout out to the corner, Colton Smallwood. He is back in football after a year off. Great kid, great football player. He's also a pretty good wrestler.
That's right. First and 10 for Mayfield on their own 39. Snap, rolling to the left, now throw right side, a screen pass, and nothing doing as it's blown up by the McCracken defense. A gain of 1.
Ian is a hound dog. He sniffs out that stuff so well. He is just money on those screenplays.
Mayfield's trying to just find some sort of remedy to throw this McCracken defense off guard, but at this point, the Mustang D's just pinning their ears back and just charging.
Yeah, we definitely smell blood in the water. Quick shout out to one of my favorite students I've ever had, Alan Everett. He is listening in.
Second down and 7. As there's a flag on the play. Did McCracken jump?
No, the center's fake snap.
And so it's going to be false start on Mayfield.
Got a little pump fake on the center snap.
2 people you and I think the world of, and we've known for ages. Julian Mitchell and Mike Murphy are to our right, doing a great job.
Both of them Lonoke alumni?
That's right.
Hey. 81.
And both with solid sets of hair. When you're bald like me, you notice this.
Yeah, the 2 bald guys are sitting next to each other in the 2.
That's right. It's second and 12 for Mayfield. As the Cardinals trailing McCracken 28-0, 9:55 here in the third quarter. Mayfield's confused. Now the snap. Pressure coming. Rolling to his left, and a sack!
DeAndre Bolin, his second sack of the night. Second sack of the season.
Shout outs to John Howard listening in tonight. Also Kevin Estes, the Strong family, Alan Strong listening in. Mike Cooper listening in from Memphis, Tennessee. Shout out to those fine folks. The McCracken defense just continuing to be dominant. Has Mayfield pinned back now, third down and 19 from their own 30. The Mustangs up 28-0. 3 defensive touchdowns tonight for McCracken County. And the Mustang offense hasn't been bad, but they haven't been on the field a ton.
No, they haven't. They've been watching.
Snap, handoff, and hit behind the line and dropped again.
Esley Cornelius and then Leandre Bolden rocks Colin Galbraith.
And Kylan is slow to get up. You do not want to see him go down. As he does get up slowly, and he's now hopping off You certainly do not want to see him go down.
Yeah, that would be oh, yeah, he's not putting much weight on his left ankle.
No, he's not. And so Mayfield will be forced to punt. As the punt is a nice spiraling kick. That will bounce at the 40 and inside the 35 to the 30. Very nice punt. And so if you are McCracken County, you have to be pretty happy with what you're seeing here tonight, as sophomore quarterback Pryor Lamb doing a pretty good job in his debut. And the Mustang defense has been phenomenal. Now McCracken County back with it, up 28-0. Want to give a shout out, Gary and Jan Clark listening in tonight, and several others as well. As snap. It's confusion. It's now a handoff to the back, as that is going to be Owen Black. No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. That was Hunter Bradley. I thought I saw 12 at first, which really confused me.
Yeah. There's a kind of a miscommunication on the handoff. They're both, I guess, they both got the wrong play. Able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Not a good way to start the series. Like to see some positive yards, some rhythm. Ironically, this is the first time they've touched the ball this half.
That is true.
Almost over 4 minutes in.
As dropping back, Lamb throws left side, incomplete. Through behind his intended receiver, Jeremiah Hughes Jr. Third down.
Couple shout outs to get to. One of the, I don't know if it's a line judge, field judge. It is his anniversary, and his wife is our secretary at school. So quick shout out to Julie and Kenny Perry. And my teacher friend, Natalie Hayden. Quick shout out to the Hayden and Keys Cowbell group.
That's right. Third down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 29. As Lamb dropping back. He's going to air it down the left side of the field. It's incomplete. And so it'll be a fourth down for McCracken County, and the Mustangs will punt it. As I never really, for the sake of just trying to make sure I get the opposition offense correct, I never really record on my phone while McCracken County is on defense, but I may have to do that a little different this year and record McCracken County when they're on defense.
I know. You get more scores that way.
But it is, and that's just a compliment to this McCracken County defense. 3 touchdowns tonight.
Ooh, nice kick.
As that's a nice punt. As it bounces at the 40 and sidewinds out of bounds at the 39. And that was not a slap at the offense at all. That's a compliment to the defense.
Yes,
I just don't do it to try to focus on the opposition offense, make sure I get numbers right. But my goodness, this defense is putting up impressive numbers tonight.
There's a lot of excitement in a high-scoring offense, don't get me wrong. But a defense that just flies the ball passionately like they're doing, man, they're fun. Just a defensive-minded team has always been my preference. Not to say that our offense isn't lights out, because it will be. Believe me, by the end of the season, this is going to be two sides, really good football team. Going to be a great year.
And so the defense back out, handoff to the back, and that's nothing doing. It's going to be a loss of about 1 in the backfield as they handed it off to Galbraith. Good to see him back.
Dalton Skinner drags him down by his jersey, flings him down, I would probably rather say.
Want to give a shout out to Ben Harshman as he's listening in tonight. Good to hear from you, Ben.
Into the game is Colton Hayden Jr. He is the son of one of the Cowboy Bell groups. Right behind him is Isaiah Keys, one of his best friends.
2nd and 10. Is rolling to his right, a lot of pressure, and it's nearly intercepted. As
Isaiah
a nice
Keys with the QB rush.
And it was nearly picked off on the play by Jackson Gruber once again. I may have to turn Twitter off. I put, when the Mustangs came out, I said with the American flag in hand, here come the Mustangs, and a Fox News national show retweeted it, and now I'm getting some tweets from both sides of the political aisle.
Oh, good.
Goodness.
American flag is offensive now? Is that where
It
we're at?
is.
Okay.
It's well received. There's some naysayers too. We have to turn Twitter off. 3rd down and 10. Low snap, dropping back, throw down the left sideline. It's incomplete for Mayfield.
Not a bad throw. A
I
little long.
thought they may have had something at first, but a couple of McCracken defenders getting to the play.
That's the thing, is these guys just got to find out who their go-to guy is. You know, they don't have a Cade Neely on the team. At least not one coming into the season like that's my go-to guy. Instead, they're trying to figure out who is my possession receiver, who's my deep threat, who's my guy who's going to get me tough yards across the middle. They really don't have the answer to those questions, which is why they're really struggling.
4th down and 10 for Mayfield. Back to McCracken County it will go. The Mustangs up 28-0. There's a fumble, and it's going to be a turnover for Mayfield back on their own 31.
Ouch.
And there's just nothing going the way of Mayfield. Their punter felt the heat from McCracken County and rushed himself a little bit, and McCracken will now have it 1st down and 10 on the Mayfield 31.
Kieran Perez, by the way, on the rush. He's pretty much the guy off the edge on all special teams. Pretty quick kid, but he's very long as well. 6'4", and he can stretch. He's going to block some punts and PATs this season.
So the Mustangs back out, leading 28-0. 6:25 here in the 3rd quarter. As Pryor Lamb hands it off to Bradley. Big hole straight up the middle. Gets inside the 30, inside the 20, down to about the 11-yard line.
Fake the jet. Everyone flowed to it. Hunter Bradley up the middle. Beautifully run play. Love to see that. But all of that started with Jeremiah's great play fake. He was going 100 miles an hour across the middle. Got the fake snap. Carried it out well. It's the little things in football that makes things click.
1st down and 10 for the Mustangs on the Mayfield 12-yard line. As a handoff, straight up the middle it goes. Nice play by Hunter Bradley inside the 5 to the 2.
Hasn't missed a beat. Took him about first quarter. He had his hands on his hips a couple times, and then halftime. Then a comeback from halftime. He's been pretty good. Money. Another injured Mayfield kid coming off the field. 2nd and 1. I wonder who they're going with.
2nd and 1 from the 3. As who do you put your guess on?
Oh, they're going.
I'm going to say Hunter Bradley. He gets the direct snap straight up the middle into the end zone for the McCracken County touchdown.
That was kind of a wildcat formation. Pryor Lamb wasn't even on the field.
34-0 McCracken County.
Woo! I got the 35 right. Okay,
I was going to say, we're not quite there yet.
Is this only the 3rd quarter?
It is.
They're going to go for 2 then, aren't they?
This has been a dominant 3rd quarter by the Mustangs, as it was a 13-0 lead for McCracken County at the half. They've put up 21 here. As the Lagore extra point. It is up. And it is good. 5:17 here in this 3rd quarter. 35-0 McCracken County. Jared Adams, this McCracken ball club is showing what they can do here in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, and then both sides of the ball kind of really finding their key, but the defense has got to be the story of the night.
And so if you're McCracken County, it's a 35-0 lead. You never really relax on Mayfield. You're 1 point away, though. Wait, what is the running clock number?
36.
That's what I thought, 36. So you're 1 point away from that. So you're not too far away from being able to relax. But anytime you see that red helmet on the opposite side of the field, just out of the respect for the program, you do not take it easy yet.
Yeah, you're correct. You don't relax, but that running clock is. I'm really surprised they didn't go for 2 right there and get it.
I am getting chewed out on social media for.
Social media is a cesspool.
It is. It is a. What a time.
Is it getting political?
It is.
Oh, that is awesome.
It is not.
Nothing like a high school football game to air your political opinions.
Welcome to 2020. 5:17 in the third. 35-0. McCracken County is a kickoff for Mayfield return to the 39-yard line. So if you have asked for a shout-out on Twitter, I will not be able to see it. And shout-out to J.P. Roberts listening in tonight. It's good to hear from you, brother. As JT listening in tonight saying had Mr. Murphy as a teacher, and he looks exactly the same now as he did then, and I'm in my 40s. I'm jealous is what the text says. As JT is his name from Olmsted. As that's funny. I agree. First down and 10. Mayfield with it. A handoff left side. Gets a pass initial defense across the 50 out to the 42-yard line. That's a nice run for Mayfield.
Yeah, sophomore Juju Starks looks like to be their go-to backup with Kylan kind of hamstrung. I'm not saying it's a hamstring, but kind of slowed down a little bit. They're going to the sophomore, and he is quick.
And so first down for Mayfield on the McCracken 42-yard line. 4:52 in this third quarter. The Mustangs lead 35-0. Snap, handoff to the back. Gets across the original line of scrimmage across the 40 to the 36. Helmet comes off as with the carry with Juju Starks. Juju Starks a couple of nice carries here in the third quarter. Is 4:35 here in the quarter, second, and let's call it 5.
Eric, are you becoming Twitter famous?
I just got in the middle of a COVID American flag debate on Twitter by posting the Mustangs coming out of the locker room.
Man, that's a big
There's
hole.
a man going straight up the middle. Nice carry by Jarius Blythe across the 20 and down to the 15. And here come the Mayfield Cardinals.
Trying to ensure that clock doesn't run.
And so credit to Mayfield. They are not giving up, which you would not expect anything less from this great program.
Shocking. Mayfield doesn't give up.
As they are a phenomenal talent. Is Brad Vosen family listening in tonight? Good to hear from you, Brad. First down and 10 for Mayfield.
Looks like Juju Starks back in as Jarius Blythe limps out.
Mustang Nation making a little noise. Handoff to Juju Starks. Hit at the line and dropped.
Ashley Cornelius, great tackle. Stuffed his dude, shed his blocker, filled the hole.
Hoptown leads Henderson 20-2 in the third quarter.
What about the Graves Paducah score?
That's a good question. I'll look that up. No, I can't. My Twitter's shut down.
You shut it down?
No, I deleted. Just quit turning on notifications.
17-7 Graves.
Gotcha. Second and 10 for Mayfield on the McCracken 16. 3:10 here.
Defensive stand needed. We've had a few of those. That's great.
Mustang Nation again making some noise. Snap. Handoff to Galbraith, and he is stopped at the line and dropped. So no gain, making it third down and 10.
Lost about a half a yard. Looks like Isaiah Keys, Hunter Bradley, and Colton Hayden in on the tackle. Two of those guys are juniors.
So if you're Mayfield, it's 4-down territory for sure. Third down and 10 on the McCracken 16, trailing 35-0 here in the third. You're trying to find any way to get into that end zone. .220 left in the third. Snap. Throw right side. Caught. Screen pass. Hit at the line of scrimmage. Escapes that tackle inside the 10. Inside the 5. Down to the 2.
Nice run by Daniel Coles. And he is probably their most experienced wide receiver that they have. He was started at corner last year as a sophomore. He's not very tall. I'm going to say he's he's listed at 5'10", but he's probably 5'8". But he was a quick guy. Made about 4 Mustangs miss.
And so first down and goal for Mayfield on the McCracken 2. Handoff, and nope, there's going to be a flag on the right side or a timeout. I think it is a timeout, so we will keep it right here. 1:53 in the third quarter. McCracken County up 35-0, and if you are Mayfield, you've put together this nice drive. This is not over yet, as the Cardinals will always go to the very end, and if they can get in the end zone here, see what they can do on special teams, and keep trying to claw back.
Yeah, you're right. If we start celebrating too early, I mean, we're in the third quarter. Then they could really steamroll us. I mean, that's just they're starting to figure some things out on the ground too.
As Mayfield, with the tradition they've had for so many years, it is definitely a pride thing. You're not going to see them down at this point in the game.
That's ingrained at a very young age.
Mayfield football, maybe not winning today, but I can assure you if they are down tonight, it will not be too long.
One of the teachers I work with, used to work at Mayfield, had a serious question. He said, when's the last time that Mayfield and Paducah lost on the same night? It's got to be several years.
That is a good point. I did not consider
Mayfield
that.
rarely loses, and so it's got to be, we beat them for, twice in the last couple of years at home, but Paducah always plays Graves on the same night as us, so it couldn't have been then. I don't think Paducah's lost to Graves in a while.
As it will be first and goal for Mayfield. As a handoff to the back, gets across the right side and into the end zone for the Mayfield touchdown. There is a flag on the right side of the field. We will see what the flag is. Did McCracken, or was it Mayfield?
Where they're celebrating.
And so, is it against Mayfield?
It is.
It is, and so it's that kind of a night right now for the Cardinals.
We're going backwards. 15 yards, I think. Maybe 10. Now, what was first and goal from the 3, or from the 1, is now first and goal from the 13.
So 1:47 left in this third quarter. The Mustangs up 35-0. As Mayfield trying to get on that scoreboard and start some sort of a comeback. This game not over. McCracken fans making some noise. Snap. Blitz coming. Throw right side. Screen pass. 10, 5. Touchdown Mayfield.
That little screen pass hasn't worked a couple times. They keep going back to it. That was the one that got them down to the 1 yard line and came back.
And so that makes it 35-6. Extra point pending for Mayfield. Is attempting that extra point for the Cardinals.
Mystery man.
It is. Do not have his name on my roster. So the hold is good. The snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up, and it is good. 35-7. The Mustangs on top. Minute 42 here in the third quarter. And if you're McCracken County, this game not over. Mayfield, nice drive there to get into the end zone.
Yeah, that was a good drive by them. You saw them do pretty much two things. A lot of between the tackle runs, not a lot outside. and then screenplays. And so that was their productivity. And so the good thing is that gives us something to focus on. Last season there was also a lot of productivity with teams that ran in between the tackles. I remember Paducah last year would just go right down our throat, and so we just got to shore that up.
And if you're McCracken County, with 1:42 left in the third quarter, I imagine you may see a little bit more ball control here on this next drive.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. We were pretty effective on the ground that last drive. Let's just boom, 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 just kind of keep on driving that. Oh, by the way, I know who the kicker is. Jesus Carmona.
All right. What number is he on the roster we have?
I don't know.
He is not on the roster, so we will add him. Actually, I don't have my pen anymore, so Jesus Carmona is the kicker for Mayfield.
I thought I saw it.
Did a nice job on that extra point. And it's 35-7, McCracken leading Mayfield, a minute 42 here in this third quarter. The Cardinals to kick back up. Do you see any sort of trickery here to try to get the football back?
I don't. But we'll see.
And so Carmona getting set to kick back off. We're waiting for the officials to give their approval.
We need to back up, I think, our sideline, I guess.
And so that has been addressed. Still waiting. And we're ready. So Carmona moves in on the football. It's a squib kick. And scoots by to the 25. Returned there by McCracken County Xander Mays. He gets to the 30, to about the 32, and he's brought down a first down and 10. So if you're McCracken County, up 35-7, are you giving a dose of Hunter Bradley and Carter Rowland?
I would. One, then the other, then the one again, and then the other again. That's what I would do.
And so the Mustangs around Coach Clark getting their final instruction before heading back out. The Mustangs jumped out to a 35-0 lead. And credit the Cardinals, they put together a nice drive this last go-around to get on the scoreboard and make it 35-7.
Carter Rowland out there to start the series.
And so it will be a handoff to Hunter Bradley. He goes straight up the middle, has a hole across the 40, gets hit hard around the first down marker. Nice tackle on the play by Derek Stewart, a senior middle linebacker.
Good to see Carter Rowland get some positive yards.
And that's the spot where you would normally see Jax Rogers, who went down with a serious injury earlier tonight, leg injury. And our thoughts and prayers with him for a speedy recovery. First down and 10 for McCracken County on their own 42. Appreciate some of the fans giving us a heads up on Jesus Carmona as the kicker for Mayfield with a extra point opportunity moments ago. First down for McCracken County on the Mayfield, or on their own, I should say, 42. As handoff to Hunter Bradley. Tried to escape one defender, couldn't do it.
It's Carter Rowland.
That is a good call by you, Carter Rowland. And that will make it 2nd and 10. 40 seconds left. The Mustangs will have to run at least one more play here. As McCracken going to let the play clock dwindle down a little bit. Now they move towards the line. Snap to Pryor Lamb, hands it off to Carter Rowland across the 45 to the 46 for a gain of about 4, 3rd and 6. As that will end it for the third quarter. After 3, McCracken leads 35-7. Keeping it here for the folks on YouTube, Jared, it's been a solid 3 quarters from McCracken County. Really no complaints at all if you're a Mustang fan.
Yeah, you got a couple things that we want to address in film. You know, there's some starts and sputters on offense to be expected when you have a new leader of the offense. But that, you know, those things quickly work themselves out, especially when you have a good run game to kind of balance that. takes the pressure off you.
And if you're McCracken County, you don't want to just mail it in here in the fourth quarter. You do want to try to ball control and use some clock here, but
Correct.
you certainly do not want to go, I guess, too conservative here. And Mayfield may be able to pounce on that, but you have a couple of very talented running backs to try to achieve that.
Yeah, you do. You got the 2 running backs you need to really just wear down the defense. This is the fourth quarter. A lot of these guys are going both ways. All of your defensive lines going both ways. We got a lot of 2-way starters on Mayfield, so they're getting tired. This will be a great opportunity just to
10
wear
seconds.
on them.
As we are set to come back on radio. Hi atop Marquette Stadium in the Baird broadcast booth. The Mustangs on top 35-7 as we get set to start this fourth quarter. Alongside Jared Adams, I'm Eric Shumler. The Mustangs with the football on their own 45. 2 wideouts to the right, 1 to the left. A man in motion, that's Carter Rowland. Pryor throws over the middle, incomplete, the 4th down.
Had a receiver, maybe threw it behind him a little bit, but it was catchable ball. It would have been like 4th and 2, unless he got some yards after the catch. Jimmy Garrett, by the way, kind of gave me a running stat total for yards. We have 140 yards, and Mayfield has 120, so we're pretty even with that. The 3 defensive touchdowns sure do help.
Oh, no doubt. This McCracken defense, every bit as talented as advertised. We had high aspirations for them this season, and they are showing that here tonight.
We only have 10.
That's not ideal. As an 11th man comes on.
3 seconds on the clock, not going to happen.
And that will be a delay of game. So the Mustangs a little bit sloppy here over the last few minutes of game action. But to their credit, they have looked sharp quite a bit tonight. This game does kind of have a lull feeling to it, though, at the moment. The crowd's kind of quieted down a little bit, both sides. It was a raucous crowd here not too long ago, but there's a punt, a nice end-over-end punt inside the 30, but takes a Mayfield bounce, then back to McCracken bounce to about the 28. Mayfield will take over right there on their own 28. So the Mayfield Cardinals able to put together a nice drive last go-around, see if the Mustang defense can make some adjustments of their own and answer back.
Yeah, the offense, Mayfield's offense was pretty productive last time they had the ball, and I'm curious to see. To me, the way it looks like is we relaxed a little bit. Okay, we're doing well, 35-0, relax.
That's right.
And with a couple minutes left in the third quarter, that's the wrong time to relax. There's a right time, and that's when zeros are on the clock.
As Mayfield a handoff to the back, that is Galbraith, and he is wrapped up behind the line and dropped.
Jackson Gruber played that perfectly. Stood his man up, read Kylan, threw his man to the side, drops him for a short loss.
It's going to be just about a half yard of a loss. 2nd and essentially 10. 11:15 left in the 4th. All McCracken County, 35-7. In a game that has been very impressive for the McCracken defense. Quick throw, right side, screen pass. It's caught around the 30-yard line. They get across the 35 to the 40. And credit to Mayfield. They've been seeing McCracken kind of pin their ears back a little bit. And they're trying to take advantage of the aggressiveness with some screens.
Correct. And one thing that I am seeing is they have good blocking receivers. They're doing a good job with our corners, keeping that corner from making that screen, that tackle on the screen pass. That safety is going to come up and start hunting it before long.
First down and 10. The marker says 3rd down. It's first. As dropping back, it is Cartwright airing it out down the right sideline. It is caught inside the 20 and brought down right there. So the Mustang defense going to have to find a red zone stop, or Mayfield's about to get right back in this ball game.
Able to do a little double move. And then went basically outside him, and great catch. Even though we caught up and defended him well, we just didn't turn back to find the ball. He was able to pull that in. Who was that who caught it?
Could not see on the far sideline.
I can't see. I got a bad glare.
And it was well covered by the McCracken defender. It was just a great athletic play made by the Mayfield wide receiver. And now Mayfield in the red zone on the McCracken 20. Mustangs lead 35-7. Snap, handoff to the back, has a hold, 15, and brought down around the 13-yard line, gain of 7. And credit to Mayfield. They have found some things to kind of hurt McCracken County and really putting together 2 strong drives against the Mustang D.
Yeah, able to find some success through the air. I think we've subbed our corners, and so we're getting some youth in there, get some experience, and just got a little burned on that one.
2nd and 3. Hand off to the back. He gets tripped up, but near the first down marker. It's going to be 3rd and about 1.
Nine and a half minutes left in the game.
Feels like a long time.
Yep.
Mayfield will just be down 3 scores. That sounds like a lot, but really, we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, you don't relax. You don't.
As 3rd down and 1. Jumbo formation for the Cardinals. Direct snap to Galbraith, and he's hit at the line and lunges forward. He may be close.
Can't tell exactly where the first down marker is, but it looks like he's about a yard short.
Definitely territory in which you go for it. 4th down and inches.
Be a great stop for us. Make every yard hard to get.
So big play here for Mayfield. The McCracken fans feeling it. They start to make some noise of their own. Making a lot of noise now. 4th down and inches for the Cardinals. Snap to Galbraith, and he's hit from behind and dropped.
Nice. Great job, defense. You stood up to the challenge, got the ball back. There was several guys on the play. It looked like, I can't tell. Isaiah Keys is definitely in on it. He always tends to be.
And so the Mustangs D stands up strong after a punch from the Cardinals. They bend, but they did not break. And now if you're McCracken County, 8 minutes, 5 seconds left in the ball game, up 35-7. I imagine you'll see more ball control here from McCracken County.
I will say I want to see him get some first downs.
For sure.
You don't just want to, run 3 good run plays and then kick the ball back. They are in the Wildcat.
As a handoff goes left side, as across the line of scrimmage, Jeremiah Hughes Jr. He gets about 4 on the play.
Quick kid. I like to see him become a big part of this offense, and I think that's the plans they had for him. He's one of those kids that you can plug in just about any situation. You can in the backfield, in the slot, outside, and you just got to, he's that tool that you can move around.
2nd and 6 for McCracken on their own 17-yard line, leading 35-7. As McCracken comes back to the line. It is snap, right side Hunter Bradley, spin move, gets across the 16 to about the 18, gain of about 1.
By the way, quick defensive stat, Galbraith has been held to 34 yards on the ground so far this game. That would be, if you said I'm going to keep Galbraith under 50, I'm going to win the game, and so far that's proven true.
And I want to say Kylan Galbraith had over 100 last year against us.
I think so too. He was the guy that you weren't thinking about. You're trying to stop Stinson and, Cade Neely and all those guys, and he just quietly was chewing up yards on the ground.
So it'll be 3rd down and 5 for the Mustangs on their own 18. Leading 35-7 over Mayfield. Snap to Lamb, hands it off, right side, and big hole across the 25, 30. Cuts it up inside the 35 to the 40. Nice job on the play by Gavin Crass.
That's his first significant touch. He's a he's a sophomore. Pretty quick kid. Love it.
Seeing some of the future for McCracken County.
Little speed in the backfield. It's nice.
First down for the Mustangs on their own 40.
Keeps the clock moving. About to go under 6 minutes.
Mustangs up 35-7. Really led essentially the entire ball game. 0-0 the first several minutes as the teams were trading drives at the start, but McCracken County with Leandre Boland Jr. getting into the end zone first. First down and 10 for McCracken County on their own 40. And off to Carter Rowland. Big hole, 45-50. First down to Mayfield territory, 44-yard line.
15-yard gain, 16-yard gain on that carry. This is the production that you're starting to see, the wearing down.
And you're also seeing Carter Rowland deliver some hits after his runs.
Yeah, yes, you like to see that.
He loves to absorb some contact while he's running and deliver it. I've had, I'm sure, several shout-outs to get to, but I've kind of turned that off for the night. So if you did try to shout-out lately, I will get you next week if you're listening into our broadcast against Marshall County here at Marquette Stadium. 7 o'clock kickoff for the district opponent, Marshall County Marshals. As Rowland gets the handoff again, off right tackle, gets across the 40, down to about the 35-yard, 35.
9-yard run. Starting to get him in some big chunks.
What a job by McCracken County here tonight. As we are now under 5 minutes. Coach Mark Clark has been telling us for a while that stay patient. Good things are coming, and he has been every bit correct.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun group to watch this year because they're just the type of guys that you love to root for. They're hard workers, passionate.
2nd and 1. As another handoff to Carter Rowland, has a first down across the 30, right side. He's breaking it towards the sideline, and he gets inside the 15 to the 13.
By the way, Nick Masick on the great block to spring him. Looks like a little shove out of bounds. Might have been a
late hit.
Yep. Not much of a late hit, but more of you're a yard out of bounds. I'm going to shove you.
True.
Late shove.
First down for McCracken County. At the 13 before the penalty. After the penalty, it'll move it back to the 6.5-yard line. Or up to the 6.5-yard line, I should say. With 4:20 left in the ball game.
Unheralded here guys tonight doing a great job is Nick Masick and Zach Sims.
McCracken getting the play call from Coach Mark Clark. And so the Mustangs look like they are ready. Pryor Lamb in the shotgun, gets the snap, hands it off to Carter Rowland, goes right side, cuts it up inside the 10, upended around the 8. Clock continues to run as we approach 4 minutes left in this one. Now under 4 minutes. Mayfield looks tired on the defensive side right now.
Correct. They are, and they've had some losses in terms of injuries tonight. Obviously Jax Rogers would be the big one. I know Galbraith has been kind of dinged up a little bit tonight, and that's taking a toll.
Pryor Lamb hands it off to Rowland, going off left side, looking for the end zone, but cut up around the 6-yard line. Had one man to beat, and credit that defender for Mayfield, able to bring him down.
They're very sure tacklers, if you've noticed.
That's another tradition of Mayfield football.
Yes, yes. Rarely do you see that.
3rd and goal from the 7. Graves County defeats Paducah Tillman tonight, 17-7. So the Eagles start off 1-0. Paducah Tillman 0-1. Graves County will get this Mayfield Cardinal team next week, I believe. 3rd and goal now from the 8 for McCracken. Snap. It's a toss right side. As Crass goes off in, looking for the end zone, and gets in there. Touchdown, McCracken County.
At the 5-yard line. Danston Shoeless. Hey, there's a famous guy named Shoeless Joe Jackson.
That's right.
Not the bald guy in Graves, though.
And so Gavin Crass gets into the end zone for the first time in his varsity career.
I like that kid. That kid has some wheels on him. He's got some speed, turn-up speed, and able to run without shoes on. That's pretty good.
That's right.
I can't run, period, so that's...
Snap good, hold good, kick is up, and it is good. With 2:44 left in the ball game, McCracken leads 42-7. And I'll say this, Jared, tonight is not the best of nights for Mayfield football, but there's one thing I know: Mayfield football will be back, and it could be as early as next week.
yeah. They are rarely in this position in terms of on the losing end this badly. But the one thing that you can count on with Mayfield is that they are, they're a never give up type of team, and they're going to be the kids who figure this out in the near future.
Best thing you said all night.
And for the Mustangs, you're seeing some very nice pieces for the future.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah, that Gavin Crass has some wheels on him. I like it.
So Gavin Crass gets into the end zone to make it 42-7, McCracken County. You and I have the utmost respect for Mayfield, and I'll be willing to tell you at the end of the year that things are much better for them at the end of the season than tonight. You know they're going to improve as the year goes on.
Yeah, you're right. This is a team that might be a little different score if we face them in 4 weeks.
How about Mustang Nation tonight?
Yeah, they're pounding the bleachers. Love it. Making as much noise as many ways as possible.
And so it's going to be Barrett Buchanan kicking this one off. For McCracken County, Buchanan, a 6-foot junior. Nice end over end kick, but it will sail out of bounds, and Mayfield will take over. As the Cardinals bring out a series of substitutions, and Mustangs as well.
As do we, correct.
Well, Jared, I think we may go over on every single pick in the Paducah Sun Picks contest except for this one. As I take a look at scores from around the league, continuing our stellar tradition. As Mayfield football in at quarterback, as Dabney is his last name. Great move with the snap across the 40, across the 50, cuts it up at the 45. Bergeron Dabney, and I may have mispronounced that name, but he is a freshman, and he looks to be a bright spot for the Mayfield Cardinals for sure.
I was going to say Berjoni, but
you may be right.
It's
not certain.
D.R.A. Joan.
But he looks solid.
I did watch him in warm-up. He's got a goofy throwing motion. It's a little slow, like a baseball throw, like Tim Tebow out there. I guess that worked out pretty well for him.
As it's going to be him again as he goes left side. Dabney inside the 20 and knocked out of bounds around the 15. So he alone has about 50 yards rushing on 2 carries.
More than
that's pretty
starting
good.
Running back.
As we come up on 2 minutes left in the ball game. So the Mustangs looking like they're going to go 1-0 on the season and tie up the series with Mayfield, 4 games apiece.
I think it's the same kid running again.
Yep.
14 to the right. Give us some protection on that.
Snap, it goes behind Dabney, and he is trying to run
Good play.
to find some territory. Gets across the 30, inside the 30 to the 25, and made something out of nothing. Picked up the football at the 40 and gets back to the 22, but there is a flag on the play.
Looks like a block in the back. Eric, you are correct on the pronunciation. Whatever you said first is the right way to say. What'd you say?
I can't remember now.
Probably Bray Jones.
I don't remember how I said it, but I don't want to try it again because this is the first time I remember being correct. So I'm just going to walk away. As it is a legal block in the back against Mayfield. They will move back to the 39.
It happened 15 yards behind the line of scrimmage, so it's a spot foul. Woo. First and really long.
31.
But I know who's getting it.
As there's a whistle from the back judge.
25. 25 on the clock.
So we will do it again. As Dabney hands it off this time, hit is the ball carrier. That looks to be Juju Starks. As we come up on 1:30. Dabney in the shotgun, second and about 30-ish. As that's a low snap, Dabney gets it, throws left side. It is complete as his completed pass to, I think, Gavin Jackson as he's knocked out of bounds around the 31-yard line. There's 2:23s.
Clay Turner on the tackle.
As we now come up on 1 minute and 5 seconds left in this ball game. 42-7, McCracken County. If you're just now joining us, the McCracken County defense tonight has been phenomenal. They have scored 3 touchdowns tonight as a unit. As Dabney receives a low snap, rolling to his right. Throws to his right, and it is complete right side to Jazan Cato. As the clock will continue to run. Fourth down and long for Mayfield. As this may be the final play of the ball game for Mayfield. In fact, it will. It's a low snap for Dabney. He has to go dive on it at the 42. And
change of possession stops the clock. We'll have to kneel. Second year in a row, we kneel it out versus.
It is not a pretty night for the Mayfield Cardinals, but I can't say this enough. They will be back, and they will be back, I'm sure, fairly soon. As a very great program, but McCracken County just proved to be the better team here tonight. The Mustangs win it tonight, 42-7 over Mayfield. The Mustangs now 1-0. Mayfield is 0-1. We have a lot coming up here on the post-game show, including the offensive player of the game brought to you by Pizza Inn of Paducah. The defensive player of the game brought to you by Finish Line Car Wash. And the lineman of the game brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll have Coach Mark Clark. And so much more as we keep it right here, Jared Adams. Overall, just if you're a McCracken County fan, it's almost like we figured it may be tonight. In the fact that we said the defense we think is going to be really, really good. The offense is going to have some rust to shake off with some new faces in different places. But overall, if you're a McCracken County fan tonight, you are sky high with enthusiasm.
You're exactly right. There's a lot of positive things happening right now that you can take solace in. That we're pretty good defensively. Obviously, we got some issues offensively that just need to get that rhythm. Offense is always a little further behind than defense, right? Offense generally comes a little later because it's, especially Clark's, it's more technical, right? It's not just fly around, make plays. It's you got to do all these things right. So that'll come. So I'm very well aware that will come. So I think this will be a great season for us, just because of the depth of talent, the playmakers all over the field. It's going to be awesome.
And if you are Mayfield, you have some big games coming up. You have a couple of rivals coming up. Graves County, of course, is a rival from crosstown that they have a long streak over. Paducah-Tillman, another long-time rival they have a long streak against. They have some meaningful games coming up, and Coach Joe Morris and staff, they're going to be getting to work quickly on turning what tonight was, turning it around and finding success out of it.
Yeah, and think about the last time that Mayfield lost to Graves, and Graves is going to think that they're going to have a chance, and that'll be a good game, and they're going to have some holes to fill and patch up and figure out, and then we got some things we got to do on our end just to kind of make sure that we are peaking at the right time, because we got some big games coming up.
To put it in perspective, the last time Graves County beat Mayfield, Joe Jackson had hair.
What is it, 07?
I think that may be right. I was trying to look that up, but got sidetracked. But regardless, this is a young Mayfield ball club, and things will improve for them. There's so much pride and tradition from the Mayfield Cardinals year in and year out. Just a bump in the road tonight, but so many great things coming for the Cardinal program. You and I both high on what they have to come rest of the year.
Well, you're right. Mayfield's the standard in Western Kentucky, and most programs are trying to achieve that standard. But what we saw out of the Mustangs, we got a lot of positive things going on both sides of the ball. You know that we're going to be able to rely on our defense this year. Saw some kids step up and make some big plays, and that's really exciting. It's really exciting to see, that the passion we play with on defense. I think it's been a while since I've seen that just intensity and that passion. And we scored 3 times on defense tonight.
Right.
That's just impressive by 3 different kids. So,
Coach Lawson, the new defensive coordinator for McCracken County, has to be thrilled with what he is seeing from his defense tonight. McCracken County, you and I said it coming into this one, they're going to live on the defensive end with dominance. That's what they are built for this season. If they can continue what we saw tonight, there could be some special things ahead. And you're seeing the offense. It's an offense that has some experience with some new faces in some places, but this team has the capability, does McCracken County, to do some big things this year.
Sometimes you have a high school team that's good in one area, and if they match up against their opponent in that specific area, they're going to have a good chance to win. But there's so many strengths for this McCracken County team that regardless of the strength of the opponent, we're going to be able to match up well. I believe we got a good wide receiver core. We know we have a good running game. We know defensively. I feel really good against the pass with us. Kids like Kieran Perez and Colton Crowell being experienced back there, and Nate Helmich and Ian McCune. Those kids are really going to shore up that area. And you can see the pass rush from our front line. It's just impressive to watch defensively. We knew this. I knew this was coming. When you're playing 4 or 5 sophomores on defense last year, they're going to come in as juniors, battle hardened, and that's exactly what happened. So that's great to see looking ahead for this season.
We will have the players of the game coming up, including the offensive player of the game, brought to you by Pizza Inn. The defensive player of the game, that's going to be a tough one, brought to you by Finish Line Car Wash. And the lineman of the game, also going to be a tough one, is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Good luck on those selections. I'll let you think on it, as Mr. Jimmy Garrett will bring us tonight's overall stats. Jimmy, take it away, my friend.
All right, we'll start out and look at the second half scoring. The second half scoring, very much so like the first half, was led off by defense there with 11 minutes and 2 seconds left in the third quarter. Interception there by Jackson Gruber at the 40-yard line. He returned that for a touchdown. And Hunter Bradley followed that up with a made 2-point attempt, and McCracken County went up 21-0 at the 11-minute mark there in the third quarter. McCracken County came back basically the very next play after Mayfield took the kickoff. There was a fumble there in the backfield. Hunter Black picked it up, 32-yard return, and Landon Legore followed up with a made PAT. McCracken County took a quick 28-0 lead there with 10:44 left in the third quarter. For the first time in the second half, McCracken County got on the board from an offensive standpoint with 5:17 left in the third quarter. A 3-play, 31-yard drive ended with a 3-yard run by Hunter Bradley, followed up by another Landon Legore made PAT, and McCracken County took a 35-0 lead with 5:17 left there in the third quarter. Finally there late in the third quarter, minute 42 left, Mayfield finally gets on the scoreboard for their first score of the night. They had an 8-play, 60-yard drive, nice-looking drive.
For sure.
Ended with a 13-yard pass from Cartwright to Coles, and the kicker there, Kimona, followed up with a made PAT, and with a minute 42 left in the third quarter, it was 35-7. McCracken County had the final score of the night late there in the fourth quarter with 2:44 left. McCracken County had a really nice drive there at the end of the first quarter. Erica, nine-play, 88-yard drive, ended with a 7-yard run by Gavin Crass, and Landon Legore followed up with one more made PAT, and McCracken County ended up with a 42-7 win there, holding them off there late in the fourth quarter. So we'll jump over here and look at the final team stats for tonight. McCracken County had 9 possessions in the game for a total of 211 yards, 34 rushing plays for a total of 167 yards. Just take a quick note there, Eric. A lot of those came on that very last drive. A lot of rushing yards in that last drive from McCracken County. From a passing standpoint, 15 attempts, 5 completions for a total of just 54 yards passing, and McCracken County had a total of 14 first downs. Jumping over and looking at Mayfield, Mayfield had a total of 12 possessions there in the total of the game. Interesting enough, they had more offensive yards. They had 224 offensive yards tonight, just a tick more than McCracken County. 31 rushes for 102 yards, 22 pass attempts with 11 completions for 122. That brought them up to that 224 total, and they ended up with 12 first downs tonight. So jumping over and looking at some of the individual stats tonight, from a rushing standpoint, we'll lead off with McCracken County. Hunter Bradley led the way. He had 16 rushes for a total of 68 yards in that 1 3-yard touchdown we mentioned there in the second half. The second leading rusher tonight from McCracken County there in the fourth quarter was Carter Rowland. He had a total of 10 carries tonight for 57 yards. And then the third leading rusher tonight was Gavin Crass. He had 2 rushes there for a total of 29 in that 7-yard touchdown that he took in at the very end. And Jeremiah Hughes had 4 carries for 12 yards. So spread the ball out there, but some of the young guys had a good night there in the fourth quarter in particular. From a passing standpoint, all the passes were thrown by Pryor Lamb. As I said there, he had 15 attempts, 5 completions for a total of 54 yards and 1 TD. And from a receiving standpoint, the receiving was led by, let me jump up here, and the receiving was led by Xander Mays. He had 2 receptions for 36 yards, and Hunter Bradley had 3 receptions for 18. Xander Mays had that only receiving touchdown from McCracken County tonight. So jumping over here and look at Mayfield, we'll start out rushing. From a rushing standpoint, Kyle Galbraith had 19 rushes for 34 yards. He did have that fumble in the backfield that Hunter Black took for a touchdown. Brajon Dabney had 3 rushes for 33 there in the last few minutes of the fourth quarter. Juju Starks had 5 rushes for 29, and Jarius had 1 carry for 20 yards there, making up the rushing for Mayfield. From a passing standpoint, certainly a majority of their passes were thrown by Zane Cartwright. He had 20 attempts with 11 completions, 112 yards, and 1 TD, but he also had those 2 interceptions as well during the game that were returned for defensive touchdowns. Brajon Dabney had 2 attempts and 2 completions for a total of the other 10 yards. From a receiving standpoint, Mayfield spread the ball out a good bit, but some of the leading guys from a receiving standpoint, number 2 there, Daniel Coles, had 5 receptions, 72 yards, and a touchdown.
Strong player.
Nathan Watkins there, he had 1 reception for 13. Caden Bradshaw was 1 for 12. James Topp was 1 for 6, and then they had a couple other guys that had just picked up a few yards there late in the game. But total, they threw to 8 different receivers during the ball game. Just to give you a quick look, and we'll jump back over here just to give you a little bit of defensive thought so you can think about your defensive player of the game. Leandre, of course, he had 4 tackles, 2 assists, and 2 sacks there during the game. He had a lot of tackles. Ian McEwen had 6 tackles and 2 assists. Big majority of those came in that first half. Dalton Skinner had 5 tackles. Big majority of those actually came in the second half. And then from there it was spread out over the offense or the defense overall.
It was a very good night for the McCracken County Mustangs, and moving to 1-0 on the season. Jimmy Garrett, you moved to 1-0 on the season on another spectacular job, my friend.
All right.
It's good to have you back and talking stats, all right?
I'm just glad we're playing football.
Amen, brother. Appreciate you, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, you take care.
All right, that is Jimmy Garrett joining us for tonight's statistical breakdown in McCracken County's 42-7 win. Now joining us, the head coach of the Mustangs, Coach Mark Clark. And Coach, this has been a good night for your McCracken County Mustang Ball Club. You and I talking off air, just very excited about what could be with this ball club this season, especially on the defensive side of the ball club. And it was a good win, but a very nice win for the defense.
Yeah, I thought obviously it's a full team effort, but the defense played lights out. I mean, unbelievable tonight. I mean, with the offense like Mayfield's, who's just, every year they just are able to throw in guys who can go out there and run their system well. And, I think obviously there's going to be a little bit of lag time. For Mayfield's going to be fine.
Oh yeah,
they're going. Mayfield is at the end of the day, where they're going to be come November. So it's just going to take a little bit of time for these offenses to come into rhythm. But I think our defense played with exceptional effort. I think they played with exceptional focus. I don't know if we had an offsides, which that was a little bit something we were worried about. Just kind of being too pent up. Defense scores more than offense tonight. It's unbelievable. And. I can't say enough good things about Coach Lawson, the defensive staff.
Oh, yeah.
And the players on the defensive side. They just all played. The biggest surprise for me, I think, tonight is how well we tackled in open space. Obviously we had some busts later on there, but early on in the game we tackled extremely well. And there were some guys who were out there, and they were extremely physical and, and running through people. I was just tickled to death. I'm proud for the kids. I know they put in a lot of hard work, and even away from the facility, they put in their off season. Just really proud of them.
Indeed, as McCracken County gets the win tonight, 42-7, and offensively, just kind of just 3 weeks of practice coming into tonight, and having a new quarterback in the system. It's going to take a little bit to get things going maybe, but it looked pretty promising overall from the offense tonight in spots. Yeah,
I think early on something that may have gotten underscored is I think we had potentially a 10-play drive, 9 or 10 play on the first series, and we thought that we could move the ball at will, and then we got it inside the red zone, and we just didn't finish it off. And those are the things that you miss from having, 7-on-7s and two-a-days and scrimmages really in particular to see what the kids can do. But I thought, there were some moments where you could see, okay, this thing's got a chance to get going. We just got to we just got to finish better in the red area, and we got to be a little bit sharper in our execution. But I think we'll be fine. But obviously, we got some work to do to catch up to that defense.
As now you turn the page and you get to face a district opponent next week, a district opponent you're quite familiar with in terms of the head coach.
Yeah, well, I know Coach E pretty well. I'll be interested to see how he is, what he does when he has full run of his offense and defense.
Because you know what he always told you to do.
Yeah, and I have an idea, but we're going to find out as soon as we trade this film. How did they do against Callaway?
They lost, I think.
Okay.
They did.
Okay, but Coach E, I tell you what, that dude is as smart a football coach as there is, and I know that, he didn't get an opportunity at spring ball or camp and all those things, so he'll get that thing turned around, and I'm excited for an opportunity to get our kids back out there competing.
Overall, a very fun night. I know you are going to go back, watch film, and take all this in and get ready for practice next week, but you have to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, no, I think that as I look back in the stands, I appreciate all that our fans and the visiting fans did to try to ensure that we're playing football. To our administration, parents, boosters, maintenance staff, janitorial staff, athletic, our people in the Natalie and Mallory. I mean, just all the people who went above and beyond to make sure that this thing could happen, and it was still a fun environment. I mean, it was a Mayfield McCracken game. There may not have been as many people, but it was still a fun environment.
Indeed, and now you will take all this in for the weekend and probably enjoy it a little bit while getting ready for practice, and then trying to get a win next week in the district and keep things rolling.
Yeah, we're going to try. We're going to try. And so, like I said, I'm excited. I'm sure there's about 60-some-odd dudes that are ready to get out and kind of celebrate this win a little bit. But I'm super proud of them. I'm proud of the coaches, all the players, the parents. I mean, the parents who have done so much to kind of change their schedule to make sure they accommodate all the crazy requests that we have. And I'm just happy for our school. And, that's it.
Last but not least,
win today.
There you go. Thank you, Coach. As Coach Mark Clark joins us, let's take a look now at the superlatives for the ball game before wrapping this one up. Starting first with the offensive player of the game, brought to you by Pizza Inn of Paducah. And the offensive player of the game tonight will go to?
Well, had the most yards from scrimmage as anybody, and of course is his first game back from a major injury, and that is Hunter Bradley. Hunter Bradley just played so well.
And so congratulations to Hunter Bradley. He is the offensive player of the game, brought to you by Pizza Inn of Paducah. Let's look at the defensive player of the game, brought to you by Finish Line Car Wash. That's going to go to?
Man, you could – there's one clear one, but there's a lot of guys, the honorable mention.
Yep.
And so I'm kind of going to – I need to celebrate two defensive guys. So what I'm going to do is the obvious one was also a defensive line or a lineman, so he's going to get the defensive player of the game is Jackson Gruber. Played very well on the outside.
Looking at what you wrote, you're going to do both. I see. Gotcha.
No. Jackson Gruber is the defensive player of the game by himself. Had the interception return for the touchdown. Almost had another one. A couple pass breakups. And played very well defensively on the outside edge. Love to see that. That's going to be an area that can be a strength off the plot. I thought our edge defenders played very well tonight. A couple screens they gave up. We'll fix that. But overall, running to the edge was not successful.
And so Jackson Gruber, the defensive player of the game, brought to you by Finish Line Car Wash. And last but not least, the lineman of the game.
So DeAndre Bolin deserved to be the defensive player of the game, but I thought we had so many strong guys on offense or defense tonight that I wanted to give a couple guys. So him being a defensive lineman was perfect. DeAndre Bolin with 2 sacks, an interception return for a touchdown, was in on so many plays. He's a kid that is so fun to watch. So he gets my defensive lineman of the game, sorry.
And so a very nice night as we wrap this one up, Jared, for the McCracken County Mustangs. If you're a Mustang fan, you need to be quite excited about what this team could possibly do.
42-7 is a fantastic score against Mayfield. If you can say that, you're having a good night no matter where you are, what you're doing.
And now you get Marshall County next week. You've got to turn the page to the district and get off on the right foot inside the district.
Yes, and expect a couple things. This is, Clark mentioned that he's never really seen Etheridge call plays, have the full reins. What is his tendencies? But at the same time, Etheridge knows very, very well how McCracken County operates. So that's a little advantage to Coach E, having that kind of insight into the way Clark thinks and what Clark likes to go to in certain situations. So it'll be fun, I think, for Clark to be able to say, can I change my tendencies? Can I throw him some surprises in there that he wasn't expecting?
Great job tonight, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
As it has been a fun night for McCracken County. The Mustangs win it tonight 42-7 over Mayfield. McCracken County moves to 1-0 on the season. It is McCracken County and Marshall County next Friday night here at Marquette Stadium. Make plans to join us as kickoff is at 7 o'clock here on 99.5 The Fan. For Jimmy Garrett, for Jared Adams, I'm Eric Shumler saying so long, everybody.